Chapter 13. Emma was right about Madame Malchon. The board had been delighted to turn Helena Reeves over to Samuel for the evening. Helena had been less pleased to find herself at his mercy, but when he explained he'd come at Lady Emma's request, she'd allowed him to escort her to the library. The entire manoeuvre went as smoothly as Emma predicted. For a sheltered young lady who'd never left Somerset, she had an oddly well-developed talent for intrigue. When Samuel re-emerged from the Pink Pearl after securing Helena, Emma was hovering beside his carriage, her anxious gaze fixed on the entrance. She waited only long enough for his nod, and then she was gone, the hems of her hooded cloak dragging along the ground as she vanished into the darkened garden behind the townhouse. A strange emotion welled in Samuel's chest as he watched her go, a sort of dull heaviness he didn't understand. He knew only that the Pink Pearl loomed very large, and Emma looked very small as she was swallowed into its depths. There was nothing for him to do but wait for her return, the darkness pressing in on him as one moment dragged into the next, until it seemed as if they'd spun into an eternity. When Emma did emerge from the brothel's back garden, she was alone. No Helena Reeves, despite Emma's promises. Samuel couldn't read her expression, as her face was hidden inside her hood, but she cast more than one glance over her shoulder as she hurried toward him, her skirts clutched in her hands. When she reached the carriage, she climbed inside without a word, and without sparing Samuel a glance. He climbed in after her, pulling the carriage door closed behind him, but he made no move to signal his driver. Instead, he turned to Emma, who'd tucked herself tightly into the opposite corner of the bench, her head turned away from him. "Where is Helena Reeves?" No answer. It was as if he hadn't spoken at all. Samuel tried again. "I left Helena waiting for you in the library just as you asked. Where is she?" Still nothing, or at least not an answer. Emma made a sound, a strangled breath or a sigh, but she didn't speak. Slow anger began to burn in Samuel's chest. "We had an agreement, Emma. I trusted you to keep your promise." Foolishly, it seemed. He should have known better than to believe a word she said, given that she'd lied to him before. But somehow, this time her lie tore at him in a way Samuel could never have imagined, had never thought possible. Had he truly believed a few kisses in a rose garden would change anything between them? He was as ridiculous as every other gentleman who'd fallen victim to her red lips, her dark blue eyes. "I'm waiting for an explanation, Emma." Emma gazed down at her hands, folded tightly in her lap, her deep hood hiding her expression, and remained silent, as if Samuel wasn't even there. "Nothing to say, my lady?" His harsh voice seemed far too loud inside the closed carriage. "No wild justifications this time, no lies or excuses?" Emma turned toward him with her lips parted. I... Samuel waited, but when nothing more emerged, his last shred of patience snapped. "Take off that hood and look at me," he growled, pushing her hood back. She tried to flinch away from him, but he caught her chin in his hand and turned her face to his. "I did as you asked, and you—" The words froze on Samuel's lips, and his stomach dropped. All the colour was gone from her cheeks, her eyes wide, dark pools in that pale face, fear and shame in their blue depths. He stared at her, stunned. The vulnerability he'd seen in her face in Lady Tremain's rose garden, that glimpse of the truth that had made it impossible for him not to kiss her, had been only the barest hint of what she was hiding from the world, a mere shadow of the darkness there. This was what lurked beneath those devastating eyes, that charming smile. An overwhelming, inexplicable ocean of pain. Dear God, What had happened inside the pink pearl? 1,000 different questions leapt to Samuel's lips at once, but he didn't ask them. He said nothing, his fingers gentling on her face and his thumb creeping up to stroke her cheekbone. The anguish in her eyes, those scars on her hands, the remnants of a painful, violent past. How could they belong to Lady Emma Crosby, the sheltered, indulged daughter of the Earl of Crosby? How could they belong to London's reigning belle? Samuel's gaze dropped to her hands. They were buried inside the folds of her cloak, covered by the tight silk of her gloves. Hidden. Always hidden. But he could see them still, the thin scars etched into her pale flesh. Now he'd seen them once, he could never forget they were there, no matter how she tried to disguise them under layers of linen and silk. Samuel didn't think about what he did next. He didn't plan it. He simply reached for her, his movements slow so as not to frighten her, and lifted her into his lap. Emma went rigid in his arms. I can't. Shh. Samuel cupped her neck in warm, gentle fingers. It's all right. It wasn't, not at first, but gradually Emma's hectic breaths slowed, and she began to relax against him, the tension draining from her body bit by bit, until at last she went limp in his arms and let her cheek rest against his chest. Samuel closed his eyes then, a long, slow breath leaving his body. He rested his chin on her head, the soft golden wisps of her hair tickling his skin, and let the truth break over him like a wave unfurling onto the sand, no less inevitable for the slow, gentle drift of it. I could hold her like this forever. He traced her jaw, then tipped her face up to his with a finger under her chin. He waited for one breath, two, to give her a chance to pull away, but she only gazed up at him, her blue eyes soft, her lips open. And just like that, he was lost. Time narrowed and contracted until there was just the two of them, her face tipped up to his, their breath mingling. He pressed his mouth to her forehead and let them linger there, his heart pounding at the sensation of her smooth skin against his lips. He stroked his thumb down her cheek and teased it across her lower lip, the merest brush against that tender skin, once, and then again, and then his lips were on hers, his kiss gentle, coaxing her until she opened her mouth with a soft moan. He kissed her deeply then, his hands sinking into her hair as he urged her mouth against his, coaxing her lips apart so he could slip inside and tangle his tongue against hers, each slick caress driving him wild until he tore his mouth away at last, his chest heaving. Emma? He met her gaze and found her looking up at him, her eyes huge with wonder. Then she reached forward with a shy finger and traced the outline of his lips, following the upward curve as he smiled down at her, his heart leaping when she smiled back at him. "Give me your hand," he murmured, his fingers closing around hers. She shook her head, but she didn't resist when he drew her hand closer, cradling it in his palm. Samuel traced his thumb over the tiny button of her glove and slowly, so slowly and carefully, slid the button through the silken loop. She gazed down at his fingers wrapped around hers, as if in a daze, as if she'd never seen such a thing before. Her hands were trembling, but her chin rose, and somehow that little act of bravery made Samuel's heart melt in his chest. He didn't wait, couldn't wait until he'd bared her skin. He caught her slender hand in his and raised it to his lips, the warm, smooth slide of silk against his mouth, sending hot sparks of desire spiraling in his belly. A tiny sigh left her lips at the caress. Madame Marchand was there, and she... Shh. Samuel didn't want to talk about Madame Malchon, or the Pink Pearl, or Helena Reeves, or Caroline Francis. He didn't want to talk at all. It made no sense that his lips could be so gentle. The firm line of them, the sardonic curl at the corner of them, the grim twist of them. They should be hard, shouldn't they? Demanding, punishing even. How could she have known? How could she ever have imagined how soft they'd be, the sensuous slide of them against the thin silk of her glove? "Show me your hands, Emma." His voice had dropped to a whisper. Emma did her best to suppress the delicious throb of awareness that uncurled in her belly at that low purr. She didn't move as he took her hand, his touch tender as he began to slowly draw off her glove. There was a part of Emma that wanted to tug free of him, to snatch her hand from his grasp before he could see what she'd tried for so many years to hide, even from herself. But there was another part of her that was weary, so weary of cowering, that wanted someone to see. No, not someone. Him. Only him. She watched, entranced as he slid the smooth silk down her arm, and she let him. She let him, even as she knew what he'd find. Lower and lower still, his touch firm, her skin learning the shape of his fingertips. His gaze held hers as he slid each of her fingers free of the silk glove, one by one, his movements languid, unhurried, until her bare hand rested in his gloved one. "There," he whispered, tracing the pattern of lines on the back of her hand. The scars were faded now, but one had only to look carefully to see them, her brutal past written across her hand, a piece of her history carved into her flesh. "Your hands are no less beautiful because they bear these scars." He brought her bared hand to his lips and pressed a warm, lingering kiss there. "Have your admirers made you ashamed of them, Emma? Is that why you hide them?" It was a kiss. Only a kiss. A brush of his lips against her hand. But within seconds, Emma's head was swimming. No one," she whispered. But how could she tell him? How could she explain that no man had ever seen these scars before him? No man but the one who'd inflicted them, and he. But she didn't have to tell him. She didn't have to say a word, because Samuel read the truth in her face. No man has ever seen them, touched them, kissed them. No man but me. Emma shivered at the possessiveness in his voice, the fierce satisfaction in his face as he bent over her hand and traced the tip of his tongue over the deepest of the scars. "This is part of who you are, Emma. You have no reason to be ashamed of them." Everything inside Emma ached at his words. She wanted so badly to believe him, but she'd earned the nightmares that came with those scars, had lived those awful moments over and over again, each time she closed her eyes. Samuel saw the doubt in her face, or perhaps it wasn't doubt, but the fragile hope that rose in her breast at his words, and he turned her hand over and pressed his lips to the center of her palm. Emma's breath caught. His gaze darted to her face at the soft gasp, his dark eyes holding her captive as, one by one, he pressed kisses to each of her fingertips, before trailing his lips up the tender skin of her inner arm. Emma's own lips parted when the tip of his tongue grazed her skin, but the kiss was over in an instant, leaving only a hint of heat behind. His teasing mouth wandered from her forearm to the curve of her elbow, and he buried his face in the sensitive hollow, a low moan on his lips as he breathed deeply, taking her scent inside him. She didn't realize how badly she wanted to touch him until, as if in a dream, she watched her hand settle gently on the head bent over her arm, and she dragged her fingers through the hair at the back of his neck. "Oh!" Emma let her fingertips drift through the dark strands, her lips parted in wonder at the silky waves tickling her fingers. It seemed impossible such a hard man could have such softness to him, such unexpected tenderness. Hadn't she thought him a hard man once? Yes, but it seemed a long time ago now. As she drew her fingers through the impossible softness of his hair, Emma could no longer recall why she should have. How can it be so soft? It's like dark velvet. Samuel had gone still at her touch, but her quiet exclamation of surprise made him raise his head. He gazed at her for a breathless moment, eyes glittering, the grey iris drowning in a sea of black. "Emma." He gathered her close, holding her against his hard, broad chest as his lips closed over hers in one drugging kiss after another, everywhere he could reach, her skin leaping to attention under the caress of his mouth, as if it had come alive for the first time under his touch. His lips ghosted over the curve of her shoulder to her collarbone, shivers rising in their wake. He lingered at the hollow of her throat, his teasing caresses making her gasp, before he dropped a string of sweet kisses over her chin and jaw. His hands were shaking when he drew back at last and looked into her eyes. "You don't need to hide your scars, Emma. Not from me, and not from anyone." He didn't give her a chance to answer him before he took her lips again, and Emma didn't allow herself to think of anything but the feel of his hungry mouth on hers, his tongue prodding gently at the seam of her lips. She never even thought to refuse him, but opened for him at once, her hands coming up to rest on his chest, as if touching him were the most natural thing in the world. "You even taste like vanilla." His voice was low and husky, his lips curving against hers in a smile Emma knew was sweet, because she could taste it on his lips. He wrapped his hands around her waist, squeezing gently as he eased closer, the long, hard length of his thigh brushing against hers. His gaze moved over her face, and then, with one quick flick of his fingers, he plucked at the blue ribbon woven into the locks of her hair. Dozens of pins were hiding under the simple ribbon, all of them poking into her head and holding the heavy waves in place. Emma raised a hand to her head. "Those absurd curls took hours to pin in place, my lord." He let out a low chuckle. "I beg your pardon, madam. Does it soothe your injured feelings if I confess removing your ribbon didn't have the result I'd hoped for?" Perhaps it would. What did you intend?" He kissed her temple, then pressed his mouth to her ear. "For your hair to fall in a cascade around your shoulders, of course." He gave one of the offending locks a gentle tug. "If I'd known it would refuse, I wouldn't have bothered with the ribbon at all." "Still," he murmured, his voice lowering to a deep drawl as he toyed with the loose wave in his fingers, "it wasn't an entirely wasted effort." He touched the errant curl to his lips, his eyes darkening as he took in the heightened colour in her cheeks, the fluttering pulse at the base of her throat. "The first time I saw you at Almack's, the chandeliers turned your hair to a pale gold, like a halo around your head." Emma gazed at him, mesmerized by his warm eyes, his husky voice. "Then I heard your voice again. And do you know what my first thought was, Emma?" Emma swallowed. "That you'd heard my voice before?" "No. That should have been my first thought. But instead, all I could think was that yours was the only face I could ever imagine living up to the promise of that voice." Emma caught her breath as his words moved through her, into the empty, aching place that lived inside her heart. Men had paid her compliments before, had extolled the beauties of her face, her blue eyes, but their words had never meant anything to Emma. When she'd looked at her reflection in the glass, she'd only ever seen ugliness looking back at her. But Samuel's words touched her in a way no man's words ever had before, as if through his eyes she could at last see herself as she really was. Not as beautiful, but as real. Emma couldn't speak, but she rested her hands on his chest, her palms flat against his waistcoat so she might feel the beat of his heart against her palm, the rise and fall of his chest with his every ragged breath. The two of them remained like that for long, quiet moments, their breath mingling, until Samuel let out a resigned sigh and eased her from his lap onto the carriage bench. He didn't kiss her again after that, but he held her hand cradled in his as his coachman drove them through the dark streets of London. He made no move to release her when the carriage came to a stop in front of Lady Crosby's townhouse, and Emma made no move to pull away. Her hand felt small, wrapped up in his much larger one, and she realized with a start that he was the only man she'd ever known who made her feel safe. Or perhaps for the first time ever, she just felt like herself. Finally he stirred and opened the carriage door. He assisted her down and escorted her to the entrance of the townhouse. "Good night, my lady," he murmured, pressing a soft, final kiss to the inside of her wrist. He turned to go, but Emma stopped him with a hand on his arm. "As soon as Helena's free of Madame Marchand, she'll tell you all she knows about Caroline Francis. I won't go back on my word to you, Samuel." He looked down at her, his eyes soft. "I know you won't." The entryway was dark and silent when Emma entered, but she heard footsteps coming down the hallway as she closed the door behind her, and a moment later Daniel appeared. "Helena, lass, did you fetch her?" "No." At mention of Helena, the warmth Samuel had kindled inside Emma cooled to a dull chill. "Madame Marchand put a stop to it before I could get Helena out." Daniel grunted. "Lady Clifford, then." Emma didn't like to involve Lady Clifford, but there was no way she'd leave Helena at the Pink Pearl to face Madame Marchand's wrath. She shuddered as she recalled the way Madame had glared at Helena, the coldness in her voice when she'd ordered Helena out of the room. "Yes, I think we must." Madame Marchand wouldn't relinquish Helena easily, but she would relinquish her. Even Madame didn't have the courage to refuse Lady Clifford. "You'll go?" "Aye." Daniel gave Emma's shoulder an awkward pat in a rare show of affection. Then he was gone, the heavy thud of his boots on the stone steps echoing in Emma's ears. Chapter 14. "Let me have a look at you, my dear." Lady Crosby took both of Emma's hands in hers and stood back to consider her. "It was rather brilliant of you to adopt that shade of blue for the season. It's lovely on you. If I could coax that frown from your pretty face, I think you just might do. Am I frowning?" Emma peeked into the pier-glass and found a blue-eyed lady with a creased brow and down-turned mouth staring back at her. "I didn't realize." "You've been frowning since you woke this morning, my dear. In between frequent dreamy smiles, that is. I do believe I've strained my neck trying to keep pace with your moods." Lady Crosby regarded her with kind brown eyes. Did something happen with Lord Lymington last night?" Emma opened her mouth to deny that Samuel, that is, Lord Lymington, had a thing to do with it, but she couldn't make the lie leave her lips. That had never happened before. Given the dozens of lies she'd be obliged to tell before this business was done, it was worrying indeed. It was all Samuel's fault, with his lovely words last night, and his even lovelier kisses. Emma had caught herself with her fingers pressed to her mouth dozens of times today, recalling the delirious brush of his lips against hers, his whispered words in her ear. Who would have guessed such a gruff gentleman hid such generous passion, such gentle tenderness under his stern appearance? The sweetness of him, the sincerity, the unexpected kindness. Emma sucked in a trembling breath. Flora had warned her Samuel wasn't at all the haughty lord he appeared to be at first. Emma would have done well to listen to her. How had Flora put it again, that first night at Almack's? "He's blunt, but he rather grows on one." That was all well and good, but it had never occurred to Emma he might grow on her. No gentleman ever had before, yet here they were. Samuel had been creeping his way under her skin since their dance together the first night of the season. He'd been unforgivably rude to her that night, every inch the high-handed, arrogant Marquess. But it seemed she liked arrogant Marquises, because she hadn't been able to stop thinking about him since. She'd tried over and over to convince herself Lord Lymington wasn't any different than any other gentleman. But it was no use. He was different. He was honest, and somehow his honesty had compelled hers. And that, well, that changed everything, because it made it impossible for her to lie to herself any longer. He'd slid under her defences with all that absurd honesty, and now he was clinging there like a prickly saddle burr. She hadn't any idea how to tear him loose, and worst of all, after last night, she wasn't sure she wanted to. Not any more. Lady Crosby raised an eyebrow at Emma's silence. "You hardly had a chance to leave our theatre box before Lord Lymington leapt to his feet and went after you, Emma. I confess, I'd been hoping the two of you had negotiated a truce." "It was more of an, suspension of hostilities than a truce." If making her laugh and tugging her ribbons loose and kissing her senseless could be called a suspension of hostilities, that is. Emma tweaked a curl into place and made an effort to smooth her brow and will the blush from her cheeks before turning back to Lady Crosby. It wouldn't do to appear at Vauxhall Gardens looking like a cross between a love-struck schoolgirl and a thundercloud. "There, is that better?" Lady Crosby smiled. "Much better, yes. Come along, then. I don't like to keep Lady Flora and Lady Sylvester waiting." The four of them were sharing a supper box at Vauxhall Gardens this evening, along with Lord Lovell, Lady Lovell and Mr. Humphreys, Lady Lymington and Lord Lymington. Samuel. Just thinking of him made Emma flush with humiliating heat once again. Dash it! Of all the times she could have chosen to become besotted with a gentleman, this was the worst. But that was the trouble with infatuations. They were rarely convenient. Caroline Francis was still missing. Helena was trapped inside the Pink Pearl with an infuriated Madame Malchon, and a mysterious nobleman with a missing pendant, a nobleman who might or might not be a murderer, was running loose in London. And here she was, mooning over Lord Lymington. She sighed as she draped a thin silk shawl over her shoulders and followed Lady Crosby from the drawing-room down to the carriage, which was waiting in front of the townhouse. Daniel Brixton stood beside the open door, ready to hand them in. "Good evening, Daniel."
"Evening, lass."
Daniel's voice was as gruff as ever, but a tiny wrinkle between his brows disturbed his usual dark impassivity, and Emma's stomach gave an uneasy lurch. She'd seen that wrinkle before and knew what it meant. Something else had gone wrong.
"What is it?"
She paused, her hand on his arm. "What's happened?" Daniel jerked his head toward the carriage.
"You'll find out soon enough."
Emma's heart gave an anxious thump. She leapt into the carriage without waiting for him to hand her in, but stumbled back before taking her usual seat. Someone was already there. A gloved hand grabbed hers to steady her.
"Careful, dearest. Here, sit beside me."
"Lady Clifford?" Emma's knees felt suddenly wobbly, and she dropped clumsily onto the carriage bench. They hadn't made any plans to meet today, and Lady Clifford wasn't the impulsive sort. If she was here, then something was very wrong indeed. Lady Clifford nodded to Daniel to close the carriage door and smiled a greeting at Lady Crosby before she turned to Emma. "I've got news, and I warn you, dearest, you're not going to like it." Emma drew her wrap tighter around her shoulders as a chill rushed over her skin.
"It's not Sophia or Cecilia or Georgiana?"
She'd been staying with Lady Crosby these past few months, preparing for Lady Emma Crosby's appearance in London society, and had hardly seen her friends at all in that time. "No, they're all very well. It's Helena, Emma." Emma's stomach dropped, and for one sickening moment the carriage seemed to tilt underneath her.
"Tell me."
Lady Clifford sighed. "I went to have a word with Madame Malchon this morning, and she informed me, with a singularly unattractive degree of satisfaction, that Helena had some sort of disagreement with Lord Peabody at the Pink Pearl last night." Oh, no. No. Emma could well imagine what sort of disagreement Lady Clifford meant. Helena had objected to Lord Peabody's boot heel to her shin, or his hands wrapped around her neck.
"What happened? What did he do to her?"
"It's not what he did to her. Well, not entirely, anyway. It's what she did to him, deserved as it likely was." Emma closed her eyes, praying it wasn't as bad as she feared. Helena had a temper, much as Emma herself did. Lady Clifford had taught Emma how to control hers, but Helena was like a wild thing when threatened, striking out at everything in her path. That animal instinct for survival was how she'd endured for this long. Helena clawed Lord Peabody's face, Emma. Her nails left bloody scratches on his cheeks. Lady Clifford shook her head. "Lord Peabody's terribly vain, as you know, and he wasn't inclined to be forgiving. Madame Malchon has sent her away for good this time. Helena won't be returning to the Pink Pearl."
"Lord Peabody provoked her!"
Emma cried, but she knew very well it wouldn't make a bit of difference that Lord Peabody had no doubt heartily deserved a clawing. Oh, he'd earned those bloody scratches, but what was the point in saying so? He had all the power, and Helena none. Then another thought struck her, and a cold shudder gripped her. Madame Malchon had done this on purpose. She'd been furious with both Emma and Helena when she caught them in the library last night. What better way to punish them both than by turning Helena over to a vicious lord with a penchant for violence? Madame was well aware Helena wouldn't tolerate Lord Peabody's abuse, that she'd fight back, and once she did, it gave Madame the perfect excuse to toss Helena out onto the street. Madame wanted to be rid of her, and handing her over to Lord Peabody was a quick, efficient way to accomplish it. This was no coincidence, and no accident. "It doesn't matter what Lord Peabody did, Emma," Lady Clifford said. "You know that as well as I do. The moment he sets foot inside the Pink Pearl, he may do whatever he likes. Helena does not enjoy the same freedom." Emma fell back against the squabs, a numb haze falling over her.
"I tried to tell her, to warn her not to—"
She trailed off, realizing too late that Lady Clifford knew nothing of her visits to the Pink Pearl. Perhaps her ladyship had suspected it all along, though, because instead of scolding Emma, she squeezed her hand. Emma squeezed back, struggling to quell her rising panic.
"I should have made her come with me. I've been to the Pink Pearl over and over again. I never should have let her stay there."
But she'd been too busy kissing Samuel to think about Helena, hadn't she? Now Helena would be made to pay for Emma's foolishness, her cowardice. Lady Clifford sighed. "I have people looking for her."
"But you haven't found her."
"Not yet, no." It wouldn't be easy. Helena knew every dark street and filthy alcove in the rookeries. She could choose to make herself elusive if she wished. Emma could only pray Lady Clifford's men would find her before the man who'd taken Caroline began to suspect Helena knew his secrets and found her himself. "I debated whether or not to even tell you this, Emma. Even now, I'm not certain I've made the right choice. But I felt you needed to know we no longer have anyone inside the Pink Pearl to assist us." A sob caught in Emma's throat.
"I'll find Helena, my lady. I'll search until I—"
"No, you won't. This business with Lymington House isn't over, Emma. It's taken us weeks to pull it together, and we won't get another chance at it." Lady Clifford's voice was as calm as ever, but there was an unmistakable edge to it that spoke more clearly than her words. They were moving on as planned, with or without Helena. They had no choice. Lady Crosby slid her hand into Emma's empty one, cold inside her glove. "Lady Clifford is right, Emma. Think of those poor girls that have gone missing. Missing at best. At worst, they're dead, and they won't be the last to meet such a disastrous fate if we don't put an end to whatever evil is unfolding at Lymington House. The servants there are in no less danger for Helena's having gone missing, Emma." The carriage came to an abrupt stop then. Emma peered out the window and saw they'd arrived at Vauxhall Gardens. A row of fine carriages was lined up in front of the gate at Kennington Lane, ready to disgorge their elegant passengers. "Look at me, Emma." Lady Clifford lay a hand on Emma's arm to get her attention. "You're to go on just as you have been. Is that understood?"
"Yes, my lady."
"Very good. Go on, then. Lady Sylvester and Lady Flora will be looking for you." Lady Clifford retreated into the heavier shadows in the corner of the carriage and turned her face toward the window. It was a dismissal, and after all, what was there left to say? Helena was gone, absorbed into the London streets like hundreds of other girls before her, neither her existence nor her disappearance causing a ripple on the surface. Emma stumbled on the carriage step, only Daniel's firm hand under her arm keeping her from sprawling onto the street. "Steady now, lass," he muttered as he caught her, and he wasn't referring to the steps. Steady, steady, steady. Emma repeated the word over and over in her head as she and Lady Crosby made their way from Kennington Lane toward the supper boxes on the far side of the Grand South Walk. Lady Sylvester and Lady Flora were waiting for them there, with Lord Lovell on one side of Lady Flora and on the other Samuel, his dark eyes burning as he watched her approach. Samuel despised Vauxhall Gardens with the unrelenting heat of 1,000 suns. Of all the entertainments on offer during the London season, this was the very last one he would have chosen to endure this evening. He wasn't sure how he'd allowed himself to be coaxed into it, but they'd been here for less than an hour, and he already regretted it. The loud laughter and the endless drone of chatter around him was making his head ache. Or was that the champagne? It was flat and left a sour taste on his tongue, but Samuel lifted the glass to his lips and forced down another swallow. Even dreadful champagne was preferable to sobriety at the moment. "What ails you tonight, Lymington?" Lovell muttered, leaning closer to Samuel to be heard. "For God's sake, you've got a full glass of champagne in your hand and a supper box of lively company to entertain you. What more could a man ask for?" "A decent supper? Musicians who know how to tune their instruments, perhaps?" Vauxhall's orchestra was abominable. Every false note clanged through Samuel's aching head like a crash of cymbals. "I'd settle for a single moment of peace." "This is London during the season, cousin. There's not a moment of peace to be had. Come now, there's no need to look so grim. It's a pleasure garden, if you recall. Neither Lady Emma nor Lady Flora have been here before. It will be good fun to show them the cascade. I'm certain they'll be delighted with it." Samuel glanced across the supper box where Lady Emma sat. She was flanked by Lady Crosby on one side and Lady Sylvester on the other, looking far from delighted. She'd hardly spoken a word to anyone since she arrived. She was as lovely as ever, so much so it made his chest ache to look at her, but she appeared distracted tonight. Her gaze darted over the crowd as if she were looking for someone, and both her supper plate and the glass of champagne at her elbow remained untouched. Something was wrong, but Samuel knew he'd never get a word out of her as long as she was tucked between the two grandmothers. He rose abruptly to his feet and held out his hand to her. "Shall we walk, Lady Emma? You must be curious to see all the delights the gardens have to offer, having never been to Vauxhall before."
"No, thank you, Lord Lymington. I don't—" She trailed off, her attention caught by a raucous party of gentlemen and a half-dozen or so demi-reps who'd just risen from a supper box nearby. Lord Peabody was among the party, and Samuel also recognised Clarissa, the red-headed courtesan from the Pink Pearl. With much shouting and laughter, they disappeared down one of the garden pathways. Lady Emma stared after them, the oddest expression on her face. "Now I think on it, my lord, I believe I would enjoy a walk after all." "Oh yes, let's walk, shall we?" Lady Flora jumped to her feet. "I'm mad to see the illuminations. They're said to be very clever."
"Then see them you shall, Lady Flora." Lovell rose and offered her his arm with a gallant flourish. "Where shall we go first? The triumphal arches?"
"Yes, that sounds lovely."
Lady Emma slid her small gloved hand through Samuel's arm, her slender body vibrating with impatience. His body leapt to aching attention at her nearness, the scent of her, the press of her fingers on his sleeve, and he was obliged to clear his throat before speaking.
"Would anyone else care to accompany us?"
"Not me." Lady Lovell drew herself up with a sniff. "The gardens don't interest me, unless you'd care for a stroll, Mr. Humphreys."
"No, indeed."
Mr. Humphreys helped himself to another slice of ham.
"I'm comfortable where I am."
"Lady Lymington." Samuel glanced at his mother, who startled when he said her name.
"No, thank you. I dare say you'll enjoy yourselves more without us." "Indeed, we're perfectly content to stay where we are, aren't we, Henrietta?" Lady Sylvester turned to Lady Crosby with a good-natured smile. "Quite content, yes," Lady Crosby agreed, giving Emma a cheerful wave. Samuel led them from the deep alcove that sheltered the supper boxes onto the grand walk. When she saw the lamps, Lady Flora gasped, her hand over her mouth. "Oh, my goodness! So many colours! Why, how lovely it is! Lady Emma, don't you find it lovely?" Anyone who'd never before seen the marvel of Vauxhall's coloured glass lamps could be expected to pause to marvel at them. But Lady Emma would have marched right past them without sparing them a glance if Samuel hadn't stopped her with gentle pressure on her arm.
"Lady Emma, I believe Lady Flora asked you a question."
Emma seemed to realise she was dragging Samuel, and she stopped, her fingers loosening on his coat sleeve. "Oh, yes, quite beautiful indeed." Lady Flora sighed with pleasure. "The blue is the prettiest, I think." Lady Emma was peering down the lane toward the darker walkways at the back, as if searching for something. "Yes, the blue is very... that shade is... Did you not say, Lady Flora, that you wished to see the triumphal arches?" Lady Flora's brow furrowed. "Did I, indeed?" Samuel stood quietly, taking in this odd scene. Lady Emma had risen to her tiptoes and was peering in the direction of the Centre Cross walk. She was chasing someone through the gardens, and it looked to Samuel as if it was that disreputable pack of drunken rakes who'd turned down the grand walk just ahead of them. Why would Lady Emma be chasing them? The look on her face when she'd been watching them from the supper box had been far from admiring. Then again, Emma was good at keeping her secrets and had been from the start. Damn it, none of this made sense, and it was driving him mad. "Shall we wander toward the triumphal arches?" Lady Flora peeked up at Lovell from under her lashes, her lips curving in a winning smile. Lovell gazed back at her, appearing stunned for a moment before clearing his throat.
"Whatever you like, my lady. I'm your willing slave."
If Lovell had said it to any other lady, Samuel would have thought it an abominable bit of flirtation. But in Lady Flora's case, it was nothing but the truth. Lady Flora coloured, but she allowed Lovell to lead her toward the grand south walk, where the first triumphal arch was located. "There are two more besides this one, each of them situated where the pathways cross, and at the end is a transparency." "Vauxhall's transparencies are meant to be clever. I should like very much to see one." Lady Emma didn't pause to wait for a reply, but slipped her arm free of Samuel's and turned toward the back of the garden. Lovell and Lady Flora went along willingly enough, leaving Samuel no choice but to follow. There was no sign of the drunken rakes, but they were likely headed for the darker walks at the back of the garden, where the branches were thicker, and one might take a lady who didn't object to a bit of intrigue. Samuel was now certain Lady Emma was following them, and he was determined to let her have her way and see what became of their little adventure. "Ah, that's a handsome one," Lovell exclaimed when they reached the transparency at the end of the walkway. "What say you, Lymington?" Samuel stepped closer to study the painting on display. It was a military scene, the width of it nearly as wide as the path leading from the Grand South Walk. "See how the paper has been scraped thin here," Lovell said to Lady Flora, pointing to one section of the painting where the soldiers' red coats shone with particular brightness. "It allows more of the light to come through, exaggerating the effect of the colours." "Is it paper, then? I thought it was silk," Lady Flora said, studying the transparency with interest. "No, it's varnished paper, painted on both sides and illuminated from behind with lamps." Lovell smiled down at her. "It's meant to look like stained glass." "It's lovely," Lady Flora breathed, but she was looking at Lovell as she said it, as if she found him to be the loveliest sight in all of Vauxhall Gardens. Lovell grinned with such unabashed pleasure, Samuel couldn't help but smile himself. Perhaps Lady Emma was right, and it had been presumptuous of him to chase Lady Flora to London for his cousin's sake, but he could hardly regret it, seeing how pleased both Flora and Lovell were now. Lady Flora was just the lady to make Lovell happy. That thought led him to recall Lady Emma, who'd gone remarkably quiet while they were studying the illumination. Samuel was still smiling when he turned to her.
"Shall we go back? The cascade is about to—"
His smile vanished instantly. Lady Emma was gone. Chapter 15. She'd lost her wits. It was the only explanation. With every step forward, Emma told herself to go back, to return to Lady Crosby and the safety of the supper boxes. The warning repeated itself so many times it became a chant inside her head, the words an echo to each tap of her foot on the pathway. Yet she didn't go back. She kept running, her heart in her throat, branches snatching at the silk of her shawl and tearing at her hair as she burst into the thickest part of the garden, the very heart of the dark walk. Young ladies didn't go into the dark walk, particularly not alone, and certainly not after a gang of drunken blackguards who behaved as if women were toys to be used and then tossed aside once they'd outlived their usefulness. What did she intend to do when she caught up to Lord Peabody? Rage at him or strike him? Demand to know what he'd done to Helena? Demand he find her wandering the streets of London and bring her back? Did she think she could make him admit his perfidy or apologize for it? She might do what she liked, but short of a pistol ball buried in the centre of Lord Peabody's cold, black heart, it wouldn't change a thing. She couldn't make an earl do anything he didn't wish to do. She had no more power over Lord Peabody than Helena had. She had no power. No, it wasn't true. She did have power, but it wasn't the same sort of power a weak man like Lord Peabody wielded. Her strength didn't come from her fists or from a title or fortune, but from her mind, her will, her determination and cunning. And yes, from her heart. Not the part that loved, but the part that hated. The deepest, darkest chamber where she hoarded the memories. The part where there was no forgiveness, not even for herself. There, in the most secret part of her, she wanted to make Lord Peabody pay for his sins. But when she turned onto the dark walk, it wasn't Lord Peabody she found tucked into a shallow alcove. It was Clarissa, the red-headed courtesan from the Pink Pearl, who looked as if she were fresh from a liaison with one of Lord Peabody's blackguards. Clarissa plucked a handkerchief from her plunging bosom and patted at the edges of her painted lips, then her bodice, dabbing at her décolletage with the handkerchief. Emma waited until these repairs were completed before she emerged from the bushes. Clarissa startled, her hand going to her chest when Emma appeared in front of her. "God in heaven, where did you come from? If you're looking for Lord Weymouth, he's already gone." Emma's gown clearly identified her as a lady, not a courtesan, but perhaps Madame Malchon was right. She'd been a whore once, and now would forever be a whore, no matter how fine her gown. Clarissa might not recognize her face, or know her as one of Madame Malchon's former courtesans, but perhaps she could sense the two of them were part of the same world. "I don't care about Lord Weymouth. I'm looking for Helena Reeves." "Helena Reeves?" Clarissa's gaze swept over Emma, taking in the fashionable gown and tasteful jewels, and a smirk rose to her lips. "What's a fine lady like you want with a jade like Helena?" Emma ignored the question. "I understand Helena was made to leave Madame Malchon's employ last night. Do you know where she is now?" "I don't know, and I don't care. She tore up Lord Peabody's face, didn't she? Clarissa shrugged. Helena got what's coming to her, the way I see it. That's not what I asked you, Emma gritted out, her jaw tightening at the woman's callousness. I asked if you knew where she is now. If you know anything, I'll make it worth your while to tell me. Emma took off her diamond earbobs. Clarissa watched, her expression calculating, as Emma dropped the glittering jewels one by one onto her palm and held them out so the moonlight would make them sparkle. Clarissa stared at them with gleaming eyes. Mayhap I do know something. Emma had thought as much. Madame Malchon might rule with an iron fist, but every single courtesan under her roof knew everything there was to know about the pink pearl, right down to where the tiniest silver teaspoon was hidden. Tell me, and they're yours. I didn't see her myself, mind you, but Lizzie went to the theatre earlier, and she said she saw Helena hanging about Drury Lane. Clarissa licked her lips, her eyes on the jewels. I can't say if she's still there, but it wasn't but 2 or 3 hours ago. Emma took Clarissa's wrist, drew her hand forward, and dropped the diamond earbobs into her palm. Thank you. Here you are. Clarissa snatched her hand back, and the jewels disappeared into her bodice with a casual flick of her fingers. Helena's not worth it, you know, she said, as Emma turned to leave. Emma didn't bother with an answer, but hurried from the alcove back onto the dark walk, her quickened breath rasping in her ears. She could see the faint flow of light from another transparency on the opposite end of the path, but it felt far away, and the tall hedges on each side seemed to close around her, the overgrown branches meeting above her head, blocking out what little moonlight struggled through the clouds above. Should she go back in the direction from which she'd come, or stay on this path, dark as it was? If she kept on, she'd soon reach the Grand Walk and would be back at the supper boxes much more quickly than if she went the long way. She could claim she'd somehow gotten turned around and lost the others. Mind made up, Emma hurried off toward the Grand Walk. But before she'd taken a dozen steps, an enormous hand closed around her upper arm, and a low, furious voice whispered in her ear. "What the devil do you think you're doing?" Emma jerked back instinctively, tugging at her arm to free herself, but he hurried her toward a shadowy alcove off the dark walk. The sort of shadowy alcove she'd just left, the sort Vauxhall was famous for. Or infamous. "Release me this instant!" Emma fought him instinctively, but it was like struggling against a wall of solid stone. "Emma, it's me! I'm not going to hurt—" But Emma wasn't in any mood to listen. She hissed angrily, even landed a blow or two on him with her flailing fists and kicking feet, but it made no impression on him whatsoever. He held her as if she weighed no more than a child, and deposited her in the alcove with a wrathful grunt. "Cease that squirming before you hurt yourself, and answer me, Emma. What the devil do you think you're doing, wandering off into the darkest part of the gardens by yourself?" It was pitch black inside the alcove, even darker than the dark walk, and his face was cast in shadows. But as his words sank in, she realized it wasn't Lord Peabody who had her in his clutches. Her panic receded enough that she recognized that rough growl. It was Samuel, and he was furious. She considered darting around him and making a dash for the walkway, but it was as if he'd read her mind. Before she could stir a step, he blocked her with his large body, looming over her, frustration pouring off him in heated waves. "Well, Emma, I've no qualms about keeping you right here until I get an answer out of you, but I hope you won't make poor Lady Flora worry for too long. Offer her that much consideration, even if you won't do the same for yourself." Emma blinked up at him, taken aback by his words. "What do you mean, consideration for myself?" "What do I mean? For God's sake, Emma, don't act as if you don't know how reckless it is for you to enter the dark walk by yourself.
Unscrupulous men lurk in these shadows, and any one of them would be delighted to find a sweet young lady wandering these pathways alone. Good Lord, you may as well be a fox wandering amongst a pack of slavering rabid hounds."
Emma shivered. "That's descriptive."
"It's accurate," he snapped.
"I wasn't on a stroll, my lord. I lost track of you and the others and—"
"Stop it, Emma," he said, taking her shoulders in his hands. "I told you never to lie to me again."
Emma could feel his big body vibrating with tension, but for all his anger, he touched her so gently, his words more a plea than a command. I'm sorry, Samuel,
Shh.
He stroked his finger down her neck to the hollow of her throat, his eyes following it as if mesmerized.
"Your skin flushes pink wherever I touch you."
Emma caught her breath, but he didn't give her a chance to say anything more before his lips came down on hers, stealing her reason. He'd kissed her before, but not like this. Never like this. His unexpected kiss in Lady Tremain's rose garden had been hesitant, but there was nothing hesitant about this kiss. If the kiss in the rose garden had been a question, then this kiss was the answer. A soft, choked sound caught in Emma's throat when his tongue teased at her lower lip, nipping and sucking at it.
"Open your mouth for me, sweetheart."
He held her still for him, panting, one hand clamped on the back of her neck and the other wrapped lightly around her throat. When she parted her lips, he plunged inside, taking her mouth roughly, his rasping breaths drifting over her damp lips, making her heart pound and her head spin with desire.
"I've dreamed about kissing you here," he whispered, as his tongue curled around her earlobe, licking her before his teeth closed down in a gentle nip.
He sucked the tiny fold of her skin into his mouth and teased at it with his tongue, his mouth hot and demanding, commanding her response. "Oh," Emma gasped, shocked at the sudden heat gathering in her belly. She'd never wanted a man before, nor had she ever imagined she would. Until now. That it should be him, a gentleman, an aristocrat, a man so far out of her reach he might as well be on the moon, would lead to nothing but heartbreak. But she clung to him, grabbing handfuls of his coat in her fists, her lips opening eagerly under his.
"Is this how an innocent young lady kisses a gentleman?" he growled against her lips.
"Is this how a gentleman kisses an innocent young lady?" She nipped at his full lower lip, the only soft feature in his otherwise stony face. That pouting lip, the only hint there was a passionate man underneath his cool facade. He groaned and sank his hand into the mass of curls at the back of her neck.
"Have you kissed other men like this? Brought them to their knees with that sweet mouth?"
"No, just you, my lord." It was both the truth and a lie at once. Another man had kissed her, had done whatever he wished to her while she waited, still and cold, for it to be over. But Samuel was the only man she'd ever kissed because she wanted his lips on hers. A hoarse laugh tore from his chest, and the hand on her throat vanished, giving way to gentle fingertips on her neck, caressing the bare skin with light, teasing strokes. Emma moaned, every inch of her skin quivering in the wake of those caressing fingers, clamoring for more of his touch. He sank his hands into her hair and urged her head back, baring her neck.
"So soft, my lady, like silk," he whispered as he trailed his lips down to the pulse point at her throat. "I've dreamed of tasting you here, too, every night since I first laid eyes on you. Does that gratify you, knowing you haunt my dreams?"
"No." "Yes. Emma closed her eyes, her lips parting on a silent cry as his teeth grazed her collarbone.
Why did you chase those men into the garden, Emma?
He slid his hands down her neck and over her ribcage, letting his thumbs brush against the sides of her breasts before they settled on her hips and jerked her harder against him.
Tell me.
Did he think he could seduce the truth out of her? Weaken her with his drugging kisses until she told him all her secrets? Perhaps the two of them weren't so different then. But what Samuel didn't know was the truth he demanded wasn't hers to give. But she'd give him as much as she could, as much as she dared. Emma melted against him, her soft curves moulding to his hard angles, the long muscles of his thighs pressing into her belly. I wasn't following them. I told you. I got lost. She stroked her fingers back and forth across his neck, then slid them down over his chest. His stomach muscles tightened as her hands drifted lower, over his abdomen and under the edge of his waistcoat, before coming to rest on his waist. Samuel took her wrists and set her away from him so he could see her face. His lower lip was swollen from her bite, his dark eyes blazing.
I doubt you've been lost a day in your life. Tell me who those men are to you. What do you want with them?
Emma clung to him, feeling as if she were drowning. I don't want anything from them. They don't matter. Warm lips touched her temple, but for all his tenderness, there was a hint of hurt in his voice.
Why do you always lie to me, Emma? What are you hiding from me?
Emma gripped the thick, dark waves at the back of his neck, still amazed at how soft they were. Another lie rose to her lips, but this time she couldn't force her tongue to speak it. Not to him. I don't want to lie to you.
Do you want my kisses, my lady? Or do you want me to stop and return you to your grandmother as pristine as you were when you entered the garden?
He pressed a kiss to the corner of her mouth, the tip of his tongue making her shiver. She wanted his kisses, wanted him. It was the one thing she wouldn't lie about, and the one thing she wouldn't give up. Until she'd kissed him, Emma had never tasted desire such as this, had never believed it was anything more than a fantasy. She'd keep it now, while she could, hold it in desperate hands until it vanished again, like the quiet footsteps passing by them in the garden beyond. But she didn't tell him this. She didn't say anything at all as she drew him deeper into the alcove, the tall, thick shrubs curving protectively around them, shielding them from prying eyes. It was madness, utter madness. Yet she took another step backward, then another, until the back of her knees bumped into something hard. It was a stone bench tucked into the trees. They both paused then. It was too dim for Emma to see his face, but she could feel his gaze on her, hot and heavy. She caught her breath as he dragged his fingertips along her jaw, and then he was kissing her. Not the hard, demanding kisses of before, but slow, gentle, his lips brushing over hers again and again, soft and coaxing. She sank her hands into his hair to drag him closer, her entire body leaping to aching awareness when his tongue slipped between her lips. He was warm, so warm, and his mouth so hot and sweet against hers. It might have been the darkness surrounding them, or the dizzying press of his lips, but everything around Emma faded to nothingness then. She twined her arms around his neck and let it all go, her world suspended as she gave in to the pleasure of his caresses, his lips on hers.
We need to stop, Emma. I need to take you back to your grandmother,
he murmured in a broken whisper. But he didn't release her, nor did his mouth cease its breathtaking progress from her lips to her neck and down her throat, then lower still, until he was pressing open-mouthed kisses on the tops of her breasts. Emma whimpered as he plucked at her sleeve, dragging it down and baring her shoulder and burying his face in the sensitive arch of her neck.
"This is madness. Tell me to stop."
But Emma didn't tell him to stop. She pressed closer still, her body going limp against his as he lifted her and dropped her down onto the bench, dragging her over his lap.
"Oh!"
Emma's breath left her lungs in a rush at the hot press of his arousal beneath her.
"Do you feel that?"
He moved his hips in a restrained thrust as he settled her more snugly against his erection.
"That's what you do to me."
He nuzzled the swells of her breasts, nipping at her skin until her head fell back in invitation, and he sank his hands into her long, silky curls to hold her still, while his fingers slipped under the edge of her bodice, dragging the heavy silk down, down. He opened his mouth to nip at her shoulder, his breathing ragged, and eased his hands higher, giving her a chance to stop him. When she didn't, he cupped her breasts in his hands and brushed the pads of his thumbs over her nipples.
"Look how they peek for me, Emma, how they beg for my touch."
Emma's tongue darted out to wet her lips, but a strangled whimper was her only answer.
"God, so pretty,"
he choked out when he'd bared her to his hungry gaze.
"So perfect,"
he whispered, cupping the generous swell in his palms.
"Such creamy skin, tipped with the palest, daintiest pink."
He traced a reverent finger around one nipple, his gaze shooting to her face when she shifted in his arms.
"You like it when I stroke you here?"
"Yes." Emma gripped his shoulders in frantic fingers, afraid one more word, one more touch, another of his heated breaths drifting over her skin would shatter her into 1,000 pieces. She could feel his eyes on her face as he did it again, then again, teasing her, brushing his thumb over her tight nipple, until a sharp cry fell from her lips. I... But Emma didn't know what to say. What to do, so lost was she in a haze of desire. It wasn't until he touched the peak with his tongue that she understood she needed his mouth. "My lord!" Her eyes dropped closed at the exquisite sensation. "Sam!"
"Shh!"
He didn't tease her this time, before drawing her aching nipple into the dark cavern of his mouth. He suckled at her for long, breathless minutes, the soft, wet sound of his lips against her flesh seeming loud to Emma, obscene, yet nothing would have made her stop his sweet torment. He didn't release her until he'd reduced her to a moaning, quivering bundle in his lap, her nipples a deep red from his mouth. He rested his cheek against the soft skin between her breasts, a pained groan tearing loose from his chest.
"I must be mad, touching you like this."
Emma let out a soft cry of distress. She caught a handful of his thick hair and tried to urge his mouth back to her breasts, but he captured her wrists in his hands.
"No, I want you too much, Emma. You steal my logic, my reason. This," he jerked his hips against her, "is why we can't be alone together in a dark garden. Everything about you, the way you move, your scent, your voice, your wicked, delicious mouth."
He pressed a hard, desperate kiss to her lips.
"You make me forget I'm a gentleman."
Emma's breath came in short gasps as she traced his lips with her fingertip, then slid her hands up his chest and wrapped her arms around his neck so her breasts were flattened against him. "I don't want you to be a gentleman." Samuel was losing his mind. Emma was stealing it from him, one soft moan at a time. She was enthroned on his lap, her round bottom pressed tightly against him, her tongue in his mouth, and he was mere seconds away from lifting her skirts and sliding into her warm, welcoming heat. Samuel shuddered against her, easing her closer until he enveloped her, her vanilla scent teasing his senses. He held her there, his body crushed against hers so he could feel the shape of her thighs and her breasts, and dear God, she felt so good. Her soft curves such a perfect fit against him, her belly cradling his stiff cock. Even now, as his mind screamed at him to stop, his hand was slipping under the hem of her skirts, his palm sliding up her calf, then higher, higher, over long legs in fine silk stockings, until his fingers touched her garters, and then the smooth, bare skin of her upper thigh. He was close, so close to the warm, damp haven between her legs. Once he touched her there, it would be over. He'd take her, right here on this hard stone bench in Vauxhall Gardens, with her grandmother a short walk away in their supper box, drinking champagne with his mother. Samuel let out a tortured groan, but before he could give in to temptation again, he grasped her hips, moved her off his lap onto the bench beside him, and shot to his feet. He was panting, his cock straining against his falls. He'd never been so hard in his life, had never wanted a woman the way he wanted her, and it took every shred of his control to resist taking her into his arms again and sinking into her tight heat. He paced from one end of the tiny alcove to the other, trying to reason with his cock. It was long, agonizing minutes before it relented enough for him to be able to turn back to Emma without snatching her up again and losing himself in her arms. She was sitting on the bench, her skirts tucked demurely around her ankles. The luscious breasts he'd worshipped had disappeared back into her bodice, and the heavy silk was smoothed into place over her shoulders. Her cheeks were flushed, but she sat with her spine straight and her hands folded neatly in her lap. To look at her now, he would never guess she'd been writhing on his lap mere minutes ago. Samuel stared at her, wondering if he'd imagined the whole thing. Would he wake in his bed alone, sweat pouring off him, his cock jerking against the coverlet, and find he was once again caught in an erotic dream about her?
Perhaps you'd better take me to my carriage, my lord. If you could return to the supper box to fetch my grandmother for me afterward, I'd be grateful.
Samuel looked into her dark blue eyes, and shame washed over him. He'd just poured a young lady in a public garden, had nearly taken her on a stone bench at Vauxhall.
Emma, I shouldn't have... I beg your pardon for...
I think it's best if I don't return to fetch her myself.
She raised a hand to her tousled hair.
I'm afraid I must look quite wild.
She laughed a little, then reached up to tuck one of the loose locks behind her ear with a self-conscious gesture that hit Samuel like a blow to the gut.
Emma.
He took a step toward her, but froze again when she held her hand up to stop him.
Please tell my grandmother I was taken with a bout of dizziness and felt too ill to return to our box.
I don't like to leave you alone in your carriage while I fetch your grandmother.
It was a paltry excuse, but everything inside him rebelled at the thought of coolly delivering her to her carriage and then abandoning her. It felt wrong, dismissive.
It is all right, my lord. Our coachman is very good, and will take care of me until my grandmother arrives.
Samuel wanted to beg her to return to the supper box with him, but she looked so small and fragile sitting there in the shadows that he couldn't bring himself to argue with her. So he did the only thing he could do. He held out his arm to her and led her out of the dark walk, avoiding the bright, crowded parts of the garden. The silent walk to the coach gate seemed to take far longer than it ever had before, but at last they made it through the archway and on to Kennington Lane. Lady Crosby's coachman saw them coming. He leapt down from the box and stalked toward them, a hulking figure in the darkness, but it wasn't until the light fell on his face that the hair on Samuel's neck rose in warning. He'd seen the man before, but never as close as this. Christ, He looked like a murderer escaped from Newgate. Samuel caught Emma's hand, stopping her.
Lady Emma, I don't think—
It's all right, Lord Lymington. He's harmless to me, despite his, menacing appearance. Emma tried to tug her hand free of his, but Samuel held her fast as he sized up the threatening coachman with narrowed eyes.
"Let the lass go, Lymington,"
the man growled, his enormous arms bulging as he crossed them over his chest.
"Now."
Samuel didn't let her go, but stared the man down.
"I don't take orders from you."
The man took a threatening step toward him, and things might have gotten ugly indeed if Emma hadn't intervened. Please, Lord Lymington. You promised me you'd fetch my grandmother for me. Samuel gazed down into those big, dark blue eyes, at those red, trembling lips, and reluctantly released her hand.
"Wise choice, my lord."
The coachman held out a hand to Emma.
"Come on then, lass."
Samuel watched them go, somewhat mollified by the gentle way the brute took Emma's arm to lead her to the carriage, but his heart gave a curiously miserable thump as she vanished inside, and the coachman closed the door behind her. Chapter 16. Emma pulled her hood low to hide her face, sweat trickling down the back of her neck even in the cool evening air. If any aristocrats happened to see her wandering around Covent Garden alone at night, searching for a courtesan-turned-street prostitute, her brief time as Lady Crosby's virtuous granddaughter would come to an abrupt and final end. She was amazed it hadn't already. A lady could only tempt the wrath of fate so many times before the consequences caught up to her. This wasn't the first foolish risk Emma had taken in the last few weeks, but it could well be the last. Yet she kept pushing forward along the edges of Tavistock Row, until she was steps away from the glare of lights emanating from the gaming hells, arrayed on King and Henrietta Streets like a row of rotten teeth. She could hear the shouts and drunken laughter from here, the shuffle of feet, the low buzz of fortunes being won, then lost again. Emma kept her head down as she headed west toward Bridges Street. She was dimly aware she was muttering nervously to herself, prayers and curses both. Prayers that Helena was still in the alley behind Drury Lane Theatre, where Clarissa said she'd last been seen, and curses on Helena's name for putting herself in danger again and ending up here on the London streets, the very place Emma had begged her not to go. Only this time it was worse. So much worse. Because while Helena was accustomed to managing drunken rakes, a kidnapper and murderer was another sort of beast altogether. Whoever had taken Caroline Francis might be searching for Helena even now, and the reckless girl had just made it easier to find her. Not just find her, but hurt her. Fear flooded Emma's throat, choking her. Dear God, how could Helena not have seen how much danger she'd put herself in? Once a woman found herself down here in the seamiest part of London, it was very difficult to rise to the surface again. Emma could grab Helena by the hair and wrench her from the muck only so many times before Helena sank to the bottom forever. Then again, Amy and Kitty had met their disastrous fates in the countryside, at Lord Lymington's grand estate, a place where they should have been safe. For a certain sort of lady, no place was ever safe, even under the best of circumstances. But for Helena to venture onto these streets alone, in the dark, with a conscienceless villain after her, they were not the best of circumstances. But Emma wouldn't think of that now, nor would she think of the promises she'd made, not only to Lady Crosby and Lady Clifford, but to herself and to Amy and Kitty, who hadn't done anything to deserve the awful fate that had befallen them. Drury Lane Theatre was dark, the play having let out already, but tight knots of gentlemen were still hanging about, some of them lounging in front of the theatre, others making their way down Russell Street, toward the mayhem on offer closer to the centre of Covent Garden. Emma kept to the dark corners of the streets, her gaze darting this way and that. Where there were drunken gentlemen with coins to spare, there would always be women gliding through the darkness like spirits, smiling, whispering, luring, offering. There was no telling how long it would take before Helena turned up, but Emma would keep searching for her until she did. All she had to do was stay out of sight and pray to God no one would see.
Tempting fate again, I see. Was the dark walk not dangerous enough for you, Emma? Whatever ugliness you might encounter, there is, admittedly, nothing in comparison to the dangers lurking in Covent Garden at night.
Emma froze at the low hiss in her ear, the voice much closer than it should have been. If she'd been paying proper attention to her surroundings, she would have heard footsteps approach well before he got close enough to be heard in whispers. Covent Garden at night was not the place to become distracted, but she knew this voice, recognized the touch on her arm, and before she could forbid it, relief flooded through her, so profound her knees shook with it.
Is that sinister coachman of yours in the habit of letting you wander about the London streets at night, without protection?
He was not. Emma had been obliged to argue herself hoarse to get Daniel to agree to head north, toward Longacre, then loop back on Drury Lane. If it had been anything less than Helena's life hanging in the balance, there wasn't a chance he'd have left her side.
Don't blame Daniel.
Samuel dragged a hand down his face, sighing.
Why are you here, Emma?
I might ask you the same question, my lord. Did you follow me?
Of course I followed you. I've made quite a habit of it of late.
He took her arm as if he were certain she'd attempt to flee, and was determined not to let her slip away from him this time.
Let's try this again, shall we? What are you doing in Covent Garden alone at night?
Emma hesitated. Samuel was already much deeper into this business than she wanted him, but once again, she couldn't quite bring herself to lie to him. Or perhaps it was just that she didn't want to do this alone, and he hadn't lied to her yet, or pretended to be someone he wasn't. To another person, his honesty might have been of little consequence, but to her it was everything. So, for the third time in as long as she could remember, Emma told him the truth. Not all of it, but enough.
Helena went missing from the Pink Pearl last night, after an incident with Lord Peabody. It wasn't her first offence, and Madame Malchon isn't a patient woman.
Nor a forgiving one. God knew Madame hadn't forgiven Emma for escaping her clutches 5 years ago, and now Helena was being made to pay for Emma's sins.
Madame Malchon has parted ways with Miss Reeves.
Samuel's tone was grim. For all that he was an aristocrat with a grand townhouse in Mayfair and an estate in Kent, he was under no illusions about how an unprotected woman fared on the London streets.
If by parted ways you mean Madame has tossed Helena onto the street without any means of protecting herself, and doubtless without a shred of remorse, then yes, my lord, they've parted ways.
Emma sucked in a breath of the cool night air to steady herself, but she could hear the fear in her own voice, the bitterness that always lurked under the surface, like a sour aftertaste.
It could have been me so easily. But for Lady Clifford, it would have been me.
Is that why you followed Lord Peabody into the gardens tonight? What did you hope to accomplish?
Samuel spoke calmly, but anger vibrated just beneath the surface.
Did you think you could force an apology from him, or make him sorry for what he'd done? Men like Peabody aren't ever sorry for anything, Emma.
I didn't follow him.
Not precisely, anyway. I was following Clarissa, one of the courtesans who was with him."
In truth, Emma hadn't taken any time to reason it out before she'd slipped away from Samuel. When she saw Lord Peabody drinking and laughing without a care in the world, while Helena was wandering the streets, prey to every blackguard in London, she hadn't thought at all. She'd simply reacted.
"I thought she could tell me if anyone had seen Helena. At the moment, that's all that matters to me."
He gazed down at her with some emotion Emma couldn't read in his dark eyes. She thrust her chin up, expecting him to argue with her, but he only said,
"Very well. Where do we start?"
Emma opened her mouth, but any protests she might have made withered on her tongue. It wasn't that she trusted him. She didn't trust many people, least of all a haughty nobleman. It was just that the overwhelming bulk of him, his commanding presence, were reassuring.
"On Drury Lane, behind the theatre. Clarissa told me another one of the courtesans from the Pink Pearl saw Helena here earlier this evening."
He nodded, and together they ducked around the corner of the theatre, his hand still wrapped firmly around her upper arm. But aside from a few drunken noblemen wandering about, there was no one there. Emma wandered from White Horse Yard down as far as Blackmore Street, peering into every shadowy alcove and around every corner, her hopes dimming with every step. Helena might be anywhere by now, and with each moment that passed, she was in greater danger.
"Please, please let us find her."
She made her way back to the corner of Drury Lane and Princess Street, where she'd left Samuel. But as she drew closer to him, she noticed he'd gone still, his face tense, his head turned toward Stanhope Street.
"Samuel, are you—"
That was as far as Emma got, before he exploded into motion, his heels striking the street, his long legs devouring the distance between Princess Street and Hertford Place.
"Samuel!"
Emma ran after him, her heart rushing into her throat. He didn't slow at her frantic shriek, but charged past Hertford Place, ducking instead down the dark, narrow alleyway that led to Bennett's Court, a tiny courtyard surrounded on all sides by buildings.
"Samuel, wait!"
Emma shot after him, stumbling on the hem of her skirts, but within seconds he was already out of sight.
"Samuel!"
She came to a breathless halt at the mouth of the alleyway and peered inside. It was dark. So dark. But she thought she saw a flash of movement, then the echoing sound of footsteps, a thud of heels on gritty streets, running. Emma jumped as a terrified scream rent the air, her heart nearly bursting from her chest. It was coming from the direction of the courtyard beyond, so blood-curdling every hair on Emma's neck rose in reaction. That voice. She knew it.
"Helena!"
Emma didn't hear her own shout, didn't feel her feet slapping against the filthy street as she dashed down the alleyway, only to come to a screeching halt in the middle of the courtyard, her mouth falling open in shock. Samuel had a howling, thrashing, clawing Helena in his arms. She was incoherent with panic, her face smeared with dirt, the shoulder torn clean off her dress, her lip rapidly swelling, and her neck. Emma froze in horror. Bruises, the size and shape of a man's fingers, circled her neck. Bile flooded Emma's throat, but she choked it back and darted forward, her arms outstretched. Helena, who was too overwrought to tell the difference between her attacker and her rescuer, was growing more hysterical by the moment, and Samuel wisely relinquished her into Emma's arms.
"Helena! Helena, it's me!"
After a struggle, Emma managed to grab Helena's chin and force her to still.
"Look at me, Helena! It's Emma!"
"Emma?" Helena's eyes stopped their panicked rolling, and she snatched at Emma as if she were drowning, her fingernails sinking into Emma's forearms.
"Yes, dearest. It's all right. You're all right."
Emma patted and crooned and soothed, until at last Helena calmed enough to loosen her death grip, whereupon she immediately burst into a storm of hysterical tears.
I He grabbed me, Emma, and dragged me. Helena looked wildly around her. Dragged me here, and it's so dark, and I tried to scream, but he put his hand over my mouth and no one could hear me. I know, dearest, I know, but you're all right now, you see? Helena wasn't all right, but against all odds, she wasn't dead, and for now, for this moment, Emma could only feel gratitude for that small mercy. The anger, the ugly, all-consuming bitterness and fury would come later. It always did. Helena grasped Emma's shoulders with desperate fingers. "The pendant, Emma! You remember I told you about the pendant? He crept up behind me so I didn't see his face. But it was him, the same man who took Caroline. He demanded the pendant, but I don't have it. When I didn't give it to him, he grabbed me by the neck and he... Shh. Calm down and let me take you to Daniel." But Helena was beyond listening, and the words kept tumbling from her bruised lips. "He wasn't Lord Lovell, Emma. We were wrong about him. This man is much bigger, much taller. Lord Lovell didn't take those girls from Lymington House. We made a mistake." Emma squeezed her eyes closed, praying with everything inside her Samuel hadn't heard Helena's words, or by some miracle hadn't understood them. But before she could even turn her head to look at him, she felt him go unnaturally still beside her. Helena was still clutching at Emma and babbling incoherently, but Emma didn't see her, didn't hear her. For an instant everything went silent as she turned to face Samuel. He was staring at her, his face white but for the blood trickling from his nose where Helena had struck him with her elbow.
"Lovell? You thought Lovell had—"
He trailed off into silence, but Emma could see the wheels turning behind those dark grey eyes, see him fitting the pieces together. Emma's flirtation with Lovell, her interest in Caroline Francis, the snatches of conversation Samuel had overheard between Emma and Helena that first night at the Pink Pearl, the lie she'd told Lady Tremaine to escape the picnic, and later that night, when Samuel had seen her at the brothel once again. In the time it took Emma to draw a breath, it went from bad to worse. Samuel's jaw hardened, his hands clenching into fists. Somehow, Emma knew he was recalling their interlude in the rose garden, their yearning kisses in his carriage, their stolen passion at Vauxhall tonight, and drawing his conclusions. The wrong conclusions. But before he'd even said a word, she knew he wouldn't ever believe the kisses they'd shared, the tender moments between them had happened for no other reason than she wanted them. Wanted him. When he looked at her again, his eyes had gone ice-cold. "Emma!" A shaking hand clutched at Emma's sleeve, and she turned to find Helena staring at her, her dark eyes filled with tears. "I shouldn't have said that about Lord Lovell. I'm sorry." In all the time Emma had known Helena, she'd never once seen her cry. If Helena's swollen lip and torn gown hadn't been enough to make Emma hold her tongue, Helena's tears should have been. But the look in Samuel's eyes, the accusation there, the pain, everything rose up at once in Emma's breast, every raw, painful, ugly emotion, and the next thing she knew she'd opened her mouth and it was too late. "You promised me, Helena." Helena's face crumpled for an instant, but the anguish was there and then gone as quickly as a flash of lightning, sullen defiance in its place. "It was bound to happen, Emma. Madame Malchon despises me. She's been looking for a reason to turn me out, and you gave her one." Emma's voice wasn't quite steady. The minute the words left her mouth, Emma wished them back. But it was as if a dam had burst, and all the misery and confusion and fear that had been pushing against Emma's chest since she'd escaped the Pink Pearl at age 15 were determined to have their way at last. After 5 long years, they refused to be silenced any longer. Helena made a sound that was perhaps meant to be a laugh, but it was sharp, cutting, like the sound of glass being ground under a boot heel. "What would you have had me do, Emma? Let Lord Peabody beat me bloody? He got what he deserved."
What he deserved? No, he'd gotten far better than that. He deserved to be put down like the rabid animal he was before he got a chance to hurt someone else.
"I warned you to stay away from him, Helena," Emma cried, knowing how unfair her words were, but unable to make herself stop. "I told you not to—" "You're right, of course. I should have declined his attentions, shouldn't I? Why, I should have simply told Madame Marchand I preferred to lounge in my bed all evening instead of entertaining the gentleman. You know I didn't have any choice, Emma. Or perhaps you don't know." A bitter smile crossed Helena's lips. "Perhaps you've forgotten." Helena turned away, but Emma snatched Helena's cold hand in hers, stopping her. "Wait, Helena." Helena waited, her throat working. "I haven't forgotten." How could she? She'd tried to forget those years, to bury the memories so deeply they'd never see the light of consciousness again. But they were like the wraiths floating through Covent Garden, silent but haunting. "I'm sorry. I know there was nothing you could do." Helena's face softened then, and incredibly she made a valiant attempt to smile. "Well, not nothing. Lord Peabody came away from it with neat rows of scratches on his cheeks. He was furious when he saw his pretty ruined face in the glass. Why are the ugliest men always the vainest? And the handsomest gentlemen always the kindest," Emma murmured, turning her gaze back to Samuel. He wasn't the handsomest man she'd ever seen, yet to Emma, no gentleman's face could ever compare to Samuel's. The realization stunned her. When had she stopped thinking of his face as too harsh, too cold? Was it the first time she'd seen a flash of heat in those cool grey eyes, the first restrained twitch at the corner of those hard lips? His wasn't a kind face at first glance, but the hint of his smile. Did it mean more than Lovell's easy grins because it so infrequently graced his lips? It felt like a gift, that smile, like a reward she'd earned, and then just as quickly squandered, because he wasn't smiling at her now. His expression was dark, his face set into hard, uncompromising lines. He didn't return her gaze, but turned away as if he couldn't bear to look at her. Unconsciously, Emma pressed a hand to her chest, right over her heart, as if she could stop it from shattering with a simple touch. An unfamiliar sob rose in her throat, but she choked it back and took Helena's hand. "Come along, dearest. Daniel will be looking for us." Emma led Helena from Bennett's Court back to Drury Lane. Samuel followed without a word, a bedraggled, dejected little band of 3. They met Daniel coming from the other direction down Drury Lane, his eyes wild and moving at a speed that should have been impossible for a man of his massive size. "That the lass?" he called to Emma when he caught sight of them. "Yes, we found her. She's all right." Mostly, and even that had been a near thing. Some of the tension drained from Daniel's big shoulders, but when he was close enough to see Helena's face, the livid finger marks on her neck, he stiffened again. "Skin of the teeth by the looks of it. What's his lordship doing here?" He followed us from Vauxhall Gardens." Daniel's brows lowered. "Did he know? What's he want?" Whatever answer she gave to that question wouldn't sit well with Daniel, so Emma thought it best to ignore it. "You'll see to it Helena is taken care of." Emma didn't mention Lady Clifford, but she didn't have to with Daniel. He knew what she wanted. "Aye. Where are ye going, lass?" Daniel's question was for Emma, but his grim gaze remained fixed on Samuel.
Lady Emma is coming with me.
Samuel wrapped a possessive hand around Emma's wrist.
I'll see she's returned to Lady Crosby.
Daniel's eyebrows shot up, but something in Samuel's face silenced his protest.
Come on then, lass,
he said to Helena, his huge hand gentle on her shoulder.
We'll see ye put back to rights again. I'll be waiting for you, Miss Emma,
Daniel added, casting a dark look at Samuel over his shoulder as he helped Helena down the street toward Lady Crosby's carriage. By the time Samuel handed Emma into his carriage, she was trembling with exhaustion. Between her chase through the dark walk, Samuel's dizzying kisses in the alcove, the frantic search in Drury Lane, and Helena's attack, she was ready to collapse. But one glimpse into Samuel's cold, shuttered eyes made her heart shrink inside her chest, and she knew, without him saying a word, that the miseries of this evening were far from over. Since their first meeting at Almack's, Lady Emma had been lying to him. Dozens, tens of dozens of lies, the web pulling tighter around him with every word out of her pretty mouth. On some level, perhaps Samuel had known it all along. Somewhere, deep inside himself, hadn't he been waiting for the truth to come out? He simply hadn't wanted to believe it could be as bad as this. But tonight, the truth had slammed into him with brutal clarity.
Is your name even Emma?
It wasn't what he'd meant to ask. Given the mountain of lies she'd told him, what did her name matter? It seemed a ludicrous place to start. Her past as a courtesan, her relationship to Lady Crosby, her friendship with Helena Reeves, her flirtation with Lovell, her very identity. What was a name when taken against all that? There was a long pause, then she whispered, "Yes, my name is Emma."
"I don't believe you."
Samuel's throat tried to close around the words, but they clawed their way from his throat to his lips. How pathetic was it that he doubted her even in this, that he could no longer trust she wouldn't lie about something as simple as her name.
Even if it is Emma, it isn't Lady Emma Crosby, is it? Lady Crosby isn't your grandmother, and Helena Reeves was never your lady's maid. You were a courtesan at the Pink Pearl. That's how you know Helena. Caroline too, I suppose.
Strange that there wasn't any accusation in his voice. There was nothing at all in it. It was flat, inflectionless. "I don't know Caroline." She looked down at her hands. "She's Helena's friend. I never met her." It might be the truth. The one small, insignificant truth amid an avalanche of much bigger lies. It hardly mattered.
Your flirtation with Lovell, your interest in him, it was never real, was it?
No. Low, nearly inaudible. For the first time since they'd entered the carriage, he turned and looked at her. She'd crammed herself into the darkest corner, and she looked so small and pale, so lost. Nothing at all like the blue-eyed temptress who'd charmed and flirted her way into the dreams of every gentleman in London. No longer the belle. But then she never had been. Not really. Samuel's heart gave a miserable thump at how broken she looked, like a discarded doll. But at the same time he was furious that he could still care for her, could feel anything for her, after what she'd done to him, to his family.
You feigned your regard for Lovell in order to draw him in, because you thought he'd hurt Amy and Kitty and... What? That he seduced Caroline, then abandoned her? How could you think... Why? Why would you suspect Lovell?
Samuel's voice cracked on the last words. She began, but fell silent again, shaking her head. Some of Samuel's numbness fled in the face of her silence, disintegrated in a hot flash of anger and hurt. He thought of Lovell as he'd been at 15, right before Samuel had left England, with his sweet smile, his dishevelled mop of dark hair, and his eagerness, and it felt as if a knife had been plunged into his chest. Lovell wasn't a perfect man, no more than any man was, but a kidnapper, a murderer. The unfairness of it stunned him, stopped his breath.
Why should it have fallen to you to determine Lovell's innocence or guilt? Who are you to decide?
Even as the words left his mouth, there was a part of Samuel that hoped she wouldn't answer. Knowing would only draw him deeper into her web.
I took an interest in Lord Lovell at the request of Lady Clifford.
Emma's gaze was on her hands, clenched tightly in her lap. Samuel stared at her.
Lady Amanda Clifford.
2 young housemaids went missing from your country estate, Samuel. Vanished, never to be seen again.
I know that, Emma. I made it my business to discover what became of Amy and Kitty as soon as I returned to England. What I don't understand is why Lady Clifford should think Lovell is involved in it.
Emma's lips parted, but no words emerged.
Lovell couldn't have committed the crimes you suspect him of. He fought a duel in January and was nearly killed by a pistol ball to the leg. He's done nothing for weeks but lie in his bed.
I know that now.
If you'd asked me, you might have known it at once and spared us all of this,
Samuel shouted, gripping his hair in his hands. Emma flinched at his raised voice.
If I had asked, would you have told me?
No.
Samuel couldn't deny it, not even to himself. He'd been suspicious of Emma from the start. For good reason, as it turned out. He forced himself to take a deep breath until the ache in his chest loosened enough for him to speak calmly. He wanted this over, but there was one question he had to ask, one thing he had to know before this would ever be over for him. If Emma had feigned her regard for Lovell, then couldn't she do the same for any man? When she realized she wouldn't get anywhere with Lovell, had she put Samuel in his cousin's place, traded one of them for the other as if they were no more significant than discarded cards tossed carelessly aside after a lost wager? Samuel swallowed.
Our kiss in Lady Tremain's garden. My carriage. Tonight at Vauxhall. Was that... Were you pretending then, too? Was I part of your scheme all along?
No.
She didn't hesitate, her voice strong and clear. Her blue eyes were fierce, flashing with conviction, and hope sparked in Samuel's chest.
There's more to this than you've told me. If you truly do care for me, then tell me the truth, Emma. All of it.
Silence stretched between them, thick with anguish. Samuel already knew what her answer would be before she spoke it.
I can't do that, Samuel.
Just like that, the spark was snuffed out, reducing his heart to a drift of hot cinders in his chest. After that, there was nothing more to say.
I'm leaving London tomorrow and taking my family back to Kent.
Samuel drew in a harsh breath.
Whoever hurt Amy and Kitty will face justice. I'll make sure of it, but I don't want to see you ever again, Emma.
He didn't look at her after that, nor did he move when the carriage stopped in front of Lady Crosby's townhouse. His coachman jumped down from the box and opened the carriage door, but Emma didn't get out. Not right away. Samuel could feel her gaze on him, but he couldn't bear to look at her. After a moment he heard a faint rustle of silk and felt a slight shift in the carriage as she turned away to accept his coachman's hand and stepped onto the pavement. His eyes slid shut as the door closed with a quiet click behind her. Chapter 17. Emma dragged herself through the front door of Lady Crosby's townhouse in a daze. hardly able to believe she'd passed through this same door mere hours earlier. It should take more time than that, shouldn't it, for a dream to fall apart? She closed the door and stood there, eyes closed, unsure what to do next. Helena was safe, but Caroline was still missing. Lord Lovell was innocent, but someone at Lymington House was guilty, and she was no closer to knowing who it was than she had been when this started.
"I'm leaving London tomorrow. I never want to see you again."
Emma bowed her head, her eyes stinging as Samuel's words came back to her on a rush of pain, and with it the crushing realization that she was unsure what to do next, because there was nothing left to do. It was over. By this time tomorrow Samuel would be on his way to Kent, his family with him. She'd remain in London, left to try and puzzle out the tragedy that had unfolded at Lymington House, with the few fragments she held in her hands, and little hope of success. Amy, Kitty and Caroline, Lady Clifford, Daniel and Lady Crosby, Flora and Lord Lovell, and even Helena, who'd come so close to dying alone in a filthy alley. Emma could hardly bear to think of it. She'd failed them all. And she'd failed Samuel. But most of all, she'd failed herself. She'd had one chance to offer something to all the lost girls, a chance to do something good, to prove to herself she was more than just a whore and a murderess. One chance to carry a torch and stride triumphantly through the flames like Thais, and she'd let it slip through her fingers. And for what? Some childish dream she'd long since given up on. She'd been a fool to believe even for a moment the fragile tenderness between her and Samuel would flourish, when it was destined from the start to wither on the vine. She should have known it would end the same way it had started, with him wishing he'd never laid eyes on her. One way or another, it would always end that way. Emma? Emma looked up to see Lady Crosby hovering by the door to the drawing-room, her face drawn with worry. "I'm sorry, my lady. Am I very late?" "It's all right, dear." Some emotion flickered in Lady Crosby's eyes, but the hallway was too dim, and Emma too exhausted to decipher what it was. "Did you find Helena?" "I did, and not a moment too soon." Emma swallowed at the memory of Helena's torn gown and bruised neck. "Daniel's taken her to Lady Clifford." Lady Crosby sagged against the door-frame in relief. "Thank goodness. But you look done in, you poor thing. Come to the drawing-room and sit with me for a bit." Emma took the hand Lady Crosby offered and allowed herself to be led to the drawing-room as if she were a child, and seated on a comfortable settee by the fire. Lady Crosby called for refreshments, then proceeded to fuss over Emma like a mother hen, until a footman arrived with a silver tray bearing a bottle of sherry and 2 glasses. "Sherry, my lady, at—" Emma glanced at the mantel clock. 6 o'clock in the morning. "I'm a great lover of tea, as you know, Emma, but there are occasions when it isn't quite sufficient." Lady Crosby poured a hearty measure of sherry into each glass and handed one to Emma. "This feels like one of those times." Emma couldn't argue with that. She raised the glass to her lips and took a grateful sip, but Lady Crosby's next remark had her choking on the sherry. "You've been with Lord Lymington all night, haven't you, dear?" Lady Crosby took a calm sip from her own glass. "He followed you from Vauxhall, and I imagine he caught up with you. He's not the sort of gentleman one easily escapes, is he?" It wasn't a question, despite Lady Crosby's inquiring air. From the start, Emma hadn't kept any secrets from Lady Crosby. Emma's questionable origins, her memorable year at the Pink Pearl, and her history with Lady Clifford. Lady Crosby knew it all, as indeed she must if she and Emma were to work effectively together. But even so, an unaccountable shyness overtook Emma at mention of Samuel's name, and she found herself stumbling over her reply. We weren't— Now don't get flustered, dear. Lord Lymington returned to the supper-box to deliver your message to me, but he hardly managed to get one sentence out before he shot off again, as if his heels were on fire. Of course, I knew he was going after you. He'd gone after her to help her. And what had he got for his trouble? Lies and betrayal. Emma flushed with shame. Lady Crosby seized her hand. There's no need to look so chagrined, my love. I was young once too, you know. We'd hardly embarked on the season before I realized the way that particular wind was blowing. Wind? Emma echoed. It's a figure of speech, dear, but it's curious, isn't it, how things come to pass? You'd chosen Lord Lovell for this scheme, but then fate chose Lord Lymington for you. And so it goes. Emma let out a bleak laugh. Fate has her way in the end, doesn't she? Fate or divine justice. They could call it whatever they liked, but in the end, the result was the same. Fate hadn't chosen Samuel to reward Emma. She'd chosen him to punish her. Samuel wasn't under any illusions about her any longer. What better way to castigate her for her sins than for her to be cursed to tell one lie after another to a man destined from the start to despise her, a man she'd fallen hopelessly in love with. Love? No, that wasn't. She wasn't in love with Samuel. She'd made mistakes these past weeks, a shocking number of them, but surely she couldn't have been such a monumental fool as to fall in love with the Marquess of Lymington. Emma set her glass aside with shaking fingers when the sherry threatened to come back up again. It didn't make sense. How could this tremor in her body, this sick feeling in her stomach, this unbearable pain in her heart be love? This horridness was what Sophia and Cecilia had been going on and on about over these past few months. This was why the two of them wore such dreamy smiles and floated about as if their feet no longer touched the ground. Lady Crosby, who didn't seem to notice Emma's distress, finished off her sherry and reached for the bottle. I'm glad of it, for my part. Lord Lovell is a sweet young man, of course, but he's no match for you, is he, dear? No, you and Lord Lymington are much better suited. Emma leapt up from the settee. It wasn't a wise choice, given the nausea roiling in her stomach, but she couldn't bear to listen to another word. Sam, that is, Lord Lymington and I are not a match, my lady. Well, perhaps not quite yet, dear. These things take time, you see, but I'm certain soon enough you'll find— We've no time left. Emma's knees wobbled, and she fell back onto the settee with a clumsy thud. Lord Lymington told me tonight that he's returning to Kent immediately, and taking his family with him. I'd hoped we'd find our way to Lymington House with them, but there's no question of that now. Lady Crosby frowned. What do you mean? Emma had no wish to relive those awful moments in the carriage with Samuel, but this discussion was inevitable, and she wanted it over as quickly as possible. I mean, Lord Lymington informed me just now that our, friendship is over. I believe he also said something about— Emma's lower lip began to wobble, and she sucked in a quick, desperate breath to calm herself. He may have added he hoped never to see my face again. Under the circumstances, I don't think we can expect an invitation to Lymington House any time soon. Oh dear, that is a wrinkle, isn't it? Less a wrinkle than an enormous gaping rent, but then one person's wrinkle was another's heartbreaking catastrophe. A bit of one, yes. Lady Crosby's brow furrowed. Don't lose heart just yet, my dear. Lady Flora may be able to persuade Lord Lovell to invite us to Lymington House. It's Lord Lymington's estate, not Lord Lovell's. Yes, but Lord Lovell grew up at Lymington House. Surely both he and Lord Lymington consider it his home. I doubt Lord Lymington would begrudge his cousin a visitor or two. That depends on the visitors. Lord Lymington may take one look at me and forbid me to cross the threshold. Nonsense. Lady Crosby handed Emma's sherry glass back to her. I'm certain things can't be as bad as that. They were as bad as that, and worse. Emma was tempted to lay her head on Lady Crosby's shoulder and let the story flood from her lips in all its ugliness and hurt. But before she could move, the front door opened, then thudded closed again. Heavy footsteps echoed in the hallway, then Daniel entered the drawing-room. He wasn't given to melodrama, but his face was a mask of murderous fury, tempered with an emotion Emma had never seen there before. Anguish. Daniel! She shot to her feet, her heart crowding into her throat. Dear God, what's happened? It's not Helena.
Nay, lass. The girl's tucked up safe with Lady Clifford.
Emma let out a long breath, but her relief was short-lived.
It's t'other one. Caroline Francis.
Lady Crosby rose unsteadily to her feet, her hand going to her throat. She's been found.
Aye, she's been found.
Emma could read the awful truth on Daniel's face, and she reached out to steady herself with a hand on the back of the settee. Another man might have tried to soften the blow, but Daniel wasn't the sort to skirt the truth, no matter how terrible it was. He and Emma were alike that way. That was how she knew what Daniel was going to say before he spoke a word.
She's dead. Found strangled to death in Orange Court.
Lady Crosby gasped, her face going white. Emma thought of the bruises on Helena's neck tonight, the same size and shape as a man's fingers, and nausea rolled over her again. If she'd lingered at Vauxhall Gardens with Samuel for another moment, if she'd allowed him another kiss, another caress, Helena would be dead. Orange Court, Emma repeated faintly, digging her fingertips into the settee. That's only a few blocks off Drury Lane.
Aye, our kidnapper's turned murderer. Like as not, he's been a killer all along, but now there's a body to prove it.
Lady Crosby rose unsteadily to her feet. I think I'd better. I believe I'll retire to my bedchamber for a short time. Yes, my lady. Emma's anxious gaze followed Lady Crosby as she made her way to the door of the drawing-room. For the first time since Emma had met her, Lady Crosby looked every moment of her age. If her ladyship fell ill over this, Emma would never forgive herself. It was yet another thing to worry about. She sank back down on the settee, every limb trembling with exhaustion. Her eyes felt gritty and her head was pounding.
Going up to your own rooms for now, lass, Daniel said gruffly. We can talk on this later. I'll send for you if there's a need.
But as exhausted as Emma was, she knew she'd never be able to rest. Every time she closed her eyes, she'd be haunted with the waking nightmares of last night. Caroline Francis lying dead in a dark alley, the bruises on Helena's neck, the tears in her eyes, Samuel's face when Helena said Lord Lovell's name, and later, in the carriage, when he'd asked her to tell him the truth.
Was I part of your scheme all along?
He had been, at first, but then he hadn't. Emma wasn't sure when it had changed. That day at Hyde Park, or the next day in Lady Tremain's rose garden. That night at Drury Lane, when she'd glanced over at his box and found him staring at her, his grey gaze like a caress. The way he'd kissed her scars. It had been all of those moments. and none of them. There hadn't been a single moment, a single touch, a single kiss. It had crept up on her, and she hadn't even thought to look for it, when nothing ever crept up on Emma Downing. Except this had, and before she even knew she held it in her hand, it was already gone. She slumped back against the settee, and she must have fallen asleep, because it was hours later when she blinked awake to Lady Crosby gently shaking her shoulder. "Emma, wake up, dearest." "What time is it?" Emma sat up, rubbing her eyes. Daniel was gone, and late morning sunlight was filtering through the drapes. "Nearly 11, and we have a visitor. Tidy your hair a bit, won't you? Oh dear, your gown is all wrinkles. Well, it's too late to do anything about it now." Lady Crosby fussed and patted Emma into near respectability, then sent word for the footman to show their visitor into the drawing-room. Emma expected Lady Flora and Lady Sylvester to appear, but that wasn't who walked into the room moments later. It was Lady Lymington. "Good morning, my lady. How do you do?" Lady Crosby rose to her feet. It wasn't so shocking that Lady Lymington should call. She and Lady Crosby were friendly, if not intimates. But after what had happened with Samuel, the last person Emma expected to stroll into their drawing-room was his mother. "Lady Crosby and Lady Emma." Lady Lymington inclined her head and accepted the seat Lady Crosby indicated. A brief silence fell before Lady Lymington awkwardly cleared her throat. "I beg your pardon for calling so early, but it seems we're to, leave London for Kent later this morning." Lady Lymington shot a glance at Emma, who struggled to keep her face neutral. Samuel must have offered his mother some explanation for their precipitous departure from London. It was difficult to guess what he'd told her from Lady Lymington's expression, but given Emma had suspected her ladyship's beloved nephew of kidnapping and murder, Emma braced herself for a flood of angry denials and bitter recriminations. They never came. What did come left both Emma and Lady Crosby momentarily speechless. Lady Lymington shifted uneasily on the settee. "I didn't like to leave London without seeing you both first." Emma and Lady Crosby exchanged a glance. Their level of acquaintance with Lady Lymington didn't demand such a courtesy. It was a bit odd, but Lady Crosby, who was all graciousness, leapt into the fray to cover the awkward silence. "That's very kind of you, my lady. We'll miss you very much, won't we, Emma, dear?" "We will indeed. The season won't be the same without your family here, Lady Lymington." Those words were truer than any Emma had ever spoken. So true it was as if they'd been wrenched from her soul. Lady Lymington studied Emma's face, as if gauging her sincerity. "It does seem a great shame we should part now, just as we're all becoming such good friends. That's why I've come, you see." Emma stared at Lady Lymington. It almost sounded as if she intended to. "Lady Flora is tremendously fond of Lady Emma, as you know, Lady Crosby. And then you and Lady Sylvester are such dear friends. They're both insisting upon accompanying us to Kent, but they've been made rather unhappy over it, I think." Emma said nothing, but leaned forward, waiting, hoping. "My nephew doesn't like to see Lady Flora made unhappy in any way, and so I came to see if I might persuade you both to come for a visit at Lymington House." Lady Crosby covered her gasp of surprise with a dainty cough. "How kind you are, my lady. We'd like that very much, wouldn't we, Emma?" Emma didn't answer. She'd fallen back against the settee, stunned, speechless. The idea of appearing at Lymington House after that scene with Samuel in his carriage made a cowardly shudder roll down Emma's spine. But even with the mistakes she'd made, the lies and the mess and the heartbreak, she'd never before been a coward. Lord Lovell was innocent, but someone else at Lymington House was as guilty as the devil himself. 2 girls had vanished, both of them were likely dead, and Caroline Francis had lost her life in a filthy London alley, the breath strangled out of her. Now, unbelievably, a second chance to bring the murderous villain to justice had just fallen into Emma's lap. How many more girls would meet the same tragic fate if she gave up now? How many more girls just like Helena, just like Emma herself, would find themselves at the mercy of a villain because Emma was too spineless to face an imperious marquis? The only way to unravel the rest of this mystery was to uncover the secrets that remained buried in Kent. She had to get to Lymington House. It was as simple as that.
Emma, dear, Lady Lymington has generously invited us to Lymington House.
Lady Crosby gave Emma a meaningful look.
Isn't that kind of her?
Yes, very kind indeed, my lady.
Emma recovered her wits enough to smile gratefully at Lady Lymington.
I've always enjoyed the country, and it's especially delightful in the spring.
It's settled, then.
How wonderful. Lady Flora will be so pleased. I beg your pardon for leaving so abruptly, but Lord Lymington is anxious to be on our way.
Lady Lymington rose to her feet, casting another curious glance at Emma. Emma forced herself to meet Lady Lymington's eyes, then regretted it at once when she saw they were the same lovely dark grey as her son's.
Of course, I'll see you both again at Lymington House very soon,
Lady Lymington added.
Tomorrow, perhaps? The journey is a brief one, and exceedingly pleasant. If you're not too fatigued, may we expect you for a late supper? Certainly, my lady. We're looking forward to it.
Emma smiled at Lady Lymington, but remained where she was while Lady Crosby rose from the settee and accompanied her to the door of the drawing-room, chatting amiably about the countryside around Kent and begging Lady Lymington to send their compliments to Lady Flora and Lady Sylvester. Meanwhile, Emma's head was spinning.
What an unexpected stroke of good luck!
Lady Crosby joined Emma on the settee once Lady Lymington was gone.
I dare say we were due for some. But you look grave, Emma. What's troubling you?
Emma hesitated. It was a stroke of good luck, but Lady Crosby might not still think so when she knew the plan that was forming in Emma's head.
Perhaps we'd better fetch Daniel, my lady.
Lady Crosby cast her a wary look, but she signalled for a footman to fetch Daniel. They heard the thump of his boots coming down the hallway before he entered the drawing-room and took up his place in front of the fire.
"All right then, lass?"
Emma gave him a grateful look.
Yes, much better. It looks as if we're leaving for Lymington House tomorrow, Daniel.
One heavy dark eyebrow rose.
"That's so?"
Yes. Lady Lymington has cordially invited us for a visit to Kent.
Emma glanced at Lady Crosby and chose her next words carefully.
Which is fortunate indeed, as I've a notion we'll find our murderer there.
Lady Crosby sucked in a breath, but Daniel only regarded Emma calmly, his massive arms crossed over his chest.
"Why is that, lass?"
Because he's been keeping a close eye on Lord Lymington and Lord Lovell since they arrived in London, and isn't likely to stop now. Given an opportunity, he'll follow them to Kent.
"Aye, that seems likely."
Daniel waited, his dark gaze on Emma's face.
No one will think it odd if he appears, as he's a friend of the family. It's strange, though, Emma said slowly. As familiar as he is with them, he isn't such an intimate he knows about Lord Lovell's duel. If he did, he'd have known he couldn't implicate Lord Lovell in the crimes.
Implicate Lord Lovell?
Lady Crosby pressed her fingertips to her lips. My goodness, how wicked!
Do you have any idea who he is, lass?
No, not yet, but I will soon enough.
How's that, then?
Emma touched the pendant in her pocket, running her fingers over the rough diamonds surrounding the portrait of the young boy. I have something of his, and he wants it back badly enough. He attacked Helena tonight to get it.
He knows you have it.
I'm not sure he does, no. But he will. Emma pulled the pendant from her pocket and held her hand out to show Daniel. I think it will flatter me, don't you? I have just the gown to wear with it. Lady Crosby looked between Daniel and Emma, her expression baffled and fearful at once, as if she didn't quite understand what Emma meant, but was certain she wouldn't like it. Daniel glanced at the pendant on Emma's palm and grunted.
You mean to put yourself in his way, then?
What? Lady Crosby snatched Emma's hand in a frantic grip. No, he'll hurt you, Emma. Emma had been threatened before, even attacked before, but even she couldn't suppress a shudder at the thought of being the target of a man so cold-blooded. Because of course he'd been the one who'd taken Amy and Kitty from Lymington House, before setting his sights on Caroline Francis. I imagine he's desperate to get this pendant back, and desperate criminals are likely to become careless. Emma's gaze met Daniel's. If he were to find me unexpectedly in his path, the pendant around my neck, who knows what mistakes he might— God in heaven! Lady Crosby shot to her feet. That's madness, Emma! Lady Crosby had faced every challenge thus far with the aplomb of a lady born for intrigue. But Caroline Francis strangled and left dead in an alley, and her dear Emma threatened with a similar fate, was too much for her. I thought it might come to this, my lady. Emma drew Lady Crosby gently down onto the settee beside her. I knew how dangerous this could become when I agreed to go ahead with it. Surely you can understand why I must see it through. But to throw yourself into such a man's path, Emma, Lady Crosby wailed. How can you be certain it won't end in tragedy? I can't. Emma didn't say it, but Lady Crosby was no fool. If it's not me, it will be some other lady, one who doesn't know how to defend herself, and doesn't have you and Daniel to help her. Lady Crosby shook her head, her face crumpling. Please, my lady, I can't turn up at Lymington House without my grandmother, can I? Emma's tone was light, but she needed Lady Crosby as much as she did Daniel. Samuel knew part of the truth about her, but as far as the rest of the ton was concerned, she was still Lady Emma Crosby, and Lady Emma Crosby didn't visit the Marquess of Lymington's country estate without a proper chaperone. Lady Crosby? Lady Crosby drew in a shuddering breath. I don't like it, Emma, but I did agree to this just as you did, and I won't disappoint you and Daniel and Lady Clifford. Emma sagged with relief. Thank you, my lady. Don't forget, Daniel will be with us. He's accustomed to dealing with murderous villains. That's, very reassuring, Emma. We might wish to arrive several hours before supper, so we have time to unpack our things and rest before the evening commences. If they were already ensconced in their rooms, it would be more difficult for Samuel to toss them out. Of course, if you wish it, dear, Lady Crosby said dully. Whatever makes you comfortable, Emma. Thank you. Emma pressed Lady Crosby's hand gratefully, but she didn't fool herself into thinking there would be anything comfortable about this visit.
I don't want to see your face ever again, Emma.
No. Nothing comfortable at all. Chapter 18. Samuel strode into the drawing-room, found Lovell and Lady Flora whispering together on the settee in front of the fire, turned without a word, and strode back out again. "Wait, Lymington," Lovell called, rising to his feet. "A word, if you would." Damn, he'd nearly escaped. Maybe he could pretend he hadn't heard. "I know you heard me, Lymington." Samuel let out a defeated breath and returned to the drawing-room to see Lovell lean close to Flora and whisper something in her ear. Flora's cheeks flushed a becoming pink, and she rose to her feet. She nodded to Samuel, then slipped past him and out the door of the drawing-room. Samuel waited until Flora's footsteps had faded, then crossed the room and threw himself into a chair across from the settee.
"Don't let Lady Sylvester catch you in here alone with Lady Flora, Lovell."
Lovell chuckled. "Not to worry, Lymington. Lady Sylvester left the two of us here alone when she went upstairs to dress for dinner. I think we can assume she trusts me with her granddaughter."
"Both ladies have forgiven you for your wild antics this past year, then? You're a fortunate man, Lovell."
"Indeed," Lovell murmured. "Forgiveness is a divine thing, isn't it?"
"Divine, or unforgivably foolish, depending on the offence."
Samuel winced at the resentment that coloured his words. Lady Flora was the reason Samuel had insisted they go to London for the season in the first place. Would he sulk now, once he'd gotten precisely what he wanted? It wasn't that he resented Lovell, or the happiness his cousin had found with Flora. Not specifically. No. He resented everything and everyone in equal measure. Lovell, Lady Flora, Lady Sylvester, Lady Crosby, Emma, especially Emma. But he resented himself more, for having been fool enough to be taken in by her wiles, and for continuing in that foolishness now, even after he knew what she was. He'd returned to Kent determined to banish Emma from his mind forever. She'd lied to him and used him. He didn't even know her surname, for God's sake. After everything they'd gone through together, she hadn't even given him that much. This because she believed his cousin was guilty of a despicable crime. Lovell had his flaws, but a kidnapper and murderer? Anyone who'd spent any time with Lovell should have known at once he was the furthest thing from a cold-blooded villain. All the time Emma had been smiling at Samuel, flirting with him and kissing him with those soft red lips. She'd been plotting to fit Lovell's neck with a noose. It was a betrayal in every way. Every time he thought of it, it was as if a pile of stones had crashed down on his chest, crushing him under the unbearable weight. Yet somehow, even now, she was all he could think about. He fell asleep every night with her soft, husky voice in his ears, dreamed of her dark blue eyes, and woke every morning aching for her. What sort of man pined for a woman who'd told him more lies than truths? "You've no need to worry about Lady Flora's virtue," Lovell said, recalling Samuel to the present. "I've been the picture of restraint, Lymington, a perfect gentleman." Samuel gave his cousin a guilty look. He had no business lashing out at Lovell. It wasn't Lovell's fault he was miserable. It was no one's fault but his own, for acting such a damn fool over a pretty face.
"You have, indeed. Well done, Lovell."
"If I have done well, it's because you didn't abandon me. You've ever been my conscience, Samuel, and I'm grateful to you for fighting for my happiness, even when I didn't deserve it." Samuel's heart softened at the sincerity in Lovell's blue eyes. At one time he'd feared the good-natured, caring boy Lovell had once been was gone forever. But with every day that passed, he saw more and more of that boy in the man Lovell was becoming.
"You're my cousin, Lovell. Your happiness is as important to me as my own."
"Your happiness is just as important to me.
So can you imagine how dejected I am to see you wandering about with that woebegone expression?"
Samuel grunted. This was the trouble with being around a couple who were madly in love. They expected everyone around them to be as blissful as they were. Samuel was, unfortunately, as far from blissful as a man could get, but he could make more of an effort to climb out of the deep pool of self-pity he was wallowing in.
"I beg your pardon if my expression offends you, Lovell," he snapped,
then cringed. Damn it, he'd meant to say something gracious.
"You may growl all you like, and welcome. I just wonder what has you so grim. You have no reason to be, from what you've told me." "No reason to be pleased, either."
Samuel kicked at the ornately carved leg of the delicate little table beside his chair. He'd always despised this particular table. Its very daintiness offended him, made him feel big and clumsy.
"Don't assault the table, if you please, Lymington."
Samuel huffed, but he balanced one leg over the other knee in an attempt to save the furnishings.
"It occurs to me something hasn't been resolved to your satisfaction," Lovell went on. "I wonder what it could be." "Nothing. I'm perfectly well satisfied."
Lovell snorted.
"That must be why you've been stomping about with that dark scowl on your face, terrifying everyone who crosses your path. Yesterday I saw poor Mr. Humphreys turn and scurry back up the staircase when he saw you coming."
Samuel gave another irritable grunt.
"All the better."
Lovell studied Samuel's expression.
"I have a theory about your troubles. Would you like to hear it?"
"Have I any other choice?"
"None whatsoever. It's my considered opinion you've fallen madly in love with a certain lady, but are too stubborn to admit it."
Lovell shook his head, as if Samuel were being very tiresome indeed.
"Shall I tell you which lady I think has captured your heart?"
Samuel turned a dark scowl on his cousin.
"No."
He knew which name was about to fall from his cousin's lips, and he was desperate not to hear it spoken aloud, as if even a whisper would conjure the lady herself, that she'd appear in the drawing-room and break his heart all over again. Lovell, of course, ignored him.
"Lady Emma Crosby."
Samuel flinched. Damn it. He'd spent the past day doing whatever he could to forget that name, and the lady attached to it, only to have Lovell blurt it out.
"Not Crosby, Lovell,"
he muttered through clenched teeth.
"Not lady either, as far as we know."
She'd lied about everything else. Why not that as well? And who'd said a single word about love? Not him. How could he be madly in love with a lady when he didn't even know her name? Lovell regarded him calmly.
"Her title doesn't make a shred of difference, and you know it. Lady Emma or just Emma, you love her either way."
Yes, Samuel loved her, but he didn't want to love her. That was why he'd told her he didn't wish to ever lay eyes on her again. He could no longer tell whether that had been very wise of him, or very, very foolish. So he confined his answer to a third irritable grunt.
"The question, Lymington, is what you intend to do about it." "Do? Not a damned thing. For God's sake, Lovell, have you forgotten she believed you to be a debaucher, kidnapper, and murderer?"
Meanwhile, the real debaucher, kidnapper, and murderer was still running loose, and Samuel did intend to do something about that. He wouldn't rest until he discovered who the scoundrel was, and saw him held accountable for his crimes. The trouble was, he had no idea where to start.
"I'm not likely to forget that, Lymington. I confess it's a trifle uncomfortable. Lady Emma's trying to see me hanged, but you'd do well to listen to her explanation even so. Not for her sake, but for yours. This business with her will never be over until you know the truth." "I asked her to explain herself, Lovell. She refused. Samuel dragged his hand down his face. Even if he could forgive her for what she'd done, he didn't think he could ever trust her again. She lied to me. She'd lied about everything, and her betrayal was lodged in the tissue of his heart like a sliver, leaving a small but painful tear where the point had pierced the tender flesh. She did, yes, but it's not her lies you can't forgive. No. Samuel's laugh was grim. What is it, then? Lovell's gaze was steady. You can't forgive her because you believe she was only pretending to care for you. She was pretending, Lovell. Emma might expel every breath in her body denying it, but every time Samuel looked into her face, heard the slightest tremor in her voice, wouldn't he always suspect she was lying to him? All at once, Samuel felt weary to his bones. None of this makes any
Samuel? Lady Lymington appeared at the drawing-room door. Oh, and Lancelot. Here you both are. Supper is served. Shall we go to the dining-room? Samuel didn't have any appetite at all, but he managed a half-hearted smile for his mother and offered her his arm. She didn't take it, but hung back, motioning to Lovell to precede them. Samuel frowned. Is something wrong? Nothing at all, only you will do your best to be gracious to our guests this evening. Dear God, had he really made himself so unbearable, his mother felt the need to remind him to behave like a gentleman? Of course, unless... Is there some reason I might be tempted to be ungracious? Lady Lymington avoided his gaze. No, I just... Well, keep in mind that everything I do, Samuel, I do for your own good. His own good? Nothing pleasant ever followed that sort of observation. God in heaven, now what? That sounds ominous. Nonsense. All is well. Lady Lymington gave a brisk laugh, but she was agitated as she urged Samuel toward the dining room. Several footmen were moving about, silver serving platters in their hands, and the low murmur of voices was audible from the hallway, but that wasn't what caught Samuel's attention. It was Lovell. His cousin had come to an abrupt halt in the doorway of the dining room. What are you doing, Lovell? Lovell glanced over his shoulder at Samuel, his eyes wide. Before you go in, Lymington, let me remind you that the dining room is not a proper place for a frontal assault. Frontal assault? What are you on about, Lovell? Lovell's gaze slid to Lady Lymington. Can't say the same for ambushes, I'm afraid. Samuel blinked. For God's sake, what has you two in such a lather? Well, perhaps it's best if you see for yourself. Lovell stepped aside and gestured Samuel forward. Samuel didn't make it more than 2 steps into the dining room before he broke off, his mouth dropping open in shock. Directly across from the doorway, seated next to her grandmother, dressed in a blue dinner gown that turned her eyes the colour of midnight skies, sat Lady Emma Crosby. Emma took one look at Samuel's scowling face, and her heart plunged in her chest. Dear God, perhaps this hadn't been such a good idea after all. It was too late to do anything about it now, but it took every bit of determination she possessed not to leap to her feet and flee the dining room. Lord Lovell was blocking the doorway, his back to the company, murmuring urgently to Samuel, who was a step in front of him, his dark head towering over his cousin's. Perhaps she could duck under the table. You've gone as pale as a ghost, Emma. Lady Crosby seized Emma's hand under the table. It's all right, you know. He's not going to gobble you up. Emma wasn't so sure.
He looked as if he'd be more than happy to forego the beef course and make a meal of her instead. She could never be afraid of him. She knew who Samuel was under that scowl, knew the caring, tender heart he hid inside that powerful chest. Yet still her pulse refused to cease its frantic pounding, because she was afraid of losing him. Only she was losing him, even now, and her heart recognized it, while her head, the organ she relied upon, was still foolishly hoping.
"What are you doing here?"
It took all of Emma's fortitude not to shrink down in her chair as every head at the table turned in her direction.
"My goodness," Lady Crosby muttered in Emma's ear. "He is a bit cross, isn't he?"
Samuel was staring at her, his grey eyes as cold as ice.
"Why are you in my home? I thought I made myself clear regarding my wishes on that point, Lady Emma."
"Samuel!" Lady Lymington exclaimed, shocked. "That is quite enough."
Samuel didn't spare his mother a glance, but took another step into the room, his gaze fixed on Emma.
"I beg your pardon, Mother. I didn't anticipate the pleasure of Lady Emma's company at Lymington House."
Emma said nothing, because she couldn't speak. She could only stare at Samuel's face in misery. She'd imagined he'd be angry, but this was worse than angry. He was hurt. She could see the pain in every line of his face, even as he struggled to maintain a neutral expression.
"Now, Lymington," Lord Lovell warned, "there's no need to make a scene."
Emma almost laughed. It was far too late for that. The scene had begun, and it looked as if it were going to unfold in all its awful glory in front of Lord Lymington's dinner guests. She half rose from her chair, intending to leave the table, if not the house, but before she could take a step, Lady Lymington spoke up, her voice firm.
"It's all right, Lady Emma. Do take your seat. I invited Lady Crosby and Lady Emma to Lymington House, Samuel. They are my guests, and you will treat them with the same respect you would any guest in this house."
Lady Lymington didn't often assert herself so forcefully, and her words seemed to recall Samuel to his senses. After a long, tense pause, he inclined his head.
"Very well, my lady."
"Thank you. Now, go and sit down."
Lady Lymington urged him toward the head of the table. To Emma's immense relief, he obeyed, but she could tell by his black scowl her reprieve wouldn't extend beyond the last course. Whatever appetite Emma had fled for its life in the wake of that scowl. Her stomach tied itself in knots, and the few bites she did manage to choke down tasted like sawdust. It wasn't a comfortable meal for anyone. Lord Lovell and Lady Lymington did their best to smooth over the unpleasantness and act as if nothing untoward had happened, but no one ate much, and Lady Lymington called the ladies from the table as soon as decency allowed. Lady Flora rushed to Emma's side once they reached the drawing-room, a scandalized expression on her pretty face.
"If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I never would have believed Lord Lymington could behave so dreadfully. He's always been gruff, of course, but, well, perhaps the less said about that scene at supper, the better." "Yes, I think that's best, Flora."
Emma was grateful for her friend's kind words, but her heart was lodged in her throat, and there would be no coaxing it back into her chest until she spoke with Samuel.
"I, for one, am delighted to see you, Emma," Lady Flora added loyally, linking their arms together. "Thank you, Flora."
Emma managed a weak smile, but regret was heavy in her chest. Flora didn't know the truth about her yet, but once she did, their fledgling friendship would come to a swift end. To Flora's credit, she didn't release her hold on Emma when Lord Lovell and Samuel entered the drawing-room,
Not even when Samuel shot a look in their direction, so dark, Emma was amazed it didn't leave scorch marks in the carpet. He didn't waste any time, but stalked across the room toward Emma, pausing to address himself to Lady Crosby.
"I'd like to have a word with Lady Emma, alone, with your permission, my lady."
Lady Crosby looked him up and down, her lips tight. "I'm not certain I can permit that after your shocking behaviour in the dining-room, Lord Lymington."
"Bad form, Lymington," Lord Lovell muttered, shaking his head.
Lady Sylvester cast a sympathetic look at Samuel. "I dare say we can trust Lord Lymington to speak with Lady Emma on the far side of the drawing-room."
"Hardly. If there was ever an altercation that would swell to the size of an entire room, this was it."
A hysterical laugh threatened, but Emma bit it back, and with a hasty gulp rose to her feet. "I'm willing to speak to Lord Lymington in private." Samuel said nothing, only nodded and gestured her toward the door. Emma was shaking as he followed her down the hallway, but she kept her head high. She'd prepared for this moment and knew just what she had to do. Tell him the truth. Wasn't it supposed to be easy to tell the truth? Perhaps it would have been if she'd been someone else. But Emma felt how a criminal might when he was destined to swing and caught his first sign of the gibbet. She couldn't prevent a tremor when Samuel led her to a dimly lit library and closed the door behind them. Oh, why did it have to be a library? She didn't have much luck with libraries. Samuel strode to a sideboard, fetched 2 crystal glasses, and poured a measure of some dark red liquid into each. Emma stood in the middle of the room, unsure what to do, until he gestured her to a chair by the fire, then took the seat across from her and handed her a tumbler. Emma took a cautious sip. Port, and it didn't taste poisoned. She sat quietly, sipping her port and waiting for a barrage of accusations to flood from his lips. It was some moments before she realized he was waiting for her to speak. But she didn't know where to start. It was all so complicated and confusing and— "I really am fond of Reynolds's military portraits," she blurted, then blinked. Well, that was one way to begin.
"But they aren't the reason you went to the Royal Academy that day."
Samuel's face was expressionless, as if he'd never seen her before. "No," she admitted. Nothing. Not a word from him, or even a twitch. "Does everyone at Lymington House know the truth about me?" It wasn't a question likely to endear her to Samuel, but Emma needed to know her situation if she was going to make any progress.
"No, only my mother and Lovell. That is, they know what I know. That you're not Lady Emma Crosby, that you work with Lady Amanda Clifford, and that you were attempting to prove Lovell is a murderer."
Samuel shot her a dark look.
"None of us know the whole truth. We don't even know your real name."
"My real name is Emma Downing. I'm not the Earl of Crosby's daughter, or Lady Crosby's granddaughter. I'm not a lady at all." Emma took a desperate gulp of her port and coughed a little, though she couldn't have said whether it was the wine or her words choking her. Dear God, how she'd dreaded this moment, even before she'd fallen in love with Samuel. It took every bit of resolve she had to meet his gaze, but Emma forced herself to meet it and hold it. "Helena Reeves was never my lady's maid. I know Helena and Madame Marchand because I spent a year at the Pink Pearl as a courtesan. I was a courtesan." Emma wasn't sure why she felt the need to repeat it a second time, except once you decided to tell the truth, you told all of it, without flinching. She was done pretending to be someone she wasn't. "I was born in Essex, near Chelmsford. I don't remember either of my parents. I only ever had my grandmother. When she died, I went off to London to find work, as so many other young girls do. I'd been in the city for less than an hour when Madame Marchand plucked me up. She offered me accommodations and pretty clothes and made dozens of empty promises. I thought she did it out of kindness.
Emma gave a bitter laugh.
I soon found out otherwise. I was 14 years old.
Emma had dreaded speaking those words, but now they were out, she found herself strangely tempted to tell him everything. She, who never talked about that time she'd spent pinned like a broken butterfly under Madame Marchand's thumb. Not even to Helena. But he didn't care about her story. He wanted to know how Lord Lovell fit into this business, nothing more.
I left the Pink Pearl 5 years ago, and went to live with Lady Clifford.
Samuel remained silent, but he tensed at mention of Lady Clifford. That was generally how people reacted when they heard her name. Not many people in London knew what Lady Clifford actually did, but most of them had heard of her.
The other day, you asked me why Lady Clifford suspected Lord Lovell was responsible for your missing housemaids. I couldn't tell you why at that time, without implicating another person, a person I'd sworn to protect. But that no longer matters.
Emma thought of Caroline Francis, dying alone in a dark alley, and her stomach lurched. For all the lies Caroline had told, she hadn't deserved such a fate.
We suspected Lord Lovell because Caroline Francis told Helena he seduced her, ruined her, and then abandoned her, and she accused him of nefarious behaviour with Amy and Kitty as well.
Samuel stared at her in astonishment.
What?
Here.
Emma reached into the pocket of her skirts and pulled out the letter she'd asked Caroline to write.
It's all there.
He looked at the paper as if it were a viper about to strike, but he took the folded sheets and leaned closer to the light of the fire to read them. Emma waited, watching the expressions play over his face. Confusion, incredulity, and by the time he'd read the last word, righteous fury.
These are lies, every last word of it.
I know that now. I won't pretend I didn't believe Caroline's accusations at first. I did. I had no reason to suspect she was lying, and this past year Lord Lovell has earned himself a reputation as a rake.
A rake, yes.
Samuel's voice was icy.
Not a murderer.
Not a murderer, no. From the start, your cousin didn't appear to me to be a violent man.
Emma didn't say she'd had enough experience with violent men to know one when she saw one.
But it was Flora who made me suspect Caroline was lying about Lord Lovell, though she didn't know it.
Flora? How?
She told me Lord Lovell wasn't sent down from Oxford until September of last year. Caroline claimed he returned to Lymington House in August, just before Amy Townsend went missing. Both things couldn't be true, and Flora had no reason to lie.
Samuel scanned the letter again, nodding slowly.
Lord Lovell couldn't be responsible for Amy's disappearance if he wasn't at Lymington House when she went missing. And I couldn't quite credit the idea that Lymington House was cursed with 2 murderous scoundrels. Then I found out about Lord Lovell's duel.
From Lady Flora?
Yes, on the day of Lady Tremain's picnic, when Flora and I were alone together in the parlour. After I learned of the duel, I suspected Lord Lovell was innocent, but I had to be sure. That was why I rushed off to the Pink Pearl that evening, to see Caroline and ask her...
Ask her about the dates?
Yes. Whoever tried to implicate Lord Lovell for the crimes didn't know about the duel. Or else, they would have known his prolonged recovery made it impossible for him to seduce Caroline, as she claimed he did. Caroline must not have known of the duel either.
What of the second girl, Kitty Yardley?
It looks as though Lord Lovell was at Lymington House when Kitty disappeared, but there's no reason to suspect he had anything to do with it, aside from Caroline Francis's word, which has proved to be untrustworthy.
It sounds as if someone went to a great deal of trouble to make Lovell look guilty.
Yes, they did. My own belief is the villain murdered Amy Townsend in a fit of passion, then panicked and started looking about for someone to blame.
Samuel frowned.
Why should you think that?
Because Amy's disappearance was so sudden. That implies it was an accident, rather than the result of careful planning.
He considered this and nodded.
Then there's the issue of the dates. The culprit must have known someone would realise Lord Lovell wasn't at Lymington House when Amy disappeared, but he went ahead anyway, because he had to pin the blame on someone. I haven't quite worked out why he thought he could get away pinning it on Lord Lovell, given the discrepancy in the dates, but your cousin had a reputation for wild, unpredictable behaviour, so he was the ideal choice for a villain looking for a scapegoat.
I hadn't thought of it that way,
Samuel admitted reluctantly.
No, you wouldn't have, because you didn't know your cousin had been implicated in the crimes at all. I believe Kitty Yardley was taken to reinforce the appearance of Lovell's guilt. Caroline Francis as well, though something must have gone wrong there, or Caroline never would have turned up at the Pink Pearl.
Samuel was quiet for some time, his gaze on the fire. Then,
how did you put it? You took an interest in Lovell, so you might get close to him, and thus prove his guilt.
His guilt, or his innocence, but yes, that was how it started.
Samuel kept his gaze on the fire.
Once you found out his heart belonged to Lady Flora, you transferred your false affections to me.
Underneath the anger, Emma heard the uncertainty, the hurt in his voice, and she couldn't bear it.
Do you remember the day we first kissed? In Lady Tremain's rose garden?
Samuel let out a harsh laugh.
I remember. How could I forget it? Bravo, Miss Downing. It never even occurred to me you were pretending.
I wasn't pretending. That kiss happened after I suspected Lord Lovell was innocent, Samuel.
It wasn't much, taken against the other lies she'd told. She didn't expect Samuel to ever forgive her for them, but if only she could make him see she hadn't been feigning her regard for him, hadn't used him, perhaps it would help heal his heart.
Are you trying to persuade me you kissed me because you wanted me?
Emma closed her eyes. How could she make him understand she'd never pretended with him? With every other man, yes, but not with him. She'd lied because she hadn't had any other choice. But their kiss in the garden, the moments of tenderness and passion that had followed, that had all been real.
I did want you. I still do.
Samuel thrust the letter back into Emma's hands.
I don't believe you.
Emma had known he wouldn't, but she'd had to say it. She'd sworn to herself she would tell him the truth, no matter how much it hurt when he didn't believe her. And now she'd said what she needed to say. She'd failed, just as she'd known she would, but she was here, at Lymington House, and that meant there was still a chance she could find justice for Amy, Kitty, and Caroline. She could do that much. Emma set her glass down on a table and rose to her feet.
Caroline Francis was murdered in London last night, my lord. Someone strangled her.
Samuel went unnaturally still. Emma walked to the door, but paused before leaving, her back to him.
I know you don't want me here, but there's a murderer running loose, and he's somehow connected to Lymington House. I'm here to find out who he is. Once I do, I'll go, and you'll never have to see me again.
We don't want your help, Miss Downing. I don't see how any of this has anything to do with you anymore.
Emma almost turned to face him again, but it was easier this way. Easier not to look. I have something of his, and he wants it back. Once he realizes that, he'll make himself known. It's only a matter of time. Silence. Emma waited, but when Samuel didn't speak, she opened the library door and slipped out, closing it quietly behind her. There was nothing more to say. Chapter 19.
You look like an angry bear this morning, Lymington.
Samuel stopped in the doorway of the breakfast parlour, his bleary gaze falling on his cousin.
What the devil are you doing downstairs, Lovell? It's not even noon yet.
And a good morning to you too, cousin. Lovell looked Samuel up and down, his brow furrowed.
Not a satisfactory hibernation last night, I take it? I haven't the vaguest idea what you're talking about.
Samuel strode over to the sideboard, filled a plate, then joined Lovell at the table. He stared gloomily down at his eggs, then shoved them away. He snatched up his coffee instead, but before he could take a sip, he noticed Lovell staring at him from across the table.
What?
Nothing, just, what's happened there? Lovell waved a hand at Samuel's head. Samuel raised a hand to his hair with a frown.
What do you mean? Nothing's happened.
Oh, something's happened, I assure you. Did Fletcher abandon you this morning? Samuel winced at mention of his valet.
No, I sent him away.
The last thing he'd wanted after a night spent tossing in his bed was to endure Fletcher's fussing. But he could have dismissed the man with a bit more cordiality. It wasn't his poor valet's fault he hadn't slept a wink last night. Or any night, really, since he'd first laid eyes on Emma Downing.
Well, that explains it.
Lovell took up his teacup, but instead of drinking from it, he continued to stare at Samuel over the rim with a perplexed expression.
For God's sake, Lovell!
Samuel slammed his own cup down with more force than he'd intended.
Just say it, whatever it is, and get it over with so we can move on.
Very well, then. Your hair is a trifle, dishevelled.
Well, what of it? Samuel grumbled. What does it matter what my hair looks like?
I suppose it doesn't matter, if you don't mind that it looks like a small animal has been burrowing in it. And where's your cravat?
My cravat? It's right...
Samuel fumbled at his neck, but his fingertips met only bare skin.
Oh, I thought I suppose I forgot it.
Lovell's face softened. Never mind. As you said, it hardly matters. I've an idea, Lymington. Let's have a ride together this morning. A nice long one. We haven't ridden together in ages.
What about your leg?
Lovell had only been able to sit a horse for short distances since his injury.
Better and better every day, and we can always return if it begins to ache.
Come, Lymington. No one will wonder about your hair if you've been riding all day. Samuel returned Lovell's cheeky smile with a half-hearted one of his own. He didn't care for the idea of moping about Lymington House all day, wondering where Emma was. But he didn't fancy a ride, either. He didn't fancy anything.
I don't think I'm up to it today, Lovell.
Lovell's smile vanished. He opened his mouth to reply, but then closed it again, hesitating. Samuel sighed.
Go on.
This business with Lady Emma, Samuel, I think perhaps you should...
She's not Lady Emma, Lovell. Just Emma. Or rather, Miss Emma Downing.
Emma Downing is her real name?
Yes, at least she says so.
Lovell fiddled with the handle of his cup, a troubled look on his face. "Do you believe her?"
"Yes."
His answer was instant, surprising Samuel, but doubt followed right on its heels.
"I don't know what I believe any more, Lovell. She's lied to us all, over and over again."
"Good morning, Lord Lymington, and Lord Lovell." Samuel's head jerked to the door of the breakfast room. Lady Crosby was standing there, her lips tight with outrage, and beside her stood Emma, her face white. It was clear they'd overheard every word. Lovell shot to his feet, his cheeks flushing. "Lady Crosby and Lady that is, good morning to you both. May I help you each to a plate?" Lady Crosby gave him an offended sniff. "No, thank you, Lord Lovell. We're perfectly able to help ourselves. Come along, Emma." Emma trailed after Lady Crosby without a word. Samuel struggled not to follow her with his eyes, but it was no use. No matter how much he might wish it wasn't so, when she was in the room, nothing else existed for him. But she looked different this morning, unlike herself. Her hair wasn't dishevelled, as his was, nor was a single item of her clothing missing. There was no indication at all she'd spent the night tossing in her bed as Samuel had. But she didn't look anything like the London belle, the lovely, elegant creature who'd set the ton a-twitter with her triumphant debut at Almack's. She was lovely still. She could never be anything but lovely to Samuel, despite his resentment toward her. But something had changed. Something so subtle no one who hadn't spent hours looking at her face would even notice it. Samuel had spent hours looking at her face, but even he couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. Her eyes were as bewitching a blue as they'd always been, her hair the same silky gold, her lips their usual tempting red. But her practiced charm and coquettish glances, that teasing quirk at the corners of her lips, were all gone. It was as if her features had been scrubbed clean, or— Yes, that was exactly it. The truth struck Samuel like a blow to the chest. The hard, glittering mask meant to charm, entice, distract, had been torn away. She wasn't Lady Emma Crosby anymore. She was his Emma. That is, not his Emma, but Emma Downing. Emma Downing was the lady who'd kissed him in Lady Tremain's rose garden. It had been Emma Downing who'd marched bravely into the Pink Pearl to save Helena Reeves, and Emma Downing who bore the evidence of a past tragedy etched into her hands. Without realizing he did it, Samuel rose slowly to his feet. Every head turned in his direction, and a hush fell over the room. Samuel gathered his breath and opened his mouth to say something, some words that would soothe this gnawing ache in his chest, that would miraculously put everything to rights again. "Good morning." Lady Flora burst into the breakfast room, looking like a sunbeam in her yellow gown, her face wreathed in smiles. But they vanished when she saw them all standing about like statues, glowering at each other. "Flora, my dear girl, don't stand in front of the—" "Oh." Lady Sylvester came to an abrupt stop behind her granddaughter, peered around her shoulder, and took in the scene with wide eyes. "Oh dear, what's happened? Have we run out of chocolate?" Lady Lymington followed after Lady Sylvester. "My goodness, is everyone up already? Even Lord Lovell? How wonder—" She trailed off when she noticed the expressions on the assembled faces, and turned to her son. "Samuel?" Another tortuous moment passed, with the entire party frozen, but then Lovell managed to gather his wits. He rose to his feet, clearing his throat. "Good morning, Aunt, Lady Sylvester, and Lady Flora." Lady Lymington hurried toward him. "Launcelot, is everything all right?" Yes, perfectly fine."
Lovell gave her a pained smile. Lymington and I were just about to go for a ride.
Lady Lymington, Samuel interrupted, I wish to see you and Emma in my study.
Or not, Lovell muttered.
At once.
Samuel's voice was calm, but once again every head jerked toward him, as if he'd just fired a pistol in the middle of the breakfast room. He offered them all a stiff bow, then strode to the door and waited, as if it never occurred to him either his mother or Emma would dare to disobey him. Nor did they. Emma cast a nervous glance at Lady Crosby, but she followed Lady Lymington out of the room, avoiding Samuel's gaze as she passed. The three of them maintained their tense silence as they made their way from the breakfast room to Samuel's study, but Lady Lymington spoke up as soon as he'd closed the door behind them.
I don't pretend to know what's happened between you and Miss Downing, Samuel, but I refuse to tolerate any more of your scowling and barking orders. You seem to have forgotten you're a gentleman.
I agree, madam.
Samuel offered Emma a stiff bow.
I beg your pardon, Miss Downing.
Deprived of her righteous indignation, Lady Lymington visibly deflated.
Yes, well, that's better. I do hope you'll keep a civil tongue in your head from now on, Samuel, because whatever your personal feelings about Miss Downing may be, we need her help. I can't bear not knowing what's happened to Amy and Kitty a moment longer.
Samuel's first childish impulse was to declare that he didn't need Miss Downing for anything at all, but he bit the words back, ashamed of himself. He didn't want Emma here at Lymington House, but there was no arguing with his mother's logic. Whatever his objections to Emma's presence, she'd already proved that she knew a great deal more about his missing housemaids than he did.
Again, I agree, madam. I've called you both here so we can tell Miss Downing all we know about Amy's and Kitty's disappearances. I thought it might be helpful to her.
The sooner they pieced this puzzle together and brought the culprit to justice, the sooner Emma Downing could be gone from Lymington House. That was what Samuel wanted, for her to be gone. He could already feel himself weakening toward her. If she remained under his roof much longer, it would only be a matter of time before he was inviting her to walk in the gardens with him. Then, the next thing he knew, he'd be feeding her hothouse strawberries at breakfast every morning, or something equally ridiculous.
That would be helpful indeed.
Emma continued to avoid Samuel's eyes, addressing herself instead to Lady Lymington.
Please do sit down.
Samuel waved them toward a seating area near the fire, and crossed the room to pull the bell to order a tray, since he'd dragged both of them off to his study before they could have a bite of breakfast. His mother and Emma carried on an excruciatingly polite, if stilted, conversation while they waited for the tray to arrive and the footman to arrange the dishes on the adjacent table. But once the servant had gone and his mother had poured the tea, Emma didn't waste any time.
It would be helpful, Lady Lymington, if you could tell me what you know about Amy and Kitty first.
Lady Lymington set her teacup aside with a sigh.
I'll tell you what I can, but I don't know how much help it will be. Even the smallest detail could prove useful, my lady. You'd be surprised at how often the most insignificant things can shed light on a mystery such as this.
Emma gave her an encouraging smile.
Just take your time and tell me what you can. Yes, all right. Amy Townsend was a good girl. Oh, a trifle silly, perhaps, in the way of many young girls, but sweet-natured, with a pretty face and pretty manners. She disappeared in late August, as near as I can tell.
Emma frowned.
As near as you can tell? Is there some confusion over the date she went missing? Yes. You see, I didn't realize Amy had gone missing at all until after Kitty Yardley vanished. Before that, I thought she'd simply run off with her suitor.
Her suitor? Emma's blue eyes sharpened.
Amy had a suitor. Who was he? She had a suitor, or a sweetheart, or some such thing. Yes. I don't know who he was, or anything much about him, as I try to avoid servants' gossip. But I dare say Hannah could tell you more. She's one of our kitchen maids. She and Amy shared a bedchamber and were great friends. But there was a suitor or a sweetheart or some gentleman or other. You're certain about that? Yes, quite certain. Emma nodded. You're already proving tremendously helpful, Lady Lymington. Am I, indeed? Lady Lymington's face flushed with pleasure. I can't tell you how happy that makes me. I do so want to help, Miss Downing. You are. Now, you said you thought Amy had run away with her sweetheart, until Kitty also went missing. When was that? About 6 weeks later, in October, 5 weeks or so after Lord Lovell was sent down from Oxford and returned to Lymington House. Emma bit her lip, thinking. Did Kitty have a sweetheart as well? Oh, goodness, no. Kitty was a quiet, meek little thing. Terribly shy, you know, so much so she didn't have many friends, even among the other servants. There's no question of Kitty's having run off, then? Well, it did occur to me at first that she might have run off home. She comes from a large, close family, Miss Downing, and I know she was dreadfully homesick for them. But Kitty isn't the sort to leave without giving notice. It wasn't until after Kitty vanished that I began to wonder if Amy hadn't run off after all. 2 missing servants, you know, are a great deal more sinister than one. Sinister indeed, my lady. I can't tell you how much I regret not realizing it sooner, Miss Downing. It's haunted me for weeks that I might have been able to prevent Kitty from meeting such a dreadful fate. You couldn't have known, Lady Lymington. The sad truth is, young girls like Amy are lured from their homes far more often than they're kidnapped. Given the circumstances, you had no reason to suspect foul play. Perhaps that's so, but it's small comfort now. Lady Lymington's eyes filled with tears. I know it may seem to you as if I don't care about what happened to my housemaids, but I assure you, Miss Downing, that isn't the case. I care very much indeed. Samuel reached out to grasp his mother's hand, alarmed at her tears, but before he could say a word, Emma spoke, her voice soft with compassion. I can see you do, my lady. Try and remember, won't you, that you're not the villain here. You didn't do anything wrong. Lady Lymington nodded, sniffling, and Samuel listened, throat tight, as Emma murmured soothingly to Lady Lymington while she gathered herself together. Only then did Emma resume her questions. Can you tell me anything more about either Amy or Kitty, my lady? No, I'm afraid not. Lady Lymington dabbed at her eyes with a handkerchief. It was a dreadfully confusing time, Miss Downing. Lord Lovell's father had recently passed, and we were all waiting for Samuel to return to England. And then Lovell ran off to London and got into that dreadful duel. I was torn in 6 different directions, and didn't pay attention as I ought to have done. I understand, my lady. When did Lord Lovell leave for London? Lady Lymington thought for a moment. I don't recall the precise date, but it was the middle of January, a week or 2 after 12th night. It was very bad of him. We were all in mourning for his father at the time, you know. In mourning, yes, Emma repeated slowly. So, it might reasonably be expected by anyone who happened to be interested in your movements that you'd all remain at Lymington House for some months. What of Caroline Francis? Did you happen to notice any change in her behaviour at this time? I did, yes. She was distracted and frequently disappeared with no explanation. It occurred to me at the time she'd also found a sweetheart, just as Amy had. You can imagine how displeased I was at that, Miss Downing. But before I could question her, poor Lovell was shot, and we all left Lymington House for London.
Samuel was watching Emma, who was now perched on the edge of her chair.
Let me just make certain I have this right, Lady Lymington. The family was here at Lymington House, Lord Lovell included, mourning his father's passing. In that time, Caroline Frances found herself a suitor. Then, against all expectations, Lord Lovell ran off to London where he was injured in a duel. Is that correct?
Lady Lymington nodded.
Yes, that's right.
For the first time that morning, Emma's gaze met Samuel's.
Caroline Frances was meant to meet the same fate as Amy and Kitty, and Lord Lovell meant to be blamed for it, but he left for London before the culprit could finish off Caroline. Lovell's sudden departure would have upset all the culprit's plans, as Lovell could hardly be held responsible for Caroline's disappearance if he was no longer at Lymington House.
That was how she ended up at the Pink Pearl, Samuel said, picking up the thread. The culprit's plans went badly awry once Lovell left for London, and he was forced to change tactics at the last minute.
The best-laid plans, Emma murmured.
So, he brought Caroline to the Pink Pearl, with instructions to spread the lie that Lovell had seduced and abandoned her there, and to implicate him in Amy and Kitty's disappearances.
And Caroline did just as he bid her, by telling the lies to Helena, who then told them to me. But neither he nor Caroline knew about Lord Lovell's duel. You must have returned to England very soon after your cousin was shot, Lord Lymington, in order to keep the gossips from discovering it.
Less than a day afterward, yes.
You all remained in London for weeks while Lord Lovell recovered, and then decided to stay for the season so Lord Lovell might woo Lady Flora while Lord Lymington questioned Caroline Frances.
Yes, but no one would have anticipated we'd come to London for the season at all, given the proper mourning period for Lovell's father. Our presence must have taken the culprit by surprise.
Emma nodded.
I imagine he panicked when you appeared at the Pink Pearl, asking for Caroline. So, he made certain to keep her away from you by engaging her for private appointments.
Samuel shook his head, stunned.
Dear God, a man such as that, a man of such cold, deliberate calculation, must be an utter monster.
Lady Lymington was wringing her hands.
Samuel!
In all the excitement, Samuel had nearly forgotten his mother. He jerked his attention back to her, shame sweeping over him at the sight of her distress. He shot to his feet, holding his hand out to her.
You're unwell, my lady. I'll take you to your rooms at once.
Wait, my lord. I beg your pardon, Lady Lymington, but there is one more thing.
Emma reached into the pocket of her skirts and withdrew something.
Do either of you recognize this pendant, or the young boy in the portrait?
She gave it to Lady Lymington, who studied it for a moment, then returned it to Emma, shaking her head.
No, I've never seen it before, and I don't recognize the boy. Lord Lymington?
Emma asked, holding the pendant out to him. The portrait of the dark-haired boy was tiny but exquisite, and the diamonds studding the oval of good quality.
It's very fine.
Samuel rubbed the pad of his thumb over the gems, studying the young face.
I'm sorry, but I don't know the piece. Where did you get it?
Emma took it from him and slipped it back into her pocket.
It's his.
Samuel frowned.
His? What, you mean it belongs to the culprit?
Yes, Caroline took it from him the night before she disappeared. She gave it to Helena, and Helena gave it to me.
Emma thought for a moment, then turned to Lady Lymington.
I wonder, my lady, if you'd mind doing something for me. Not at all, Miss Downing. What do you need? Would you be so good as to invite your neighbours and friends to Lymington House for a supper, or perhaps a ball? I beg your pardon for putting you to such trouble, but I have good reason to think the culprit wants this pendant back. If he has the chance to turn up at Lymington House without attracting suspicion, I think he'll come after it.
Samuel went still. Surely Emma wasn't suggesting she'd use herself to lure the scoundrel into the open, that she'd sacrifice her own safety, even her life, to bring the villain to justice? No, she couldn't possibly be so reckless, so foolish. Except it had sounded like that was precisely what she meant to do. "For God's sakes, Emma, have you gone mad?" Samuel rounded on her, grasping her shoulders, fear making his hands shake. Lady Lymington looked between them with wide eyes.
Perhaps I'll just retire to my rooms, then."
"It's a waste of time and effort, Emma. What makes you think he'll risk coming to Lymington House to get that pendant?" In truth, Samuel was terrified the scoundrel would come to Lymington House, and he'd find the pendant hanging around Emma's neck. The very thought made his blood run cold.
"He attacked Helena Reeves in Bennett's Court to get the pendant back, Lord Lymington. I hardly think he'll draw the line at coming to Lymington House."
"I'll see you both at tea, then," Lady Lymington said, trying again. Neither Samuel nor Emma heard her, and neither noticed it when she left the study.
"So you intend to put yourself in his way so he can attack you? No, Emma, I forbid it." He knew he'd said the wrong thing when her chin shot up.
"You forbid it? Forgive me, my lord, but it's not your place to forbid me anything."
Dear God, the woman was driving him mad. "The devil it isn't. In case you've forgotten, you're in my house, Emma."
"Oh, I'm not likely to forget that, Lord Lymington. In case you've forgotten, you nearly threw me out of your house last night."
Samuel blinked, taken aback. He hadn't been as bad as that, had he? He was angry with Emma, yes, but he would never dream of doing such a thing. Emma let out a sigh when he didn't answer.
"It's not as if I'm alone in this endeavour, you know. I have help."
"From whom? Lady Crosby? You intend to put a tiny old lady between yourself and a cold-blooded murderer?"
Emma rolled her eyes.
"Not Lady Crosby. Don't be absurd."
"Who then?"
For one wild moment, Samuel wanted her to say she had him, but she dashed those hopes in an instant.
"Daniel Brixton, my lord."
"What? Lady Crosby's coachman?"
He's not Lady Crosby's coachman, Lord Lymington. He works for Lady Clifford, just as I do."
Of course he did. Samuel gritted his teeth.
"Well, that makes sense at least. It's the one thing you've said in the past few minutes that does, Emma."
Her chin hitched up another notch.
"I suppose you have another suggestion? A better way to catch this blackguard?" "Very well, my lord. I'm listening."
He did have another suggestion. That is, he must, but, damn it, he couldn't think.
"Why are you doing this, Emma? Why would you risk yourself like this?"
"Why?"
She gazed up at him, her secrets and nightmares and all the things she hid right there in her eyes.
"Because Lady Clifford did it for me, and now it's my turn."
Samuel's hands tightened on her shoulders. He couldn't bear it if something happened to her, if she were hurt in any way.
"You can't save them, Emma. Amy and Kitty and Caroline. It's too late."
"It's too late for them, yes."
Emma's smile was sad as she gently disentangled herself from his grasp.
"But I can still save myself, Samuel. It's not too late for me."
Chapter 20. The ball at Lymington House, 5 days later. I'm amazed Lord Lymington didn't insist upon coming into your bedchamber while you dressed for the ball this evening, Emma. Emma was sitting at the dressing table, fussing with the blue ribbons Flora's lady's maid had woven into her hair, but after a few half-hearted tugs, she gave up and let the ribbons lie where they might. What did her hair matter anyway? She met Lady Crosby's gaze in the mirror. He has been unusually attentive. Attentive? Lady Crosby gave a delicate snort. The man hasn't let you out of his sight for the past 5 days. He's like a hound on a scent. A fierce, growly hound, yes. One that heartily resented the fox it was chasing. He makes even Daniel look negligent, doesn't he? Positively neglectful, yes. Why, I wouldn't be surprised to find him outside your bedchamber door at this very moment, waiting to pounce on you as soon as you set foot into the hallway. Emma set her hairbrush aside with a sigh. Nor would I. She'd been sure she was imagining it at first, until she caught him trailing behind her one late afternoon as she wandered through the formal gardens. He'd dodged behind a shrub, but it hadn't done much to conceal him, as he was half a head taller than it was. Since then, every time she turned around, Samuel was there, hovering at the edges, his dark eyes following her every move. He didn't speak to her any more than politeness demanded, or appear inclined to engage her in any way. Emma couldn't make heads or tails of his behaviour, until at last it dawned on her he'd taken it upon himself to defend her from whatever criminals happened to be lurking about Lymington House. If he'd been another sort of man, his devotion might have raised a fragile hope in her poor, battered heart. But Samuel's fierce protectiveness had little to do with her. He'd do the same for anyone in his house he believed was under threat. It was simply who he was. You look fatigued, my dear. Lady Crosby abandoned her place on the bed and approached Emma, plucking one of the ribbons up from the dressing table and wrapping it expertly around a cluster of curls at the back of Emma's neck. Pretty as ever, of course, particularly in that gown, but fatigued nonetheless. It's been a long 5 days, my lady. Who could have imagined facing the man she loved over the breakfast table every morning for days on end, while waiting for a murderer to make an attempt on her life, could be so exhausting? Lady Crosby tidied a loose lock of Emma's hair, tucking it neatly under the ribbon. There we are. The simplest style suits you. Emma let her head rest against Lady Crosby's arm. Thank you. You will take care this evening, won't you, Emma? No wandering off alone or taking reckless chances. Lady Crosby attempted a smile, but her blue eyes were anxious. Emma reached behind her to squeeze Lady Crosby's hand. I promise it, my lady. Lady Crosby had done her best to hold her tongue, since she'd made the decision to accompany Emma and Daniel to Lymington House. But she was far from reconciled to Emma's plan to put herself in the way of the villain who'd murdered Caroline Francis. A villain who might very well be at Lymington House even now, flirting and sipping champagne in the ballroom 2 floors below. Emma couldn't say whether she was more fearful he'd appear tonight, or that he wouldn't appear at all. She was out of clever schemes. If this one failed, they'd likely never catch him. You look as lovely as an angel, Emma. Shall we go down, then? I'm certain Lord Lymington is waiting for you. You go ahead, my lady. I just need to get these ribbons in order, then I'll come down. All right, dear. Don't be long. I won't. Emma managed a cheerful wave, but she made certain the door had closed behind Lady Crosby before she slid open the top drawer of the dressing table and withdrew the pendant. She wanted to spare Lady Crosby this moment. There was a tiny loop at the top curve of the oval where a gold chain could be attached.
Emma threaded one of the narrow blue ribbons through the loop, tied the ends under the fall of curls at the back of her head, and adjusted the pendant so it lay flat against her neck. Her hands shook as she arranged the pendant over the hollow of her throat, where it was impossible to miss, then met her reflection in the glass. The skin of her neck and throat was smooth and white, not a bruise to be seen. But when Emma looked in the mirror, it wasn't her own neck she saw. It was Helena's, mottled with dark bruises, the imprint of a man's thumbs right over her pulse point, and Caroline, in her mind's eye, with the same bruises around her neck, except darker, and her body limp, like a broken doll. Emma's breath caught with a painful hitch. For the first time in a long time, she was truly afraid, and even with Lady Crosby waiting for her in the ballroom and Daniel keeping watch outside, she felt very much alone. Emma wasn't here. Samuel paused in the entrance of the ballroom, his gaze moving over the crowd, searching for the distinctive shade of blue he'd come to think of as hers alone. Most of his mother's guests had already arrived, many of them twirling about on the dance floor, engaged in a lively country dance. But Emma wasn't among them. Samuel frowned, scanning the ballroom. Lord Dunn was here, not dancing, but standing on the side of the room, chatting with a group of gentlemen. Lovell and Lady Flora were dancing together, their gazes only for each other, and Lady Sylvester was standing a little apart from the rest of the crowd, watching them with a beatific smile on her face. Samuel strode toward Lady Crosby, who was on the opposite side of the ballroom with his mother, their heads bent together.
"Good evening, Lady Lymington, and Lady Crosby."
Samuel offered them each a hasty bow before turning his attention to Lady Crosby.
"Has Emma come down yet? I don't see her in the ballroom."
"Good evening, Lord Lymington. I imagined you'd turn up sooner or later." Lady Crosby, who hadn't quite forgiven him for his coldness to Emma, swept a cool gaze over him. "Emma was still primping in front of the glass when I came down, my lord. Young ladies and balls, you know. I dare say she'll be down very soon."
Primping? Samuel frowned. That didn't sound like Emma. He turned to his mother, but before he could say a word, she quieted him with a hand on his arm.
"Won't you go and ask Lady Mary Worthington to dance, Samuel? I do like to see all the young ladies dance the first dance of the evening, and you see, she doesn't have a partner."
Samuel followed his mother's discreet nod, and saw Lady Mary sitting on a gilt chair in a corner of the ballroom, her parents on either side of her, and she looked miserable indeed. At any other time, he wouldn't have hesitated, but the urge to go upstairs and fetch Emma himself was so overwhelming it was on the tip of his tongue to refuse.
"Samuel, did you hear me? I asked you to invite Lady Mary to dance."
Samuel huffed out a breath. It was unspeakably rude of him to stand about when a young lady, one of his guests no less, lacked a partner, and he couldn't simply charge up the stairs and batter down the door of Emma's bedchamber.
"Yes, of course."
"Go on, then, before the dance is over."
Lady Lymington shooed him away with a flick of her fan.
"I'm certain Emma will have appeared by the time you return."
The grateful look on Lady Mary's face when Samuel offered her his hand mollified him somewhat, but he kept a sharp eye on the guests wandering in and out of the ballroom as he took Lady Mary through an interminable country dance. Something was amiss. He could feel it.
"My hand, Lord Lymington."
Lady Mary was gaping up at him, and all at once Samuel realized he was squeezing her hand much too tightly. He dropped it at once.
"I beg your pardon, my lady."
The dance dragged on for another 10 minutes. 10 minutes in which Samuel couldn't have said who was the more miserable of the two of them, himself or Lady Mary.
He did his best to smother his impatience, but once he'd returned Lady Mary to her parents, he fled the ballroom as if the devil were chasing him before his mother cursed him to another dance. At this point, he could think of nothing but Emma. Damn it, where was she? He didn't like this. Perhaps he could charge up to Emma's bedchamber after all. His mother caught his eye and beckoned to him, but for the first time in as long as Samuel could remember, he ignored her and strode from the ballroom. He took the stairs 2 at a time to the guest wing, each of his footfalls a dull thud in his ears, and hurried down the hallway to Emma's bedchamber. Before he could knock, the door opened and she emerged, wearing a blue silk ball gown, her shoulders bare, her hair a cascade of curls and blue ribbons. Samuel froze, swallowing at the sight of her silhouetted against her bedchamber door.
Emma!
Lord Lymington! She jumped, startled. Then her eyes narrowed. You haven't been waiting in the hallway for me, have you?
No, I've just arrived.
Samuel didn't add that he would have been outside her door far sooner if it weren't for his mother.
You've missed the first 2 dances, and
Samuel broke off as she drew nearer, his gaze dropping to the pendant hanging from a blue ribbon around her neck. He caught the edge of it on his fingertip, his gaze meeting hers.
No, I won't allow this, Emma.
To Emma's credit, she didn't try to pretend she wasn't taking an enormous risk. This may surprise you, but I do know what I'm doing, my lord, and Daniel will keep me safe.
No!
Samuel repeated through gritted teeth.
A man who'd strangle a woman is vicious, conscienceless, more animal than human. I can't simply stand by while you become his next victim.
I don't deny he's vicious, Lord Lymington, but he's clearly not a fool. There are dozens of people in your ballroom this evening. He won't dare make a move tonight. Samuel tipped her chin up, forcing her to meet his gaze.
This is madness, Emma. You must know that.
Emma jerked her chin from his grasp, her eyes darkening with emotion. Do you suppose this is the first time I've been in danger? The first time I've been threatened? I was a courtesan, my lord. I've faced vicious men before, and survived it. Unbidden, Samuel's gaze dropped to her hands. White silk gloves stretched from her fingertips to the curve of her elbow, but he'd seen the evidence of her past written on her skin, and he could never unsee it. He reached for her and stroked his thumb over the back of her hand, over the deepest of her scars.
There must be some other way.
Her eyes softened at the gentle caress, but she shook her head. There isn't. I'll keep my wits about me, my lord. I always do. Samuel remained silent as he struggled with himself, but at last he said,
You'll remain in the ballroom at all times. No strolling in the garden or even venturing onto the terrace.
Daniel will be in the garden all evening.
This isn't a negotiation, Emma. Either you promise to do as I say, or you'll return to your bedchamber, and I'll see to it you don't leave it again for the rest of the night.
Samuel bit off the last word, his face heating. That had sounded a great deal more suggestive than he'd intended. Emma's eyes widened, and Samuel hurriedly cleared his throat.
You'll dance either with me or with Lord Lovell tonight. No one else.
Emma bit her lip. I've already told Lord Dunn I'll dance with him.
Dunn?
Samuel's brow lowered. A small smile curved her lips. Forgive me, Lord Lymington. I didn't think you'd want to dance with me. Samuel did want to dance with her, and with no one but her. But all he said was,
You'll remain where I can see you for the entire evening. When you're ready to retire, I will escort you to your bedchamber. Is that understood?
Emma bowed her head and said meekly, Yes, my lord. Samuel's eyes narrowed.
I don't trust your uncharacteristic obedience for a minute, Emma.
Still, he offered her his arm and escorted her downstairs, mainly because he hadn't any other choice. As soon as they entered the ballroom, a half-dozen gentlemen rushed to claim Emma's hand. She remained true to her promise, dancing only with Dunn and Lovell, and then Samuel himself, before claiming a twisted ankle and retiring to one of the gilt chairs with Lady Crosby for the remainder of the evening. An interminable evening, and a surprisingly painful one. Samuel hadn't expected to get any pleasure from this ball, what with a murderer likely running loose in his ballroom, but he also hadn't anticipated the wrench in his chest as he watched Emma holding court from her chair, bestowing one flirtatious smile after another on her crowd of admirers. He'd hoped never again to be cursed with the sight of Lady Emma Crosby, but as he watched her charm and dazzle the gentlemen who surrounded her, it occurred to him for the first time how difficult it must be for her to wear that mask, how exhausting. If it caused him this much pain to watch Lady Emma Crosby, how much more pain did it cause Emma to be her? The evening dragged on at a miserable crawl, until at last the supper hour drew near. Lady Lymington had been glaring at Samuel all evening for leaving his young female guests languishing on the sidelines while he glowered at Emma. So he invited Lady Flora to dance, while Emma was safely engaged with Lovell and Lord Dunn on the other side of the ballroom.
"Forgive me, Lord Lymington, but you don't look as if you've enjoyed yourself this evening. Are you not pleased with the ball?" Lady Flora asked, as Samuel escorted her to the floor. Samuel, who'd always been fond of Lady Flora, managed a smile for her.
"No, I confess I'm not much in the mood to dance this evening."
"Not since you had your 2 dances with Lady Emma, at any rate."
Lady Flora looked up at him with thoughtful dark eyes.
"Oh, but I forgot. It's not Lady Emma, is it? It's Miss Downing."
Samuel blinked, surprised that Lovell had confided such a closely guarded secret to Lady Flora.
"I see you're in Lovell's confidence."
"Of course. Lord Lovell and I don't have secrets from each other any more, Lord Lymington. Honesty between us was one of the conditions of my forgiveness."
"That was shrewd of you, my lady."
"Not really, my lord. Despite Lord Lovell's struggles this past year, he's never been one to keep secrets. They make him miserable. So you see, this suits us both."
Samuel stared at her, rather amazed at her intuitiveness, but perhaps he shouldn't be. She was no longer the credulous, naïve child she'd been when he left England, any more than Lovell was.
"You know, then, about that is, Miss Downing's efforts to prove Lovell guilty of a despicable crime?"
Even saying the words aloud tore at Samuel, making the wound in his chest bleed afresh. But Lady Flora looked surprised by his words.
"Is that the way you see it, my lord? How odd. I rather think she was trying to prove him innocent."
"But—"
Samuel began, then broke off as the truth of Lady Flora's words struck him. Emma had never denied she believed Caroline Francis's accusations against Lovell at first, but that had been at the very start of the season. She'd only known Lovell a few weeks before she began to suspect Caroline was lying, and since then she'd been working to prove him innocent. But the lies she'd told Samuel, her betrayal—
"Lord Lymington?"
Lady Flora asked, concerned.
"Are you unwell?"
"No, The lies, Lady Flora."
Samuel's voice was hoarse.
How did you forgive Lovell for the lies he told you?"
"Ah, the lies. Lies are difficult to forgive. But have you forgotten you forgave Lord Lovell's lies just as I did?"
He had, yes. But that was different than Samuel forgiving Emma. Wasn't it?
He's my cousin, Lady Flora.
Yes, of course. You care for him, just as I do, and so we both wanted to forgive him. We did it for our own sakes as much as for his. We're meant to consider forgiveness divine, but I've always thought there was a trace of selfishness in it.
What do you mean?
Lady Flora's brow furrowed, as if she were searching for a way to explain it that Samuel would understand. Just this, my lord. I didn't only consider Lovell's happiness when I chose to forgive him. I also considered my own, just as you must have done. Withholding our forgiveness would have meant giving up Lovell forever. Neither of us ever wanted that.
No. Samuel had never wanted that. Losing his cousin would be unbearable. Nearly as unbearable as losing Emma.
Samuel stared down at Lady Flora, stunned.
I, never thought of it that way.
I don't know that forgiveness is divine. Lady Flora cocked her head, considering it. But the love that compels it, Lord Lymington, does transcend the ordinary. Perhaps that's what Mr. Pope meant, for love without forgiveness isn't much of a love at all, is it?
Samuel swallowed. No, it isn't.
The dance ended then, and he delivered Lady Flora to a beaming Lovell, who watched her approach as if he were watching a glorious sunrise, and couldn't tear his gaze away. Lord Dunn had claimed Emma for supper, so Samuel took his mother's arm instead, but he passed the rest of the evening in a daze. The guests making the return trip to London that night took their leave soon after the supper ended, but the rest of the company, their neighbours and those staying at Lymington House, danced into the early hours of the morning. Throughout the entire evening, Emma never faltered. She flirted and laughed and sipped champagne, but all the while she was watching, her gaze flitting from one smiling lord to the next, searching for the one who wore the mask. And all the while Samuel was watching her, his heart in his throat. When she came to him at last, she looked as if she were ready to collapse with exhaustion. "I'd like to retire to my bedchamber now, Lord Lymington." Samuel gazed at her pale face, into the blue eyes that had bewitched him from the start, and thought of a love so powerful it transcended the ordinary and became divine. Then he took her hand and led her up the stairs. Chapter 21. The corridor outside Emma's bedchamber was dark, the household already on its way to a blissful slumber. But there would be no sleep for Samuel tonight. Lady Flora's words were running like a fevered dream through his mind. Love without forgiveness isn't much of a love at all. Emma paused outside her door and turned to face him. "Thank you for your escort, Lord Lymington. Good night." He could take her into his arms, or he could return to his own rooms alone and chase the dreamless sleep that had eluded him for weeks, a sleep that would never come tonight. He could pretend he didn't want her and leave her untouched, or he could wait outside her bedchamber door until morning to ensure no harm came to her. While he wrestled with himself, Emma slipped quietly away, leaving him alone in the hallway, lost in an agony of indecision. He lingered for a long time after she'd gone, his forehead resting against her door and an ache in his chest, knowing he'd made the wrong choice. He should have taken her into his arms. Emma was all that mattered, all that had ever mattered. She'd lied to him, yes, about her name and her past, But somehow, even amidst the lies she'd had to tell, she'd never told him a single lie about what truly mattered. She'd never been anyone other than herself. Not with him. Samuel raised his hand to tap on her door, but then lowered it again, sudden doubt overwhelming him. This was madness. She wouldn't open her door to him. Why should she? Yet as mad as it was, he couldn't make himself leave until he'd seen her again. He raised his hand a second time, but before his knuckles touched the wood, there was a soft click, and the door opened. Emma stood on the other side, clad in a white nightrail, her hair in a loose plait draped over one of her shoulders. They stared at each other, neither of them speaking, until at last Emma drew in a trembling breath and asked, "Is there something wrong, my lord?" Her words were soft, more breath than sound, and Samuel wondered if he was imagining the tremor in her voice, the uncertain smile gracing the red lips he'd dreamed about every night since he'd first kissed them weeks ago.
"No, May I come in?"
Samuel swallowed, his heart pounding with hope and fear as he waited for her to answer him. She didn't speak. Instead, she drew away from the door, opening it wider, one slender hand beckoning him inside. As he crossed the threshold and closed the door behind him, he realized in some dim corner of his mind that he'd go anywhere if it meant she'd be on the other side, waiting for him. He'd cross oceans for her. She gazed up at him, her eyes two mysterious pools of darkness, so close he could inhale her scent with each breath he drew into his lungs. Vanilla, delicate and warm. Samuel devoured the lines of her face, his heart pounding. There was no coy smile this time, no tantalizing glances from beneath her thick eyelashes. There was no teasing, no practiced flirtation. She looked just as she'd done that day in the rose garden, right before he'd kissed her, her blue eyes wide, her body trembling for him. His mouth went dry as he gazed down at her. Emma hadn't closed her drapes, and the moonlight streaming through the window set her bedchamber aglow, gliding her hair to the softest gold, her skin luminescent, a delicate hint of cream beneath her white nightdress. Lace edged the modest neckline, teasing her skin, the hem billowing around her bare feet. She looked like the wraith he'd once thought her, so delicate and ethereal, yet at the same time she was more alive than anything Samuel had ever known. He ached to draw her into his arms, press her slender, curved body against his, and take her mouth until she was pleading for him, breathless and trembling. But he only took her hand and pressed his mouth to her knuckles, his lips touching her scars. Emma let out a soft sigh at the gentle caress. Samuel stilled before slowly raising his eyes to hers, and what he saw in those dark depths made his breath catch. Uncertainty, hope, desire, and something else that turned her eyes the deepest midnight blue. He reached for her then, cradling her cheek in his palm, and brought his mouth down on hers. Emma let out a soft moan as her hands came up and sank into his hair. He'd kissed her before, in the rose garden, and again in the darkened alcove at Vauxhall. But this kiss was different, because he was different. Samuel held her as if afraid she'd break, overwhelmed with a tenderness that made his throat close, even as she drove his desire to a fever pitch with her soft whimpers. He caught her hungry exhalations as they left her lips, devouring them as if they were the air he breathed, the blood in his veins. He kissed her for long, slow moments, until at last her lips parted, welcoming him into the blissful heat of her mouth. Samuel darted inside, tasting every corner of her mouth, his head spinning as his body grew more desperate for hers.
After a battle that seemed to go on for ages, he drew back with a groan and rested his forehead against hers. He couldn't kiss her again. If he did, he wouldn't stop.
Emma.
Don't go, Samuel.
Emma gripped the front of his shirt before he could draw away, her fingers desperate.
Stay with me tonight.
A sound tore loose from Samuel's chest, a groan or a sigh, he didn't know which. He knew only that he wanted to sink to his knees for her and stay there forever.
Yes. I love you, Emma.
Samuel had never thought about what it might feel like to fall in love. But now he knew it should feel just like this. Gentle, but inevitable, as if he'd been standing on the edge of the sand his whole life, waiting for the wave to reach him.
Love.
It was, at once, the one word she wanted most to hear Samuel say, and the last word she ever thought he would. It had only been a week since she stood alone in Lady Crosby's darkened hallway, and thought of love as a spike straight through the tenderest part of her heart. She'd thought it dreadful, the worst thing she could ever feel, and she'd felt suspended between the real world, where people cared for and loved each other, and the shadows of her past, not a part of either of them. It had always been thus, for as long as she could remember. She wasn't one thing, and she wasn't the other, but lost somewhere between them. Madame Malchon's ambitions for her had made her an outcast at the Pink Pearl. A courtesan like the others, yes, but kept apart from them and reserved for the exclusive use of a single gentleman. Things had been much better after she'd gone to Lady Clifford, but even then, she'd been the last of the four of her friends to arrive, too old to be a schoolgirl, too wounded to be of much use, hiding a cold, damaged heart beneath a pretty face. A failed courtesan, a pretend schoolgirl, now a mockery of a debutante. They'd all been disguises she'd worn, identities she'd pretended to, until she no longer knew who she was without them. Until Samuel. He leaned closer so he could look into her eyes.
Emma, say something.
Emma's throat worked, but she couldn't speak. Even if she could, she wouldn't know what to say. How could she tell him he'd given her something she'd never thought she'd have, that she'd never dared dream of? How could she put into words that being here, with him, with the moonlight streaming through the window, felt like coming home? She couldn't say it. She didn't know how to put such emotions into words, so she didn't try. Instead, she took the hand that was stroking her cheek and led him to her bed.
Emma.
He searched her face in the moonlight, so hesitant even as his hands closed around her waist. Shh. Emma moved closer, rising to her tiptoes. She let her mouth hover over his, just long enough so she could feel the warm drift of his breath across her lips, before she kissed him. She hadn't told Samuel she loved him, but she put all of her love into her kiss and surrendered everything to him. He let out a low groan, his fingers tightening around her waist as he took her mouth desperately, coaxing her lips apart, his kiss possessive, as if he would claim every inch of her.
Samuel.
Emma ran her fingers through the thick strands of his hair, hungry for more of his kiss, more of him, all of him. His hands moved restlessly over her sides, stroking her ribs, his long fingers so warm against the thin cotton of her night rail she wanted him to touch her everywhere, until all the frozen parts of her thawed in a rush of heat.
Take me to bed, Samuel.
A low laugh fell from his lips, rich and deep and dark, and full of wicked promises. Emma had never heard such a sound from him before,
and it sent a delicious tingle through her.
Oh, I intend to. But first.
He dragged his thumbs over her collarbones, a wondering smile rising to his lips when his touch left goosebumps on her skin.
I want to see you in the moonlight.
He slid a finger under the capped sleeve of her night rail, easing the flimsy material down until he'd revealed one pale shoulder. He sucked in a breath, his hot gaze drinking in her bared skin like a man dying of thirst.
So beautiful, Emma. I knew you would be.
Emma didn't have a chance to draw a breath before his lips brushed across the skin he'd bared, tasting and teasing until he'd dragged a husky moan from her lips.
Every inch of you, Emma.
Samuel's mouth moved higher to press kisses to her neck.
I want to see and kiss every inch of you.
His cheeks were flushed, his hair tousled from her fingers, his grey eyes wild with desire. This man, so stern and solemn, was falling apart right before her eyes, and Emma couldn't get enough of it. She traced his lips with her fingertip. "Do what you will, my lord." Samuel nipped at the tip of her finger before pressing his lips to the arch of her neck. Then he drifted lower and opened his mouth over the pulse point of her throat.
That little hollow has driven me mad for weeks,
he murmured against her skin.
I dream about tasting you there. And here.
He dragged his fingers down her throat to the sensitive skin between her breasts. Emma's sigh became a gasp when his lips followed his stroking finger. "Oh, that's—" She trailed off, unsure how to put into words what she felt. She'd been touched by a man before, but never by a man she wanted to touch her, and never like this, as if she were precious. It was unexpected and breathtaking at once. Her body tingled, clamouring for more of him.
Such perfect skin, like new cream, and such a rosy red right here.
He cupped the curve of her breast, stroking his thumb over her nipple through the thin linen of her night rail. Emma gasped and dropped her hands to his broad shoulders to steady herself. "Samuel."
"Yes, sweetheart."
Samuel's voice was soothing, but he continued his teasing caresses, stroking her nipple into exquisite stiffness before lowering his head and taking the reddened peak into his mouth. They both groaned at the sensation, Emma tugging desperately at his hair with each draw of his lips. His mouth was impossibly hot, his tongue a delicious torment, his hands cradling her hips to drag her closer, the hard length of his erection settling against her stomach.
"Tell me you want me, Emma. Let me hear you say it."
"I do want you, Samuel, more than anything." His kiss, his touch, his soft whispers in her ear. This was how Emma had always hoped love would feel. Samuel caught up a fold of her night rail, but he waited, his powerful body shaking with desire, for her to give him permission to remove it.
"I want to see all of you, Emma. May I take this off?"
His gentleness, his sweetness, melted Emma's heart. She couldn't speak, but she wrapped her fingers around his wrist and helped him to raise her night rail. Samuel groaned as he slowly revealed her, the cool air of the room kissing Emma's bare ankles, her calves. She shivered when the hem reached her thighs, not from the chill, but from the heat in his eyes, the curl of desire in her stomach, the insistent pulse between her legs.
"Look at you, with the moonlight gilding your skin,"
Samuel whispered when she stood bare before him. His warm palm skimmed the curve of her hip and drifted over the gentle swell of her belly.
"I've never seen anything as lovely as you, Emma."
He dropped a sweet kiss on her forehead. And then his hands, his lips were everywhere, gentle but insistent, his palms cupping her hips, one hard thigh pressed between hers. His mouth followed the path of his hands, leaving a trail of damp kisses across skin that revelled in the touch of his lips, shivers rising in their wake. Emma could only cling to him, her arms around his neck as he dropped kisses behind her ears, nibbled her earlobe and sucked the stiff peaks of her nipples until she was crying out for him, a husky plea. He murmured to her as he touched her, his voice dark and rough, his big hands stroking her thighs as he demanded she tell him she needed him, and only him. Emma gave him everything he asked, her entire body trembling with need and desire and nervousness, because she'd been touched before, but never like this. Oh, never like this. And her body was tightening as it readied, straining towards something, but she wasn't sure what she needed or what she was meant to do.
Open for me, sweetheart.
Samuel's breath was hot on her neck, his fingertips stroking her inner thighs. Emma did as he bid her, gasping when his fingers slipped between her legs.
God, yes. So warm and wet for me, Emma. So soft, like silk.
Oh. Emma's knees went weak as he stroked and teased at her swollen bud, his fingers circling and pinching until she sagged against him. Please. Samuel wrapped an arm around her waist to steady her. He never ceased those tormenting strokes, but continued to work her, his breath hot and fast in her ear, and she writhed against him, her hips instinctively taking up the rhythm of his fingers. He drove her higher with each touch, setting her body ablaze, crooning to her as he wound her tighter, his whispers dark and wicked, urging her on, commanding her to take her pleasure, to come for him. Emma pressed her open mouth to his neck, her moans smothered against his damp skin, the heat between her thighs intensifying, pulling tighter with every nudge of his fingers until it snapped, exploding in a wave of heat, shooting tendrils of pleasure from her core all the way to her fingertips. Emma stiffened, clinging to Samuel and crying out. He held her against him with one arm, the other hand still stroking gently between her thighs, while her pleasure peaked, then melted, until it was no more than a delirious echo of itself. When the last tremor faded and she sagged against him, boneless, Samuel scooped her into his arms and lay her down on the bed. He stood over her, his hot dark eyes sweeping over her as he slowly removed his cravat, coat, and waistcoat. Then he joined her on the bed, brushing the loose strands of hair from her forehead. His touch was gentle, but his grey eyes fierce as he gazed down into her face.
God, I've never seen anything more erotic in my life than watching you come for me, Emma.
Emma cupped his bristly cheek. I never have, before. His heavy-lidded eyes widened.
Never?
Never. Samuel went still for an instant, but then a satisfied smile curved his lips.
Only for me.
Only you. Emma toyed with his damp curls, a lazy smile on her own lips. I didn't think women could, do that. Samuel dragged a finger down her cheek, a hint of sadness in his expression. But then he smiled and pressed a sweet kiss to her lips.
Shall we do it again? Just to be certain.
Emma couldn't deny it was an appealing idea, but she shook her head. Not that, but perhaps something else. Samuel was lying half on top of her, but Emma squirmed out from under him, rose to her knees, and with one quick, graceful move, settled herself over his hips, straddling him. Samuel's eyebrows rose, but a smile played about his lips as he settled his big hands on her thighs. His eyes were heavy as he took her in, his gaze lingering on her lips, her nipples, and the curves of her breasts. Emma gave the hem of his loose linen shirt an impatient tug. "Take this off, please." That dark eyebrow rose another inch, but he tugged the shirt over his head, tossed it aside, then lay back against the pillows.
"Is there anything else I can do to please you, madam?"
"Oh, I'm pleased." Emma ran her hands over the broad expanse of his chest, the dark, springy hair there tickling her palms, and marvelled at the width of his shoulders, the muscular curves of his arms, and the taut, flat plane of his belly. "This is very nice." A low laugh rumbled from Samuel's chest.
"What do you intend to do with it?"
An intriguing question, my lord." Emma leaned down and pressed a soft kiss to his nipple. "I'll start with that, I think." Samuel's eyes darkened. He didn't speak, but he reached up and caught the ends of her plaited hair. His gaze held hers as he tugged at the bit of thread there and began loosening it, his fingers slow and gentle.
"There,"
he whispered when he'd finished, and her hair tumbled over her shoulders.
"Beautiful."
The glow in his eyes as he gazed up at her made Emma's chest flood with warmth. She leaned over him and let the long locks of her hair drag over his chest. Samuel caught his breath. Emma braced her hands on his shoulders. "Do you like that, my lord?" The strong column of his throat moved in a swallow.
"Yes."
Emma did it again, letting the ends of her hair drag over his nipples. "And this?"
"Yes."
He sucked in another breath, his neck arching, the hot, hard length of him twitching beneath her. Emma gave a restrained wriggle, just the subtlest twitch of her hips, but it made Samuel hiss, and his fingers tightened around her thighs.
"Emma!"
His voice was hoarse, the sound somewhere between a warning and a plea, but Emma went on stroking his pulsing erection against her core, teasing him, her slow, sinuous movements not enough to satisfy. Samuel's lips parted, and a flush of colour rose to his cheekbones. His hips jerked up hard, seeking more friction, but Emma shook her head. "No, my lord, not yet." A low growl tore from his chest, but he did his best to lie still as she undulated on top of him, her own mouth opening as his breath grew hectic and his cock swelled beneath her. "Do as I say, and be still." Emma loosened the buttons of his falls and drew the flap down, gasping softly as the head of his cock appeared, swollen and flushed, the tip damp with his arousal. Oh! He was magnificent. Emma's tongue dipped into the curve of her bottom lip as she ran her fingertips over the weeping head, gathering the moisture there.
"Oh, God!"
Samuel arched his back, his pelvis jerking again, and Emma slid her hands from his chest to his hips. She wouldn't be able to hold him once he grew desperate enough to break free, but until then... She leaned close, pressing her bare breasts to his chest, her hips still moving against his, and traced her tongue over his lower lip.
"Emma,"
he moaned. "Yes, my lord?" Emma drew back to gaze at him, lingering over his sweat-sheened chest, his hard nipples, his straining hips, and her core gave a needy throb.
"Please,"
he gritted with another desperate surge. "Shh." Emma held her finger to his lips. She couldn't deny him for much longer, but dear God, tormenting him until he was maddened with desire was the most arousing thing she'd ever seen. "Soon." She watched his face as she circled her thumb around the head of his cock. His eyes were closed, his neck corded.
"No,"
he groaned, twisting out of her grip.
"I want to be inside you."
Emma's skin was flushed, her entire body trembling as she leaned down to kiss his neck and the sensitive skin behind his ear, a promise on her lips that he could have her, that she would give him anything, everything. But before she could whisper the words, he tensed beneath her, his stomach muscles tightening, and with a powerful surge of his hips, he tumbled her onto her back. "Samuel!" Emma gasped with surprise. But her cry dissolved into a moan as he fell on top of her, taking care not to crush her. She gazed up at him, her heart pounding. His expression was like nothing she'd ever seen on his face before, wild and fierce and darkly possessive. He nudged her legs apart and settled his hips between them, his eyelids heavy over glittering grey eyes.
"Such a tease, Miss Downing."
He nuzzled her neck, then slid lower to kiss the damp skin between her breasts.
"I never would have guessed it."
"Nor I. I've never—" She trailed off, cradling his cheek in her palm. She'd never behaved so before, but with him she felt safe enough to seize control where before she'd had none. Samuel pressed a tender kiss to her lips, as if he understood what she couldn't say.
"I want you, Emma."
He slid his warm palm over her knee, urging her thigh onto his hip. "Yes." Emma wrapped her other leg around him, cradling him between her thighs, pressing their hips tightly together and dragging a hoarse groan from his lips. He stroked the secret skin of her inner thighs before slipping a hand between her legs. Emma writhed under him, arching her back as he stroked and teased until his fingers were slick with her arousal, and she was pleading with him, her fingernails scoring his back. Samuel's burning eyes slid closed as he pressed the tip of his cock against her, sweat beading his brow as he slid inside, slowly. So slowly, his every move careful. When he was nearly all the way inside her, he paused to brush damp strands of hair from her forehead.
"Are you all right, love?"
Emma arched into him, taking him those last few inches until he filled her completely. "Yes, please, Samuel." He gazed down at her with parted lips as he began to move, restrained at first, but his strokes quickening as her legs tightened around him. A broken moan tore from his chest as his thrusts deepened, and Emma clung to him as he took them closer to bliss with every snap of his hips.
"Come for me, Emma,"
he whispered, slipping his fingers between her legs to stroke her swollen core. "Oh!" Emma whimpered at his touch. Heat unfurled in her lower belly, burning hotter with his caresses until she exploded in a sudden burst of pleasure. "Ah, Samuel!"
"Yes,"
he growled against her throat, his entire body going rigid as the pulsing of her core around him dragged him over the edge with a deep groan. He held her, his face buried in her neck until she went limp beneath him. Then he drew back to gaze at her face. What he saw there must have pleased him, because his mouth curved and he pressed a tender kiss to her lips.
"Sleep, sweetheart."
He settled on his side and gathered her against his chest, his arm around her waist and his face buried in her hair.
"Sleep."
Chapter 22. Emma was asleep, her head resting on Samuel's shoulder and her hair tickling his chest. He toyed lazily with the long locks, running his fingers through them and admiring the play of moonlight over the silky strands. He didn't sleep, but spent the rest of the night watching the night give way to the weak glow of dawn, not wishing to lose even a moment of holding her warm, sleeping body in his arms, of feeling the drift of her breath over his bare skin. She hadn't told him she loved him last night. Had he imagined that spark of love in her deep blue eyes? Had he persuaded himself there was tenderness in the way she'd clung to him, whispered his name? Or had he simply seen, heard, and felt what he wished to? Samuel didn't know. He wasn't certain of anything anymore, but for this. He wasn't letting her go. Samuel. Emma stirred, warm and drowsy against him. What time is it? Samuel didn't answer her, nor did he give her a chance to open her eyes before he was kissing her forehead, her cheeks, her chin, and at last her parted lips. Emma sighed and twined her arms around his neck as his mouth opened over hers, his tongue stealing inside. He wanted her again. He'd never stop wanting her. Emma hummed with pleasure as he trailed hot kisses down her neck. You make it difficult to banish you from my bed, my lord. But you must return to your own bedchamber before anyone notices we—
No.
Samuel's mouth drifted lower to taste the soft skin between her breasts.
Not yet.
If he had his way, not ever. Emma gave his hair a playful tug. Refusing to leave a lady's bed? You're dreadfully arrogant, Lord Lymington.
All marquises are arrogant, Miss Downing.
Samuel nibbled at her lower lip, still swollen from his kisses the night before.
Demanding, too, especially in the bedchamber.
You don't frighten me, my lord. Emma's lips curved in a cheeky smile. I've never been one to obey commands, and I don't suppose that will change now, even if you are a marquis. Samuel drew back to gaze down at her, and was instantly bewitched by her mischievous little smile.
Is that a challenge?
Emma moved one shoulder in a dainty shrug. Perhaps it is, but not— Samuel! What do you think you're doing? In one quick move, Samuel had tossed her onto her back and thrown one leg over both of hers, trapping her beneath him.
Never challenge a marquis, Miss Downing, especially in the bedchamber.
There seem to be quite a lot of rules about marquises in bedchambers. Emma wriggled underneath him, making a great show of attempting to escape him. Why, you wicked man! Samuel had never seen her so playful before, and her breathless laughter was the sweetest sound he'd ever heard.
There's no point in struggling, Miss Downing. I have you now.
He dipped his head to nuzzle her neck.
Behave yourself, and perhaps I'll reward you.
Never, Emma declared, but her objections didn't carry as much weight as they might have done if she hadn't been stroking her fingers down the back of his thigh, tickling him with her fingernails. Surrender is for the weak, and I'm not— Oh! Her laughing protests were swallowed in a gasp. Oh, my goodness! Samuel cupped her breasts in his hands, his thumb teasing one nipple as his lips closed around the other one. He circled the swollen peak with his tongue before drawing it into his mouth and sucking, tormenting her with light strokes, easing back only when Emma was gasping.
Pretty.
Samuel flicked the edge of his fingernail over an eager nipple, watching her face as he crooned to her, low and wicked, his words both a tease and an invitation.
Yes, you like that. Do you need more? Beg me sweetly, and I'll give you whatever you want.
He nuzzled her again, dragging his beard-roughened cheek over the tips of her breasts, a dark chuckle falling from his lips when she sank her fingers into his hair to still him, and pressed her nipple against his mouth. He obliged her with a lingering lick before pulling away again.
I don't hear a plea, Emma.
Emma arched up to catch his lower lip between her teeth, her gentle nibble distracting him as she dragged her hand down his chest to his stomach and brushed her fingers over his cock, standing at stiff attention against his belly. He was already aching, and when she teased her thumb over the swollen tip, his hips jerked forward, thrusting his hard length into her fist. God, he wanted her so badly, wanted to keep thrusting until he came into that tight, warm hand, but there would be time for that later. Right now, he wanted to make Emma writhe and plead, and then he wanted to give her everything until she fell apart in his arms. He wrapped his fingers around her wrist and pinned it to the bed, ignoring the insistent throbbing of his cock, and slipped his other hand between her legs. Emma gasped, her back arching, as he dragged one fingertip through her satiny folds, gathering the moisture there. He stroked her again, then again, until she was slick, and he'd coaxed the swollen nub at her core to rise, begging for another stroke of his fingers. "Spread your legs for me, Emma." This time she did as he commanded at once, all teasing protests melting away as she opened herself to him.
"Yes. God, yes, sweetheart."
Samuel shifted his thigh so it rested between hers, gritting his teeth to fight back his climax at the thought of holding her open and pleasuring her relentlessly until she came for him. He touched her lightly, delicately, his big, rough fingers parting her dainty pink flesh and revealing the pearl at the center, open and blossoming for him.
"So eager. You're beautiful like this, Emma."
He dragged the pad of his finger over her, lighter than a whisper. Emma's back bowed at the caress, seeking more of his touch. So Samuel stroked her again, but too lightly to give her what she needed, his lips parting as she squirmed for him.
"Do you need to come, sweetheart?"
He was every bit as wicked as she'd accused him of being, because he loved this, loved teasing her, loved making her moan and beg. He could listen to her incoherent pleas forever. A broken sob left her lips. "Yes, Samuel, please, make me—" Samuel stroked her again, groaning when she arched against him, seeking his fingers. He was nearly as frenzied as she was, his cock harder than it had ever been, the tip weeping with his arousal. He allowed himself one desperate stroke down his length, but no more than that, certain another one would send him over the edge. He leaned over her heaving chest and lowered his mouth to her nipple, suckling her as he continued to brush his fingertips over her, again and again, but slowly. So slowly she began to thrash against the bed, every inch of her creamy skin flushed, his fingers slippery against her quivering flesh. And still he kept her on the edge, panting with the effort of holding them both back.
"God, look at you, sweetheart."
Samuel bit her earlobe as he whispered in her ear.
"So needy, so desperate to come. I could watch you forever."
Another frustrated sob left Emma's chest, and her hand slid down, slipping between her own thighs, tearing a groan from Samuel's throat. The thought of her pleasuring herself, of working those pale, delicate fingers between her legs until she climaxed was so erotic, he was forced to clamp down hard on the base of his cock to keep from coming. But he wouldn't allow it. He would be the one to give her pleasure.
"No."
Samuel let out a possessive growl, took her hand and pinned it to the bed.
"You'll come at my hand only, Emma."
He slid his thigh from between her legs and worked his way down her body, dropping kisses over her sleek stomach as he went, lingering over her inner thighs, the skin there so soft, so impossibly soft, before at last his tongue found her hungry nub. He licked her there once, then again, soft, quick flicks of his tongue. "Oh, oh, oh," Emma cried out, bucking against him. Samuel held her legs open and pinned to the bed.
Dear God, you're sweet.
Her taste was driving him mad. He licked and sucked, nearly snarling as he devoured her like a ravenous animal. Please. Please. Emma pumped her hips against his mouth, her fingers twisting in his hair, pulling hard when he pointed his tongue and drove it into her. Ah, yes. Please, Samuel.
That's right, love. Beg for what you need.
Samuel was thrusting against the bed, so close to coming he could feel the orgasm tingling in his spine, but he held off, licking her with wild strokes until Emma's entire body went taut. Samuel! His name on her lips was part whisper, part moan, her hips surging as a powerful orgasm thundered through her. Samuel closed his eyes and gritted his teeth and held back his own orgasm as he stroked her through hers. He stayed with her as she trembled against the bed, suckling her through her release until she let out a ragged sigh and her fingers gentled in his hair. Samuel pressed a kiss to her thighs, one and then the other. But as surely as he'd tormented her, he'd tormented himself, and now he couldn't wait any longer. He was desperate for release, and he needed to be inside her. He crawled back up her body and settled his hips between her legs.
I need you, sweetheart. Will you have me?
She might have teased him as mercilessly as he'd teased her, but Emma only smiled, her blue eyes soft. Yes. He hissed as she wrapped her long, slender fingers around his cock and drew her hand up his length.
I want you, Emma, more than I've ever wanted anyone.
Then take me. She tightened her legs around him, pressed his head to her weeping core, and moved her hips against his in invitation. He paused to press a kiss to her lips, and then he was sinking into her slick, welcoming heat. The pleasure so intense, for a moment Samuel had to close his eyes against it.
Ah, God, Emma!
It was all he could do not to drive wildly into her, to seize the pleasure he'd been denying himself. But he forced himself to take slow, shallow thrusts, his jaw tight with the strain of holding back. If he could last long enough to make her come again. It took all the restraint he possessed, but Samuel took her with slow, gentle nudges until her breathing quickened, a telltale flush rose in her cheeks, and her mouth opened in a soft moan.
Come with me, Emma.
Another moan escaped, and she caught her lower lip in her teeth. Samuel's gaze darted to her mouth, and he took her lips in a hot, deep kiss, quickening his pace until their hips were moving together in a timeless rhythm. Another thrust, then another. But just as Samuel was sure he would explode, Emma let out a soft cry, her neck arching as she came again in a rush of wet heat. The tight squeeze of her body around his cock tore a guttural moan from Samuel's chest. He threw his head back and fell over the edge in a climax so intense his body shook with it, hot white flashing behind his closed eyes. They were both still panting when he gathered her against his chest and fell onto his back, taking her with him so she was sprawled on top of him. Once Emma had caught her breath, she struggled onto her elbows and gazed down at him in wonder. It's never felt like that for me. He reached up to cup her cheek in his palm.
Nor for me, Emma. Nor for me.
Making love was nothing at all like Emma had thought it would be. Making love with Samuel was everything she'd once dreamed it would be, but had long ago ceased hoping for. She'd heard enough from the courtesans at the Pink Pearl to know it wasn't always like this with a man. Indeed, it seemed it was very rarely like this. Samuel was a consummate lover. Emma knew enough about the act to know that. He was both tender and wicked by turns,
with a depth of passion another lady might find unusual in so solemn a gentleman. But not her. She'd always known it was there, like the spark of an ember just waiting for a chance to burst into flame. From the moment she'd met him, she'd instinctively sensed the heat simmering just below his cool surface. Even when she'd despised him or been furious with him, she'd still been drawn to that heat. Perhaps she'd known all along he'd be the man who'd melt the ice that imprisoned her heart. But it was more than that. What had unfolded between them, the passion, his whispered words of desire and adoration, had little to do with his skills as a lover. He'd said he loved her. He'd whispered those sacred words to her, and she'd longed to say them back to him. They'd hovered just at the edge of her tongue, but somehow she hadn't been able to speak them into reality. Yet she did love him. These stolen moments with him were everything to her. For all that she'd never believed love would be hers, her scarred heart had suddenly learned to beat again, and now it throbbed with a flood of love for him. Samuel shifted beside her in the bed. Emma's fingers drifted over his chest, and he caught her hand and raised it to his lips, pressing a tender kiss to her fingertips.
"Tell me about your scars, Emma."
Emma let out a long, slow breath. She never talked about her scars to anyone. Only Lady Clifford and Daniel knew what had really happened that night. What little Emma could remember she'd vowed to take to her grave. But now, as she lay safely in Samuel's arms, the words began to fall from her lips. "I've only ever had one other lover." His hand stilled in her hair.
"I don't understand. The pink pearl—"
Emma pressed her fingers to his lips to hush him. "I did spend a year at the Pink Pearl, yes. But I wasn't like the other courtesans. I never, entertained any gentleman, but one. Madame Malchon auctioned off my virginity to him, and I became his after that." Samuel tensed, but he didn't speak. He simply waited, letting her tell him in her own way. Emma's eyes burned, and she had to close them at the warm pressure of his lips against her temple. "The gentleman who purchased it, me, was a violent, brutish man, especially when he was in his cups, which was often. One night when he was particularly bad, I grew frightened and struggled against him. Emma broke off, the familiar panic and horror rising like bile in her throat. But Samuel was there, his voice gentle, his strong arms tight around her.
"What did he do, sweetheart?"
He had a knife, and he held the blade to my throat. I can't remember how. I don't know how I managed it, but before he could hurt me, I wrestled the knife away from him. I don't remember what happened after that, but when I came back to myself, he was lying still on the floor, and my hands were covered with blood." Emma closed her eyes and waited for Samuel to say, "What? What could he possibly say after hearing that?" There was nothing. Samuel didn't say a word. Instead, he did the only thing he could do that would mean anything to her in that moment. He took her hands in his and covered them with tender kisses, his lips moving sweetly over her scars until she was trembling, and tears sheened her eyes. He held her for long, quiet moments, waiting for her breath to steady. Then he raised her face to his.
"Emma, look at me. You're the bravest lady I've ever known. Your past has made you who you are, and who you are is everything to me."
A sob caught in Emma's throat,
But the tears that fell from her eyes and dampened his chest weren't tears of sorrow. They were tears of gratitude. For him. He was the dearest man she'd ever known. He held her until her tears dried and a shaky sigh left her lips. "I wish we could stay here all day." Dear God, surely she wasn't going to start crying again. She tucked her face against his shoulder to hide her expression. "It's nearly dawn. The servants will be up soon." It wasn't a subtle hint, but Samuel didn't move.
"You haven't told me what happened at the ball last night. Did any of the guests react to the pendant?"
"No, at least not in any noticeable way." Emma stared up at the ceiling as scenes from the ball the night before played through her mind. The villain who'd hurt Caroline, Amy, and Kitty had been there last night. She was certain of it. She couldn't explain how she knew, but she'd sensed him there, watching from the shadows, waiting for a chance to strike. Emma had hoped he'd make a mistake, that he'd stumble into some word or look that would give him away, but there'd been nothing. Whoever he was cleverer than she'd thought.
"That's the last time you'll wear that pendant, Emma. Either he's seen it already or he isn't here. There's no purpose in your wearing it again. One time should be sufficiently dangerous even to satisfy you."
Emma couldn't have said whether she was frustrated at his arrogance or thrilled at his fierce protectiveness. But he was right about the pendant. It had served its purpose, and now there was nothing to do but wait and see what happened. "I won't wear it again, but I came to Lymington House to finish this, Samuel, and I don't intend to give up until I have." He gathered her closer, a low growl in his chest.
"Tell me what you plan to do, then. I can't bear it otherwise."
In spite of herself, Emma's heart melted. "There's not much I can do but wait. I would like to speak to your kitchen maid, Hannah, again. I'm not certain she told me everything she knows about Amy's sweetheart."
"I'll come with you. I don't like you to wander about the house alone."
"You can't come with me, Samuel, or I won't get a single word out of her. You're the haughty, intimidating Marquess, if you recall." Emma took his hand and dropped a kiss onto his palm to take any sting out of her words.
"I'll wait in the hallway outside the kitchen, then."
Dear God, the man was stubborn. "The house is safe enough with so many guests about. One can't stir a step without tumbling over some countess or earl or other." Emma was hoping for a smile. All she got was a sullen pinch of Samuel's mouth. But somehow even that proved so endearing she couldn't resist pressing a kiss to his pouting lips.
"You'll come to luncheon."
It was a command, not a request, but Emma chose to overlook his imperiousness in favour of getting her way. "Yes, I promise it. Now hurry back to your own bedchamber before Lady Crosby comes searching for me." Samuel grumbled as he got out of bed and dragged his breeches over his hips. Emma couldn't prevent a regretful sigh at seeing all that smooth skin and those taut muscles hidden under clothing once again, but she was somewhat mollified by the dozen warm kisses Samuel pressed to her lips before tearing himself away with a reluctant groan.
"Luncheon, Emma,"
he reminded her, pausing at her bedchamber door. "Yes, I promise it." He gave her one last heated look, and then he was gone. In the end, despite their best-laid plans, Emma didn't see Samuel after her foray into the kitchens, or at luncheon an hour later. She kept her promise, but when she arrived in the dining room, he wasn't there. Lord Lovell took her aside and told her Samuel had been waylaid by a gentleman from a neighbouring property with pressing estate business, and that he'd see her at tea. So Emma sat at the luncheon table between Lady Crosby and Lady Lymington, listening to their cheerful chatter, saying very little, and eating even less. She was more disappointed by Samuel's absence than a lady who'd sworn to keep her wits should be. It was the culmination of what had turned out to be a disappointing morning. Samuel had clearly instructed Lord Lovell to keep a close eye on her in his place, because Lovell followed her about with such determination that afternoon that Emma was finally driven upstairs to Lady Crosby's bedchamber to escape him. "Well now, Emma, how did you do with the kitchen maid this morning?" Lady Crosby asked, when Emma joined her. "Did Hannah have any secrets to share?" Emma dropped down onto the edge of the bed with a sigh. "Disappointingly few, though she did confirm what Lady Lymington told me. Amy Townsend did have a sweetheart." "A sweetheart? I dare say that might lead to something promising. What sort of sweetheart?" Hannah didn't know. It seems Amy kept him a closely guarded secret. Hannah claims never to have laid eyes on the man. "Nonsense. What sort of young girl keeps her sweetheart a secret?" "A young girl with the sort of sweetheart who wishes to remain anonymous, I imagine." "Well, if that's the case, that in itself is telling, is it not?" "Very telling, yes." Amy took up with this man about 6 weeks before she vanished. She was coy about his name, but Hannah said Amy once let it slip that the man wasn't from Lymington House. It seems Amy used to sneak down to a folly situated near a pond at the edge of the property to meet with him. Lady Crosby frowned at her reflection in the mirror. "I never saw a pond or a folly, and we've been all over the gardens since we arrived." "It's not the sort of place one would stumble upon, my lady. It's behind the kitchens, down a narrow tree-lined pathway." "It sounds like a dreadful muddy place." Lady Crosby shuddered. "Not at all romantic." "No, but private, and thus ideal for a man who doesn't wish to be seen." Emma twisted a loose thread on the coverlet, thinking. That Amy Townsend should have disappeared 6 weeks after she found herself a mysterious sweetheart couldn't possibly be a coincidence. "What of Kitty Yardley?" Lady Crosby asked. "What became of her?" "I couldn't find out much about Kitty at all. She was shy and didn't have many friends among the servants. Lady Lymington mentioned she came from a large family and was dreadfully homesick for them. Hannah said she assumed Kitty had run away back home when she disappeared." "Thank goodness for you and Lady Clifford, Emma. Poor Lord Lovell might have found himself at the end of a noose but for you." Lady Crosby slammed her hairbrush down on the dressing-table, her cheeks red with anger. "What pure evil to try and implicate an innocent man in such a wicked crime!" The loose thread Emma had been toying with snapped between her fingers. "That's true enough. But someone's neck does deserve to be fitted with a noose, and I've still no idea whose neck it is." "But you will, dearest. I have the utmost faith in you, and so does Lady Clifford." Emma gave Lady Crosby a grateful smile, but doubt was niggling at her. Perhaps their faith in her was misplaced. "I suppose I'll go and see this folly, then." Lady Crosby whirled around to face Emma, startled. "Not by yourself, I hope." Emma hesitated. She had no wish to tempt fate, and Samuel would be furious if he discovered she'd been wandering the grounds by herself. But their villain must be offered an opportunity to strike, or he'd never show himself. "I'll fetch Daniel to come with me." "Yes, all right, but do wear a cloak, won't you? It's a cold, drippy sort of afternoon. You'll come and fetch me before tea?" "Yes, my lady." Emma pressed a quick kiss to Lady Crosby's cheek. "I won't be long." When Emma reached the first floor, she found Samuel's study door still closed, with muffled masculine voices coming from inside. So she made her way down the servants' staircase to the kitchen door and out to the stables, where she found Daniel fussing over Lady Crosby's carriage horses. He turned when Emma entered.
"Aye, lass?"
"Good afternoon, Daniel. Will you walk down to the pond behind the kitchens with me? There's a folly down there that was apparently the scene of some secret assignations, and I want to have a look at it."
"More secrets, eh? Lymington House is full of them."
Daniel's face darkened.
"Too many aristocrats in one place, if you ask me."
Emma smothered a smile. "You may be right." Daniel gave the horse's nose one last rub, then turned toward the door with a grunt.
"All right then, let's go."
The folly was further from the main house than Emma anticipated, a quarter-mile or so down a short, steep hill, the pathway hidden from sight by the spreading branches of a stand of English oak. She and Daniel were nearing the end, picking their way over the exposed roots studding the pathway, when a deep voice came out of nowhere.
"Well, good afternoon, Lady Emma."
Emma nearly jumped out of her skin. "Mr. Humphreys, my goodness." She patted the centre of her chest to calm her wildly beating heart. I didn't see you there."
"Beg pardon, my lady. I didn't mean to frighten you."
"That's quite all right, Mr. Humphreys." Emma cast a sidelong glance at Daniel, who gestured toward the folly, just visible to the left of the pathway. Emma nodded, and Daniel slipped into the trees, while Emma made her way down the pathway toward Mr. Humphreys. He was perched on the edge of the pond, up to his ankles in mud, with an angling rod in his hands.
"I didn't expect any young ladies to venture down to the pond. A bit dirty, what?"
Emma looked down at her muddy boots and wrinkled her nose. "Indeed. I didn't realize you were a sportsman, Mr. Humphreys."
"Ah, no, not me, my lady. Just a bit of angling now and then, you see. I like the quiet, and it's pretty down here, with the water and the trees."
Mr. Humphreys chuckled.
"I don't catch many fish, I'm afraid."
Emma edged a little closer. The pond was bigger than she'd expected from Hannah's description of it. A towering stand of oaks overhung a good portion of the eastern side of it, and the shadiest parts were still covered with a thin layer of ice from the past winter's freeze. "It is rather pretty, isn't it? Goodness, those trees are enormous. They must be quite old."
"What? Lord Dunn's trees? Oh, yes, it takes hundreds of years, I believe, for them to reach that size."
Emma turned to him, puzzled. "Are those Lord Dunn's trees?"
Yes, indeed. That's his lordship's property just there."
Mr. Humphreys waved a hand toward the other side of the pond.
"He's got a tidy little hunting box over there. He's very fond of hunting, is Lord Dunn."
Emma frowned, vaguely recalling that Lady Crosby had said something about Lord Dunn's having purchased a hunting box near Lymington House. But this was very near, much more so than she'd imagined. So close, she couldn't help but wonder why Lord Dunn should need it at all, when he could just as easily hunt from Lymington House. What sort of hunting does Lord Dunn prefer?"
"Oh, birds, mostly, I think. He's an avid birdsman. Perhaps a bit more so than he should be, if you take my meaning."
Mr. Humphreys gave her a mischievous wink. Emma shook her head. "I beg your pardon, Mr. Humphreys, but I don't."
"Oh, well, it's just that I saw him out here in February, and he was after the partridge, you know. Partridge season ends on February 1st, he added when Emma gave him a blank look.
"February? Are you quite sure it was February?" Emma's voice was much more urgent than the conversation warranted, and she clenched her hands inside her pockets to remind herself to give nothing away. Mr. Humphreys gave her a baffled look.
"It was February, right enough, the second week of February. I came for Lady Lovell's birthday weekend, but no sooner had I arrived than the family was unexpectedly called away to London.
A chill rushed over Emma's skin, raising the hairs on her neck. She nodded and offered Mr. Humphreys a weak smile, but her head was spinning. Lord Dunn had told her he was in Cornwall with his sister until the end of March. In fact, he'd made quite a point of saying he'd returned just in time for the season. Lord Dunn had lied to her. Why should he have lied? Unless he had something to hide. Emma hurried back toward firmer ground, anxious to make her way back to Daniel so she might confer with him about this new development. "Well, I wish you good luck with your angling, Mr. Humphreys."
"Oh, well, I was just finishing when you came. It's not as much fun when you're not catching anything," Mr. Humphreys said cheerfully. "May I walk you back?"
"No, I thank you. I think I'll go a little further along the bank so I can see the folly."
"All right then, Lady Emma. Be careful not to slip. That water's cold."
"I will. Thank you, Mr. Humphreys."
Mr. Humphreys gathered his equipment and, with one final tip of his hat, disappeared down the pathway, whistling as he went. As soon as the sound of his whistle faded, Emma turned and hurried in the direction of the folly. It was just where Hannah had said it was, tucked into a narrow bend in the pathway, overlooking the pond. It was a pretty little building of white marble, with graceful columns supporting a domed roof with picturesque vines climbing up one side of it. Emma glanced behind her, but she was at the bottom of the short hill, below Lymington House, and couldn't see it from here, which meant no one who happened to be looking out the window of the kitchen toward the pond could see the folly either. It was plainly visible from Lord Dunn's hunting box, however. Emma hurried toward the folly, the muddy ground sucking at her feet and slowing her progress, but soon enough she reached the archway that led inside. It was open to the outdoors, and she shivered as a gust of cold wind stole under the skirts of her cloak. She came to an abrupt stop once she was inside, a sense of foreboding crawling up her neck. It was empty.
"Daniel?"
Emma crept forward and peered around the curved wall, hoping he was waiting for her just out of sight on the other side. But he wasn't there. Emma's gaze darted this way and that, but aside from a few stone benches, the folly was empty. There wasn't a chance she could have missed Daniel, but Emma circled around again anyway, her heart rushing into her throat as the silence around her grew sinister.
"Daniel?"
He never would have left her here alone, not by choice. There was simply no way he would have ever—
"Well, Lady Emma Crosby, here we are, alone at last."
Emma whirled around, her heart crowding into her throat. A tall, shadowy figure had appeared behind her, as if out of nowhere, and was looming over her. He was wearing a dark riding coat and a top hat, the brim pulled low, obscuring most of his face, but Emma knew him the moment he spoke. She sucked in a breath, gathering her energy to scream.
"Dan!"
Before she could get another syllable out, he slapped a large gloved hand over her mouth.
"I'm afraid your coachman is otherwise engaged, Lady Emma."
Shock made Emma freeze for an instant, rooting her feet to the floor. By the time her wits returned enough for her to struggle, it was too late. He'd clamped his other arm around her waist and was dragging her out of the folly, her heels scrabbling uselessly for purchase on the slippery marble underneath her.
"Come along like a good girl, and don't make a fuss."
His tone was mocking, his breath hot in her ear, his forearm pressing hard against her throat.
"Surrender to your fate, Lady Emma. It's so much easier for us both that way."
Chapter 23. It had been an afternoon of torture. Lord Bartleby, an irascible earl from a neighbouring estate, had come by after breakfast, demanding an audience over some pressing business regarding a shared wall on the eastern border of their two properties. At least, Bartleby deemed it pressing. Samuel didn't give a damn one way or another about the wall, but Bartleby could talk on the subject forever, it seemed. By the time he left Samuel's study, Samuel's head was pounding, and he would have sworn there was blood trickling out of his ears. If it had ever occurred to Samuel the man could drone on and on at such length about height, drainage, and proper English granite, he never would have let the old bounder set foot in his study. Thanks to Lord Bartleby and his damned border wall, it had been an entire afternoon wasted, and now Samuel was late for tea. He flew upstairs and dressed with such haste he left his dressing closet turned upside down and poor, harried Fletcher in despair. When he entered the drawing-room, there was only one thing on his mind, only one thing he wanted. Emma.
"Good afternoon, Lymington."
Lord Dunn was lounging on one of the settees, one booted foot dangling over his knee, a cup of tea in his hand. Samuel paused in the doorway. Where was Emma? Come to that, where was everyone else? A tea tray rested on the table at Dunn's elbow, but he was alone in the room.
"Have I missed tea?" "Lady Lymington was here, but she's since retired to her rooms with a headache. Lovell's gone for a ride on the eastern edge of the estate, and Lady Flora and Lady Sylvester went to the conservatory to see if the apricots had ripened."
Samuel frowned.
"What of Lady Crosby and Lady Emma?"
Dunn shrugged.
"Still abed, I imagine, after the ball last night."
Lady Crosby, perhaps, but not Emma. She'd promised to meet him for luncheon. He'd been trapped in his study with Bartleby then, but he'd expected he'd see her at tea.
"Were they not at luncheon?" "I've no idea, Lymington. I've only just ventured into tea myself. I drank too much champagne last night, and I've had a devil of a headache all day." "You haven't been out riding, then?"
Dunn's boots were wet, and the hem of his riding coat was splattered with mud.
"For a man who's just left his bed, you look a mess." "Kind of you to say so, Lymington," Dunn drawled, smirking. "An extra lump of sugar in your tea, perhaps, to sweeten your temper?"
Samuel wasn't interested in tea, or in anything else but finding Emma, but he couldn't rush off and abandon Dunn without sharing a cup with him first. Surely he wasn't quite such a besotted fool he couldn't manage a cup of tea.
"Sugar won't do it, Dunn."
The only thing that would restore Samuel to good humour was one fair-haired, blue-eyed lady with the sweetest lips he'd ever kissed. But he strode into the drawing-room anyway, joined Dunn by the fire, and served himself a cup of tea. Before he had a chance to raise the cup to his lips, however, Lady Crosby burst into the drawing-room, her hair tumbling from its neat bun, and her face as pale as death.
"Oh, Lord Lymington, thank goodness I've found you!"
Samuel shot to his feet, startled by her wild appearance, and his teacup slipped from his hand and tumbled to the carpet.
"What is it, Lady Crosby?"
"I can't find Emma. She was supposed to fetch me for tea when she returned, but I fell asleep and didn't realise she never—"
"Returned from where, Lady Crosby? Where did she go?"
Lady Crosby was wringing her hands.
"To the Folly, the one behind the kitchens, next to the pond."
"The Folly?"
Pure panic swept over Samuel. That folly was in a remote part of the grounds, down a wooded pathway, and not visible from the house.
"Please tell me she didn't venture so far from the house alone."
No, not alone."
Lady Crosby had become so agitated by this point she was struggling to catch her breath.
"She fetched Daniel to go with her."
Daniel Brixton should be menacing enough to deter even the most hardened villain.
But if his presence had been as discouraging as it ought to have been, then where was Emma?
Done. Go after Lovell and fetch Felix Humphreys. Tell them they're needed at the Folly at once, and that I'll meet them there.
Samuel didn't wait for an answer, but flew from the drawing-room out to the stables at a dead run. He started calling Brixton's name once the stable was in sight, but there was no answer, and when he burst through the doors, he found the place deserted. Aside from an occasional equine snort and shuffle of hooves, all was still and silent. Daniel Brixton had been everywhere during the past weeks in London, shadowing Emma's every move and lurking on the darkened streets outside the Pink Pearl. Whichever way Samuel turned, Brixton was there, shoving his enormous bulk between Samuel and any hope he had of a private moment with Emma. Now that Samuel actually needed the man, he was nowhere to be found. Samuel stood in the middle of the stables, his gaze darting helplessly this way and that, as close to panicking as he'd ever been in his life. Emma had been missing for hours. Now it seemed Brixton was also missing, and Samuel's thoughts were on the verge of scattering into chaos. But if he let that happen, he'd be no use to Emma at all. He dragged a hand down his face, drew in deep breath, and tried to think. Brixton would never have left Emma by choice. Wherever Emma was, Brixton was with her, so there was no sense waiting here for Brixton to turn up. Samuel would have to go to the Folly alone and hope for the best. He ran out the stable doors and around the eastern side of the house. The light from the kitchen illuminated the area just outside the window, but beyond that was gloom, the shadows growing longer with every moment as the sun sank below the horizon. There were no smooth gravel pathways or trimmed hedges here, but Samuel plunged ahead, stumbling over tree roots as he tore down the steep hill that led toward the pond, his boots sliding over the loose dirt, threatening to send him crashing to the ground with every step. But he didn't slow, even as the soil beneath his feet softened before it disintegrated into muck near the water. By the time he reached the edge of the pond, his chest was heaving with his panting breaths. It had been years since he'd been down here, but he remembered the Folly was tucked under the stand of oak trees near the end of the pathway. He paused, straining to see into the distance. "Emma!" No answer. He called Emma's name again, but the only sound was the echo of his voice reverberating among the trees and the squelch of his footsteps as he made his way through the muck toward the Folly. Before he'd even stepped inside, Samuel knew she wasn't here. If she had been, he'd have felt her at once, but he circled around the building nonetheless, searching for— God, he didn't even know what. Some hint of her, some sign she'd been here. But there was nothing. Nothing. He almost missed it. He didn't realize it was there until he stepped on it. A ribbon lying on the floor, a familiar, distinctive shade of blue. Samuel snatched it up, brought it to his face, and inhaled. Vanilla. He stood for long, silent moments, the blue silk against his lips, breathing deeply of her scent and forcing himself to calm. She'd been here recently, then, but where was she now? Young ladies didn't simply vanish without a trace. Except they did. At Lymington House, they did. Another moment passed, then another, Emma's blue ribbon clutched in Samuel's fist as he tried to decide what to do next. It could be some time before Dunn found Lovell, but shouldn't Humphreys be here by now? Samuel shoved Emma's ribbon in his pocket and ran back up the pathway, leaving the Folly behind, intending to retrace his footsteps back to the house. He'd drag every footman in the house down here if he had— Snap. Samuel froze at the sound of a tree branch cracking under someone's foot. He squinted into the blackness. Was that— It was. A flicker of movement, some distance away still, far enough he could hardly make it out,
but it looked like the shadow of a man weaving through the trees. Who would be wandering the estate now, in the dark, especially so close to the pond, over grounds made treacherous by slick mud and protruding tree branches? No one who was up to any good. Samuel hesitated, wondering if he could risk waiting for Humphreys. But the man wasn't likely to be of much use, and the shadow was receding further into the distance as he hesitated. Lovell and Dunn might arrive soon, but by then the man would have disappeared entirely. Samuel didn't have any time left. He crept from the pathway into the rough ground closer to the trees, a soft curse leaving his lips when the sharp branches tore at his hair and coat, but he never took his eyes off that threatening shadow. He picked his way across the slick ground, sucking in a breath as frigid water seeped into his boots, and his toes screamed in protest, the icy water stabbing him like knives, slashing his skin. The shock of the cold made him slow, clumsy, but he could see the man clearly now, a dark figure moving slowly through the trees ahead of him, grabbing at branches as he went to steady himself. Samuel crept after him, his steps careful but his pace quick and steady. 1 step, 2, a dozen, drawing closer with each one, so close he could see the man's broad shoulders and a black-gloved hand resting against a thick tree trunk. Closer, a little closer, and he could leap on the man's back, drag him to the ground. "Bloody hell!" The man whirled around at the sound of Samuel's footfalls, but it was already too late. By then, Samuel was on him. "Oof!" The man landed with a hard thump on his belly on the muddy ground. Samuel was atop him in an instant, shoving the man's face into the muck with a fist to the back of his head. "What have you done with Emma, you blackguard?" The man wrenched his head free, and a torrent of vile curses fell from his lips. "Hell and damnation! I might have known it'd be you!" The man broke off, gagging around a mouthful of mud as Samuel gave his face another shove. "Tell me where she is now, or I'll see to it you're buried headfirst in—" "Get off me, you daft devil!" Samuel had no intention of going anywhere, but by now the man had overcome his shock, and with one mighty heave he managed to crawl to his knees and throw Samuel off him. Samuel landed on the ground on his back with a thump that knocked the breath out of him, but in an instant he'd rolled into a crouch, a growl on his lips as he readied to leap again. "It's Brixton, you damned fool!" Brixton struggled to his feet and bent over, hands on his knees, and sucked one ragged breath after another into his lungs. "Brixton?" Samuel dragged himself up, swaying as he struggled to stand. "Damn it, man! I've been searching for you. You're doing a bloody poor job of protecting Emma, because she's— Damn it, Lymington! I think you broke my hand!" Samuel wanted to strangle him. "I don't give a damn about your hand. Christ, Brixton, didn't you hear me? I told you Emma's missing." Daniel spat on the ground. "Dunn took her." "Dunn?" Samuel shook his head. "Why should Dunn—" "Dunn's your blackguard, Lymington. Did away with those 3 servant girls." "Dunn?" Samuel stared at Brixton, stunned, speechless. "How do you know?" "I know, 'cause he tried to kill me. Coward crept up behind me in the folly, nearly crushed my skull with a rock, then tossed me in the pond." "He crushed your skull and tossed you in the pond, and you didn't drown?" Brixton scowled at him. "You ever been in that pond, Lymington? It's half ice still. Woke me right up, it did." "You're sure it was done?" "I am sure. I crawled onto the bank of the pond and saw the devil drag Miss Emma away. I've been lying there ever since trying to get up, but my head was dizzy and my legs not right." None of this made sense. Dunn had been in Samuel's drawing room an hour ago, sipping tea and smiling, just having risen from his bed. Except his boots had been wet and his coat splattered with mud. Samuel swallowed as those two details took on an ominous significance.
"You're telling me Dun's a villain, and now he has Emma?" "Aye, that's what I'm telling ye. But don't underestimate Miss Emma. That lass knows what she's about."
Samuel didn't wait to hear any more, but whirled in the direction of Dun's hunting box.
"If Dun has Emma, then why are we still standing here? Let's go." "Nay, Lymington, he didn't take her that way."
Brixton pointed in front of them.
"He took her back toward the house."
Toward the house? Why would Dun take her back toward the house where it was much more likely they'd be seen? It didn't make any sense. Samuel went still, a chill rolling over him as Brixton's words came back to him.
"You ever been in that pond, Lymington? It's half ice, still."
There was one place Dun could take Emma where they wouldn't be seen, and where no one was likely to find her. Samuel met Brixton's eyes.
"I know where Emma is."
Chapter 24. It was a long time before Emma realised Lord Dun had taken her to the ice house. She might have grasped it sooner, but being attacked in a folly and dragged away with a blackguard's hand slapped over her mouth was a harrowing experience. Shock made her hazy, and nausea swamped her every time she thought about how Lord Dun might have incapacitated Daniel, who wasn't the sort of man who was easily overcome. Her mind helpfully offered more than one gruesome scenario, until she forced herself to stop dwelling on it, lest her calm deserted her. Hysterics were out of the question. Things were bad enough without that. But the ice house wasn't a welcoming place, not even in the daylight, and it was far worse now that the sun had slipped below the horizon. It was as dark as Hades, and just as frightening. Ideal, though, if one were intent on a kidnapping. Certainly no one would hear her scream from here. She hadn't thought much about the cold at first. Dark places were often cold. But no one could ignore such frigidity for long. It was positively arctic, as if the entire building were buried in ice. Ice, of course. It all fell into place then. The fragments of ice still floating in the pond, the low brick doorway set into the side of the steep hill that wasn't a hill at all, or even a feature of the landscape, as she'd first assumed. It was a mound, and where there was a mound, there was bound to be a pit. In this case, an ice pit, the excavated earth fashioned into a mound over the top to keep the ice as cold as possible. It did an admirable job of it. Emma wrapped her arms around herself, shivering. Thank goodness for Lady Crosby, who'd reminded her to wear her cloak. She didn't bother to try the door. She'd heard a metallic click after Lord Dun slammed it shut, the scrape of an iron key in a lock, and knew he'd locked her inside. It could be some time still before Lord Dun returned to deal with her. He'd want to make certain everyone noticed him at Lymington House, so they'd be less likely to suspect him of any wrongdoing when they discovered she'd gone missing. He might even wait for Lord Lovell to leave the house, so it would be easier to implicate him in her disappearance. Lord Dun was clever that way, but in the end, not clever enough. His fate was already sealed, no matter what happened to Emma. He simply didn't know it yet. And Emma hadn't been idle while he'd been gone. It wasn't easy finding her way about in total darkness, but Lord Dun had left her plenty of time to orient herself. Foolish of him, really, but he wasn't the first gentleman who'd underestimated her. She'd taken her time, even sinking to her knees and crawling with her hands out in front of her, searching for the edge of the ice pit. There weren't many ways to make her situation worse than it was now, but falling into the ice pit was one of them. In the end, all her creeping about paid off, because she'd found what she was looking for. Well, not precisely what she was looking for. She would have preferred an ice hook, or better yet an ice pick, as she had a horror of blades, but it was a great stroke of luck she'd found anything at all. The axe was on the smaller side, and the blade end nearly rusted through. It wasn't in fine condition, which was likely why it had been left behind, but it would do, for her purposes. The edge of the blade was dull, but she could defend herself with it if she swung with enough force. It might be difficult, as her hands had long since gone numb, but she'd simply have to do her best. Except her knees were a trifle wobbly. Her cloak was damp, and she was already shuddering with cold, her teeth chattering. She might sit on the floor and attempt to regain her equilibrium, but it was stone, and nearly as cold as the ice itself. If nothing else brought this to a tragic end, the cold would. If she fell asleep out here, she might never wake up. So Emma kept moving, pacing from one end of the icehouse to the other, stamping her feet, rubbing her hands together, and waiting. It was impossible to keep track of the time down here, so she wasn't sure how long it had been when she heard the muffled thud of a man's boots on the pathway outside the icehouse. Enough time that she could no longer feel her hands or her feet. She heard the scrape of the key in the lock, and a moment later the icehouse door opened. It was much too dark for her to make out Lord Dunn's features. All she saw was the shadowy silhouette of a towering figure looming at the top of the stone steps. He looked larger than she remembered, larger than he'd ever looked in any ballroom.
"How do you do, Lady Emma? Not too cold, I hope?"
Emma said nothing. He sauntered down the steps and offered her a mocking bow.
"I regret you were obliged to miss tea, my lady. It did occur to me to take you from the ballroom last night, but it isn't much of a ball without a bell, is it?"
A bell. That was what Lord Dunn saw when he looked at her. For all his cleverness, he'd never seen anything beyond her face. Blue eyes, a charming smile. It was enough for so many gentlemen. But not for Samuel. He'd seen past it. He was the only man who'd ever bothered. The thought made a sob rise in her throat. She choked it back, but Lord Dunn heard it, and let out a heavy sigh.
"We're not going to have histrionics, I hope. It's nothing personal, Lady Emma. It's just that I fear Caroline Francis has told you some unflattering stories about me, and I can't have the gossip getting out, can I?"
"I've never spoken a word to Caroline Francis in my life."
"No? Helena Reeves, then. Imagine my surprise when Caroline told me you and Helena were such intimate friends. Curious that a fine lady like yourself would be friends with a whore."
Lord Dunn advanced on her, backed her up against the wall behind her, and grabbed her upper arms. It took every bit of courage Emma possessed, but she managed not to jerk out of his grasp.
"Ah, now there's a good girl. No sense in struggling. Now then, let's get to it, shall we? You have something that belongs to me, Lady Emma, and I want it back."
His breath on the side of her face made Emma flinch, but she managed a smile, hoping to put him off his guard. "It's a fine pendant, my lord. Who is the little boy in the portrait?"
Lord Dunn smirked. "Ever charming, aren't you, Lady Emma? He's my eldest nephew, James. I had the pendant made as a Christmas gift for my sister, but, unfortunately, I was prevented from visiting Cornwall this year."
His nephew. It was as Emma had thought, then. Caroline had realized she was in danger and had stolen the pendant, hoping it would serve as proof of a connection between herself and Lord Dunn. And so it had. If Caroline had never been in his company, as Lord Dunn would likely claim, there was no possible way she could have that pendant. "That's a pity, my lord. I dare say that didn't please you." He gave a curt laugh.
"No, it didn't. But I'm afraid that was always the way with Caroline. Nothing about her pleased me, aside from her death."
Emma shuddered at his callousness. He spoke as if strangling a lady and leaving her body in a London alleyway was a trifling matter, of no more significance than a bit of mud on his boots. "Did Amy Townsend displease you as well?" That gave him pause.
"Amy? Well, it seems you know a great deal more than I realized. You are the clever one, Lady Emma. Amy pleased me very well indeed, right up until she didn't. It was bad of me to lose my temper with her. I didn't mean to hurt her, but so it goes."
"Yes, murder does have a way of defying expectations," Emma said, unable to hide her disgust.
"Ah, I see I've offended you. I beg your pardon, Lady Emma. You're right, of course. Amy put me in rather a bind. It was lucky Lovell happened to be sent down at just that time. But then, I've always been a lucky fellow."
"Not quite as lucky as you might have been, if only Lord Lovell had been sent down a few days earlier." Lord Dunn shrugged.
"It's a matter of a few days, and no one at Lymington House knows precisely when Amy went missing."
It was, unfortunately, the truth. Lady Lymington had said the same thing herself. Lord Lovell's alibi wasn't quite as sturdy as Emma might have wished, given the inexact timing of her disappearance. It seemed Lord Dunn had thought of everything. Nearly everything.
"What of Kitty Yardley, my lord?"
Lord Dunn gave her a blank look.
Kitty? Was that her name? I didn't have anything against her, but someone had to vanish after Lovell returned to Lymington House, and the girl happened along at just the right time. Pity, really? Such a quiet, meek little mouse. She hardly made a sound when I strangled her.
Bile crawled up Emma's throat, burning her.
"Clever as you are, Lord Dunn, I can't imagine you intended for Caroline to end up at the Pink Pearl."
No, she was meant to go the way of Amy and Kitty. But then Lovell ran off to London, just when I was about to finish the business. Disgraceful of him, dashing off like that when he's meant to be in mourning for his father. But, you see, it all worked out in the end.
Emma stared up at him, appalled at his disdain when he said Lord Lovell's name. The man dared to judge Lord Lovell's behaviour after the despicable acts he'd committed.
"Did it really work out in the end, my lord? I don't deny you did an admirable job covering your tracks, but there's one thing you didn't anticipate."
"Oh?"
Lord Dunn chuckled, as if Emma were an amusing child.
"What would that be, Lady Emma?"
"Lord Lovell fought a duel in London soon after he left Lymington House in January. He was badly injured by a pistol ball to the leg and obliged to keep to his bed for weeks. He couldn't have seduced Caroline or brought her to the Pink Pearl."
Lord Dunn froze, but then he threw his head back in a laugh.
"You expect me to believe Lovell fought a duel in London without anyone hearing a word about it? No, Lady Emma, I'm afraid that's impossible, London gossips being what they are."
"Lord Lymington went to great lengths to keep it quiet. He knows all about your crimes as well, and he'll see you swing for them."
A trace of fear crossed Lord Dunn's face at that.
But then his features hardened. "Lymington may do as he likes, but my neck won't find a noose without any proof, and there isn't a shred of that. Even if what you say about the duel is true, it doesn't exonerate Lovell for the two other girls. Caroline's friend Helena, the little dark-haired whore, will be made to testify that Caroline told her Lord Lovell did away with the two servants."
"Yes, I suppose that's true. Of course, she'll also testify that Caroline told her Lord Lovell seduced and ruined her. But perhaps the courts can be made to believe Caroline told the truth about Amy and Kitty, but lied about herself. Then there's the matter of the magistrate searching your hunting box, Lord Dunn, for you can be sure Lord Lymington will insist upon it. I wonder what he'll find."
"Not a blessed thing. Certainly not any bodies. They'll turn up again eventually, once the last of the ice melts. A pond can't hide everything. But Lord Lovell could just as easily have disposed of them there as I could. But enough of this. Lymington's on the hunt for you, and I'd prefer to be gone well before he discovers your body. Now, you may hand over the pendant, or I can take it once you're dead. It's your choice, my lady, but it will go much easier for you if you cooperate."
"It's in my pocket." Emma curled her fingers around the handle of the ice axe she was hiding behind a fold of her cloak. Lord Dunn seized her cloak in his fist. He'd just closed his fingers around the pendant when Emma raised her arm and, holding the axe close to the base of the blade, slammed it down on Lord Dunn's arm with all her strength. He shrieked in pain as the blade glanced off his wrist. He leapt back, away from her, cradling his injured wrist in his other hand, and slowly raised his eyes to Emma's face, a snarl on his lips. "You bloody little bitch!" His face was a mask of rage, his eyes narrowed to vicious slits. This was the face the others had seen right before his hands closed around their necks and squeezed until their breath stopped in their lungs. This was the real Lord Dunn, the monster who lurked under that handsome face. Emma tried to dart around him, but he shoved her back, trapping her against the wall. She raised the axe again, but just as she was about to bring it down a second time, her gaze began to swim in and out of focus. She blinked, disoriented, and all at once she wasn't in the ice house with Lord Dunn anymore. She was in a luxurious bedchamber at the Pink Pearl with a different man, the same man who haunted her nightmares, his face twisted with inhuman rage as he pressed the cold steel of his blade against her neck. In that dizzying moment, Emma was no longer holding an axe. She was holding a knife, the gleaming blade sharp enough to slice through flesh and bone. And he was so much bigger than she was, so much stronger than she was, and she didn't have a choice, had never had a choice. And there was blood, so much blood, blood everywhere. It happened in an instant, the vision there, and then gone again, and she was back in the ice house, facing an enraged Lord Dunn. Her fingers tightened around the axe handle, but her hesitation had cost her. In the time it took her to draw a breath, Lord Dunn snatched the axe from her hand and hurled it away. Then he lunged for her, slamming her against the wall. Her head hit with a thud, the blow knocking the breath out of her. His face, pale and twisted with hate, swam in front of her eyes, advancing and receding again, in and out, and Emma wondered vaguely if she was screaming, or if she'd die like poor Kitty Yardley had, without making a sound. But there was no time to think about it, no time to do anything at all, as Lord Dunn's hands closed around her neck and squeezed, his grip punishing, his thumbs digging into her throat. Emma clawed at his hands, but her vision started to darken at the edges, going black, and then there was a crash, like a door being ripped off its hinges. Emma thought she'd imagined it, but then someone shouted, and footsteps were pounding across the stone floor, and suddenly the hands around Emma's neck were gone. Then, in the next instant, Lord Dunn was gone, ripped away from her, his body sailing through the air until he hit the opposite wall with a deafening crash, then sank to the floor. Emma fell to her knees, coughing and gasping and dragging in one desperate breath after another as a battle raged before her eyes, a blur of fists and bared teeth, then Lord Dunn on his hands and knees, crawling up the stone steps. He didn't get far. Samuel was on him in a flash. Dunn managed to stagger to his feet, but Samuel lunged for him, wrapping his massive arms around Dunn's midsection. Dunn fought him, kicking and clawing and snarling, the blood from his wrist splattering Samuel's shirt. Just when it looked as if Dunn would escape and flee into the night, there was another shout. Daniel? A third figure leapt into the fray, crashing into the struggling men, and all three of them hurtled back down the stairs, plunging to the bottom in a spray of blood and tangled limbs. The man who'd landed on top peeled himself off the other two, then reached down and hauled the second one up by the back of his neck. The two of them leaned over the third man, breathing hard, their hands on their knees. Daniel prodded at Lord Dunn with his foot, then shook his head.
"He's out. See to the lass, Lymington."
Emma didn't remember crumpling to the ground, but she must have, because she was sprawled there when Samuel's face, his beautiful face, appeared above her.
"Emma,"
he whispered, his voice raw with fear, but still so tender it made Emma want to cry. Maybe she did cry, because a pained sound tore from Samuel as he gathered her into his arms and cradled her against his chest.
"It's all right, sweetheart. It's over. I've got you. I've got you, Emma."
Emma let out a sob and buried her face against his warm, solid chest. She thought he was stroking her hair and murmuring to her, but she let her eyes flutter closed. Because he did have her. He'd had her from the start, and that was all that mattered.
"There was no need to knock me down the stairwell, Brixton," Samuel grumbled, glaring at Daniel as he rubbed his sore shoulder. "I don't know as that's so, Lymington. Looked to me like Dunn had the best of ye." "The devil he did. He was crawling on his knees up the stairs, for God's sake." "Eh, well, it didn't look like it from where I was standing."
Brixton's lips stretched in a grin that managed to be both menacing and infuriating at once.
"Beg pardon, my lord, but it's best to be safe. That's why you tackled me in the woods, innit? To be safe." "So that's why you did it, to get me back. Damn it, Brixton, you nearly dislocated my shoulder."
Brixton shrugged.
"Ye broke my hand."
Samuel subsided with a huff and rested his head against the wall behind him. They were both silent for a time. Then Brixton began making a strange sound, something halfway between a grunt and a wheeze. It took a minute before Samuel realized the disturbing noise was meant to be a laugh.
"What's so amusing, Brixton?" "For a little while there, I thought you were going to rip Dunn's throat out," Brixton said with unmistakable relish. "I would have liked to see that." "And I would have liked to rip the villain's throat out. I wouldn't have stopped ye, but his neck will find a noose soon and—"
A pitiful cry came from the other side of the closed bedchamber door, and Samuel's gaze shot to Brixton's. He saw his own fear reflected in the man's face, and his stomach dropped. If Brixton was afraid, then this was bad indeed.
Emma will be all right, won't she?" "Course she will be. She may be a little bit of a thing, but that lass is stronger than she looks."
But Samuel saw Daniel's uneasiness, and fear gripped him, tightening his chest. He'd carried Emma all the way from the ice house back to Lymington House, muttering prayers the entire way that his arms around her would warm her. But she'd been so cold, her slender body racked with deep, uncontrollable shudders. Lady Crosby had been weeping on the settee when they burst into the drawing-room. Lady Sylvester and Lady Lymington had been attempting to comfort her, while Lovell and Lady Flora stood silently nearby, their faces pale, and Flora's eyes red from crying. The moment Lady Crosby saw Emma lying pale and limp in Samuel's arms, however, she'd dried her tears and leapt into action with all the self-righteous wrath of an aggrieved grandmother. Samuel had never seen anything more frightening in his life. She'd ordered Samuel to carry Emma upstairs to her bedchamber at once and put her directly into bed, tucked up as snugly as possible while the fire was built to a roar in the grate. The entire household had converged in Emma's bedchamber by then, but Lady Crosby had banished the lot of them with the fury of a mother hen protecting her baby chick from a pack of hungry foxes, then ordered a hot bath to be brought as soon as possible. Samuel hadn't dared argue with her. Even Brixton had done as he was told. Now the two of them were standing in the hallway outside Emma's bedchamber as a half-dozen servants rushed back and forth between the kitchen and guest wing, the footmen bearing large pails of hot water, and the housemaids with stacks of blankets in their arms. Once the servants had filed back out, Lady Crosby had closed the bedchamber door with a determined click, without sparing either Samuel or Daniel a glance. Since then, an eternity had passed. Another might pass in its wake, and another still, and Samuel wouldn't stir a step from Emma's door. When she woke, she'd find him right by her side, where he belonged. And if he was obliged to be firm to get past Lady Crosby to Emma, then so be— "Lord Lymington." Samuel whirled around to find Lady Crosby standing at the open bedchamber door.
"Lady Crosby, is Emma—"
"Calm down, my lord. Emma is awake and asking for you." "Now, Daniel." Lady Crosby cast a stern look at Brixton. "You're to come downstairs with me at once, so the doctor can see to your injuries."
"Ye keep your hands to yourself, Lymington,"
Brixton growled, stopping Samuel before he could close Emma's bedchamber door behind him. Lady Crosby gave Samuel a sharp look. "Lord Lymington would never be so ungentlemanly as to importune a distressed lady with his attentions. Would you, my lord?"
"Of course not, my lady,"
Samuel said, with a provoking smirk for Brixton. But all his humour vanished as soon as he closed the door and turned to the bed where Emma lay. It looked as if every blanket at Lymington House had been piled atop her. She was so bundled up only the top of her head and the tip of her nose were visible. Samuel crept forward, wincing as the floorboards squeaked under his weight. He didn't want to wake her. "Samuel." The blankets shifted, and a hand appeared, beckoning him forward. "Come here." Samuel was overcome with an unfamiliar wave of shyness, but he approached the bed and peered down at Emma. Her face was pale, but her eyes were bright, and a soft smile curved her lips. "Closer, please." Samuel took another hesitant step forward. "Come, my lord. I've never known you to be bashful before." Emma wriggled her fingers, urging him closer. Samuel shuffled closer, trying to swallow the lump in his throat. She looked so small, lying there. So fragile. If he hadn't burst into the ice house when he did, if he'd taken even a few seconds longer— Emma patted the empty space beside her on the bed. "Come lie down next to me." There was nothing in the world Samuel wanted more than to hold her, but he shook his head.
I'm covered in dirt and blood, Emma.
You're warm. I've never known anyone warmer than you.
Emma gazed up at him, firelight flickering in her eyes.
Please, Samuel.
Samuel's hesitation melted away at that soft plea. He could refuse her nothing. So he shed his coat and boots and stretched out on the bed next to her. She snuggled close, and he opened his arms to her.
There, that's better.
Emma lay her head on his chest with a happy sigh. They lay there together, listening to the crackling of the fire, Samuel holding her as tightly as he dared, his heart thundering in his chest. Just when he thought she'd fallen asleep, Emma asked quietly,
Lord Dunn?
Locked in the icehouse. Lovell and Humphreys have gone after the magistrate. They'll see to it he's dealt with.
Samuel said no more, and Emma didn't ask. Neither of them wanted to talk about Dunn. His neck was destined for a noose, just as Brixton had said. As far as Samuel was concerned, there was no reason to ever speak of Dunn again. All he wanted to think about, all he cared about, was Emma. Samuel stroked her hair.
You should sleep, love.
I will. But I need to say something to you first. When I was in the ice house with Dunn, when he attacked me.
Emma, please.
She clutched at his hand, her fingers trembling.
Shh. Let me speak now, Samuel, and we need never mention Lord Dunn again.
Samuel couldn't speak, but he held her as close as he could, so she knew he was there and she was safe, that she would always be safe in his arms.
Those moments in the ice house were... I was frightened, Samuel. But all the terror I felt, all the rage at Lord Dunn for everything he'd done, was nothing at all to the regret I felt for not telling you how much I love you when I had the chance.
Emma turned his face down to hers with a hand on his cheek.
I never thought a man could come to mean so much to me. But you hold my whole heart in your hands. You're everything to me. I love you, Samuel.
Emma, my love.
Samuel closed his eyes, buried his face in her hair, and let her words sink into him, into the deepest corners of his heart. They were quiet for a time, content to lie wrapped in each other's arms, until Emma wriggled closer and rested her cheek against his chest.
Your heart is beating so quickly, she murmured sleepily.
Yes, I'm a little nervous.
Nervous? Why should you be nervous?
Samuel smiled against her hair.
Because I know myself to be a presumptuous, demanding, arrogant Marquess. But I'm hoping you'll agree to marry me in spite of it, though I dare say you could find a more agreeable husband.
Emma went so still. For one breathless moment, Samuel thought she might refuse him. But then she rose onto her elbow, a smile tugging at her lips as she looked down at him.
I don't want an agreeable husband, Lord Lymington. I want you.
Oh, you have me, Miss Downing. You've had me from the start.
And I know just what to do with you, my lord.
Emma dropped a playful kiss on the end of his nose. Samuel chuckled as he eased her onto her back and pressed his lips to the tempting red ones he loved so well.
Do you indeed? What's that, then?
Emma gazed up at him, her blue eyes shining.
Keep you forever, Lord Lymington. Keep you forever.
Epilogue. Number 26, Maddox Street, London, December 1795.
I do believe I've overindulged in Mrs. Beeson's biscuits. Emma licked the corner of her lip, where a smidgen of sweet quince preserves lingered, then dropped her hand to her belly. It's the preserves that makes us do it. Georgiana pushed a crumb-filled plate away from her with a sigh. We're all helpless against the preserves. For pity's sake, my stomach is nearly as swollen as Cecilia's. Predictably, Cecilia's cheeks turned as red as a peony. I beg your pardon, Lady Hazelmere, but that's a shocking thing to say. Really, Georgiana, you're too ridiculous. Sophia snatched up the tufted pillow on the settee beside her and stuffed it behind her shoulders. It's plain to see no one's stomach is as swollen as Cecilia's. Lord Darlington rose from the table in the corner where he was playing chess with Lord Hazelmere, and he went to his wife's side.
You've never looked more beautiful, he murmured, kissing her cheek.
You're leaving the game now, Darlington. Lord Hazelmere abandoned the chessboard and squeezed onto the settee beside his wife. I was one move away from beating you.
If I recall, Sophia, your own belly was swollen not so very long ago.
Emma shot Sophia a sly look.
And Georgiana's will be too, before long.
My goodness, Emma, Lord Hazelmere and I have only been wed for 6 months. It's much too soon for children yet. But a dreamy look came into Georgiana's eyes, and she let out a yearning, very un-Georgiana-like sigh. Though, perhaps a little girl would be rather sweet. Lord Hazelmere says he wants a half-dozen. Lord Hazelmere chuckled. At least half a dozen, and all of them girls. Sophia snorted. Why, that's a litter. Shame on you, Lord Hazelmere. Your wife is a countess, not a hunting dog. My wife can do anything she sets her mind to. Lord Hazelmere dropped a kiss on Georgiana's forehead, making her flush up to the roots of her hair, and setting all the girls off into gales of laughter. Georgiana had never been one to blush, but her handsome husband's teasing pinkened her cheeks every time. Still, I can't help but agree with Lord Hazelmere, Sophia went on. Little girls are sweet, especially little girls who have their father's beautiful grey eyes. And their mother's beautiful face. Lord Grey looked up from the bundle he held in his arms to give his wife a secret smile.
Grey eyes are lovely. One might think they'd be cold, but they're not.
Emma dropped her voice to a murmur as she turned to smile at Lord Lymington.
Not at all.
Lord Lymington was reclining on a chair across from the settee, a glass of port in his hand, and his lips quirked with amusement as he listened to them banter. But the grey eyes in question transformed to a soft silver at Emma's words.
I prefer dark blue eyes myself.
The drawing-room at the Clifford School wasn't a large one, but it had never looked quite so small to Lady Amanda as it did now, with all 4 of her girls and their growing families crowded around the fire. It was strange how things seemed to go on very much as they'd always done, until all at once they didn't, and everything changed, seemingly in the blink of an eye. With one unexpected event coming on the heels of the last as they'd done this year, was it any wonder Lady Amanda had started wool-gathering? Her 4 dearest girls, 2 of them now countesses, and the other 2 marchionesses, of all things. A smile twitched at the corner of Lady Amanda's lips. One might have predicted Sophia would turn out to be a countess, if only through sheer force of will. But sweet, tender-hearted Cecilia, a marchioness? Lady Amanda hadn't predicted that, nor had she imagined her practical Georgiana would find love with the Earl of Hazelmere, London's most notorious rake. Or he had been a rake, before he'd found Georgiana. Such was the transformative power of love. Then there was Emma. Of all her girls, Lady Amanda had feared Emma's ghosts would haunt her forever, But Emma had found her own love in a man who knew her worth and treasured her heart. "How does Helena do, Emma?" Lady Amanda asked, rousing herself from her musings. She'd had a notion she might take Helena in at the Clifford School, but Lady Lymington, of all people, had taken a liking to the girl and invited her to come live at Lymington House. Emma smiled. "Very well indeed. Lady Lymington and Lady Flora, that is, she's Lady Lovell now, both dote on her. Helena gets on so wonderfully in Kent, and I begin to think they'll never part with her. Will it trouble you if she doesn't return to London, my lady?" "Not at all, dearest. I quite like the idea of Helena tucked up quietly in the country rather than in London. It'll do her good to have some peace." A companionable silence fell. Then Cecilia asked, "Shall we read another chapter of Mrs. Parsons? When we left it, the Countess of Wolfenbach's lady-maid had been murdered, her desecrated corpse left upon the bed." "Who leaves a corpse on a bed?" Georgiana licked a dollop of the preserves off the end of a spoon. "It hardly seems the proper place for such a messy thing." "The Countess was fleeing her wicked husband, and had no choice but to leave the poor thing where she'd fallen." Cecilia skimmed to the bottom of the page. "Oh dear, it's lucky she fled, because the castle is about to burn to the ground." Sophia frowned. "Why don't I recall the lady's maid?" "You were asleep on Lord Grey's shoulder during that bit, dearest." Emma patted Sophia's hand, grinning. "Why, how absurd you are, Emma. I never fell asleep." Cecilia hid a smile. "Never mind. Let's have another chapter, shall we?" "By all means, let's have another chapter." Lady Amanda let her eyes drift closed as Cecilia opened the book and began to read, letting the smooth, soft voice lull her into another reverie. She'd never been one for daydreaming, but she'd found herself falling into reveries these past months as her world had changed. "Then I'm an outcast, a forsaken orphan without friends or protectors," Cecilia cried, pouring out the heroine's despair before lowering her voice to Mr. Weimar's villainous growl. "Take comfort, my dearest Matilda. Permit me to offer you my hand, my heart, and I will be your protector through life." "Her protector indeed," Georgiana scoffed. "How can Matilda be so foolish as to imagine Mr. Weimar is a hero? Why, any lady with any sense can tell he's an utter villain." "Well, he certainly has a villainous voice," Emma replied with a laugh. "Really, Cecilia, in another life you might have gone on the stage." Sophia let out a pensive sigh. "It's a pity there should always be so many villains hanging about, isn't it?" "There are a great many villains, I'm afraid. But there are heroes, too." Emma reached for Lord Lymington and clasped his big hand between both of hers. Lady Amanda took in the 4 masculine faces arrayed around the drawing-room. Then her gaze wandered to the door, where Daniel stood half-hidden in the shadows, listening to Cecilia read and watching, always watching the 4 girls he'd guarded since they were in pinafores. For all that he was a hard man, a menacing man, Daniel's heart had been open to his girls from the first. Cecilia finished the chapter, and a companionable silence fell over the room as dusk approached, tinting the shadows on the other side of the window from a pale grey to a darker violet. It was growing late, but there was no place Lady Amanda would rather be than here, tucked into an overstuffed chair, a roaring fire at her feet, with all of her girls surrounding her. All her girls, but one. Teresa Ann, Lady Amanda's only child, the daughter she'd cherished and been unable to save. Teresa had once been a bright, smiling young lady, just like the 4 gathered around the fire tonight, her deep blue eyes so very much like Emma's. Teresa should be here now,
her husband at her side, her belly swollen with a child. But she'd long since succumbed to her fate, the victim of an unscrupulous seducer and a cold, unforgiving father. Lady Amanda had searched London for her. For years she'd wandered through every filthy street and down every dark alley, Daniel by her side, praying a fair-haired, blue-eyed girl would appear before her like a phoenix from the ashes, a precious flicker of hope in an ocean of filth. She'd never found her. In the end, Teresa had gone the way of so many young girls just like her, lost to mothers who'd cherished them, but couldn't save them. But others had been found in their places. Others, like Sophia, Cecilia, Georgiana, and Emma, who'd been rescued from their sad fates. In their turn, they would save others, and so it would go, until there were more girls saved than lost. And so, one way or another, the phoenix did rise slowly from the ashes. Cecilia let out a soft laugh, rousing Lady Amanda from her reverie. "Baby Amanda's fallen asleep again. Such a dear, drowsy little thing." Sophia turned a fond eye on her infant daughter, still held in her father's arms. "She looks so harmless when she's asleep, doesn't she? No one would ever guess how fierce she is to look at her now." "I dare say her namesake would," Emma said softly. All four of them turned to Lady Amanda, who lingered on each rosy face before she held out her arms for the child. "I'll rock her for a while, shall I?" "Of course." Lord Grey rose and settled the sleeping child in Lady Amanda's arms. She cooed at the baby girl as she ran a hand over the downy head, cradling the warm body in her arms. Outside, the shadows had melted into purple, and from purple to a deep black, black enough to hide whatever wicked deeds London's sinners chose to commit tonight. Where there was darkness, there would always be sinners. But there was no darkness that didn't give way to light. For every villain, there was a hero, and for every broken promise, another one was kept. For every lost girl, another was found and saved. The baby girl in Lady Amanda's arms stirred, the tiny pink rosebud of her lips opened, and a squawk of pure, infantile fury emerged. "That's it, little one," she whispered into the child's ear. "Make your voice heard, and someday you and your sisters will change the world." This concludes The Virgin Who Bewitched Lord Lymington by Anna Bradley. Narrated by Jessica Bright. Copyright 2021 by Anna Bradley. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Kensington Publishing Corporation and was produced in the year 2021 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.